Douluo, Dragon Slayer. Chapter 1 Thunder, Young Man. Douluo Continent, Tiandu Empire, in a not remote village, a dark purple thunder mixed with bright silver flashed past, and the people nearby looked at the scene in front of them in astonishment. In a river inside the village, a small dark purple figure floated in it, drifting with the current. The faint thunder light lingering on her slowly dissipated. She was wearing a lavender dress and dark purple hair. She was a cute little girl. Her closed eyes and slightly frowned brow showed her bad state. The little girl drifted with the current, and was finally caught by the edge of a stone on the river bed, and her body stagnated by the river. In this case, being discovered by the villagers may be the best result, but at this time the villagers have too much to take care of themselves. A figure shrouded in black robes wanders around the village. The slowly moving halo above his head is eye-catching. The three halos appear from the inside out, showing three colors: white, yellow, and purple. The man in black robe let out a weird and strange smile, holding a scarlet broken knife in his hand. Wherever it passed, a blood mark appeared on the necks of the villagers. The aura of the broken knife and the man in black robe became stronger with every death of a villager. The villagers fled in panic, but obviously they couldn't match the speed of the black-robed man, and they died one by one under the black-robed man's knife. The man in black robe murmured, "Originally I just came here to practice, but I didn't expect there would be unexpected gains. But where is the lightning?" At this time, a group of well-trained guards came here, with a yellow carriage among them. When they got here, the leader of the guards ordered everyone to stop. After all, the strong smell of blood was too obvious. A young man walked out of the yellow carriage. He was dressed in simple white clothes and had regular features. He looked about 13 or 14 years old. "Commander Lin, what happened to the strong smell of blood in front of you?" the young man asked. His voice was somewhat soft, which made people feel very comfortable. Commander Lin replied, "Your Highness, I don't know either, but it's probably someone in front of you who is massacring the villagers." The young man nodded, "Maybe? In that case, let's go and have a look together." Commander Lin refused, "Your Highness, this is too dangerous." The young man smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, I trust Commander Lin's strength, and I am also a great soul master after all, so I won't hold Commander back." Commander Lin said, "Okay, but please pay attention to your safety, Your Highness." The young man got off the carriage and walked into the village with the guards. The strong smell of blood and the corpses scattered everywhere made everyone frown, and a trace of disgust flashed in the young man's beautiful eyes. As everyone moved towards the interior of the village, they saw more and more corpses and their hearts became heavier and heavier. The man in black robe wiped the neck of the last villager and licked the corners of his pale mouth excitedly. His aura was even more powerful than before. This scene also happened to fall in front of the eyes of the guards and young people. Commander Lin immediately shouted, "Evil thief, suffer death!" A group of guards rushed forward, leaving only 2 people to guard the young man. A spear appeared in Commander Lin's hand, and halos rose from his feet. 4 halos of yellow, 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 and purple enveloped Commander Lin's body and moved slowly. The man in black robe was shocked, "Soul sect." The other guards also emitted auras, but most of them only had 1 or 2 rings, but it was enough to deal with the man in black robe who only had 3 rings. The young man said, "You two don't have to worry about me, let's keep this person together and fight quickly." The 2 left behind the guard hesitated, "This." The young man said, "Don't worry, Commander Lin is a generous man. Besides, just take this as my order." The 2 nodded, glanced at the leader of the Zhando group, and said, "Okay." The joining of the 2 people made the man in black robes full of dangers. The young man glanced at the scattered corpses around and sighed slightly. While the rest of the people were fighting, the young man left the place and wandered around the village. Approaching the river, a black figure ran towards the place at great speed. The young man looked at the black shadow. Wasn't it the man in black robe who was surrounded by the guards? He actually ran out. The man in black robe was covered in scars, the broken knife in his hand had long since disappeared, and his breath was weak. The young man saw the man in black robe rushing towards the river, and walked slowly to the path that the man in black robe must pass. The man in black robe glared at the young man blocking the road in front of him. "Get out of the way, otherwise I wouldn't mind sending you to accompany the villagers." A little brat who had just stepped into the ranks of a great soul master dared to stop me. The man in black robe rushed towards the young man. The young man raised a look of disgust, and a rich light radiated from the young man's body, carrying a strong sacred aura. 3 halos of yellow, and purple rose from his feet. The first yellow halo flashed, and the young man punched out. The man in black robe's charge was too fierce and he had no time to dodge. The young man punched the man in black robe on the left side of his chest. The heart of the man in black robe burst instantly. A look of disbelief appeared on the pale face of the man in black robe, and the light in his eyes slowly extinguished. The young man put away his halo, picked up the black-robed man before he could lie down, walked to the river, and threw his body into the bottom of the river. A trace of blood appeared on the surface of the lake, and the body followed the direction of the rushing river. Far from it, the young man washed his hands and saw a dark purple shadow not far upstream from the corner of his eye. The young man wiped the water off his hands and walked upstream. His long dark purple hair came into view. The guards also ran over quickly at this time. Commander Lin looked at the young man and said, "Your Highness, are you okay?" The young man walked next to the long dark purple hair, and a little girl of 5 or 6 years old came into view. Just now, the man in black robe rushed to the river. I just had time to throw a soul skill at him. I didn't know what he was doing. What's the situation? It should have gone down the river by now. The boy said, picking up the little girl. Commander Lin looked at the little girl in the young man's arms in shock. He never expected that there would be anyone alive in the village. But he reacted quickly. Commander Lin said, "When we planned to kill that person together, that person actually detonated his martial spirit cruelly and avoided my killing blow. However, he was also severely injured by me. Coupled with the blow from His Royal Highness, he entered the river. Whether I can survive or not, I don't know." The young man nodded and said, "Leave a few people to search this place and make sure he is dead, otherwise what happened today may happen again. His martial spirit is very special." Commander Lin nodded, "Follow the order." Commander Lin looked at the woman in the young man's arms. "What about this child?" The young man sighed, "Bring her back to the palace first. It will be difficult for her to survive if she is left alone, and she seems to be injured." Commander Lin said, "Yes." A few people were left to place the corpse, and a few people searched for the man in black robe. The young man returned with the little girl, Commander Lin, and 2 guards. The boy took the little girl onto the carriage again, but at this moment, the little girl's face turned slightly blue. The young man checked with his soul power and murmured, "Is the injury getting worse?" In the end, the boy found nothing and was filled with questions. Chapter 2: The snow clears the river and the dragon dances on the moon. Disorganized memories floated in her mind. Other images aside, the dark purple dragon was so majestic and made her feel at ease. The last scene of the dark purple dragon fighting the black dragon made her heart skip a beat. Replet. Yuo woke up from a bed that was not gorgeous. He stood upright. The lavender dress had been replaced by white. What caught Yuo's eyes was a woman wearing a maid's uniform. She looked roughly 10 years old. She is about 8 years old and not pretty, but her smile makes her somewhat reassuring. The woman smiled and said, "You're awake. Moon dance has no movement." The woman tilted her head and said, "Since His Highness the Crown Prince brought you back, you have been in a coma for more than half a month. Of course, your complexion is really bad. Now that you are awake, how do you feel?" Yu Wu still made no move. The woman said, "You wait, I will go find His Highness the Crown Prince." Then the woman ran out. Yu Wu looked a little dazed. It wasn't that she didn't want to answer, but she didn't understand what she was asking at all. Yu Wu looked at the surrounding decorations. They were not gorgeous, but very neat and clean. Without letting Yu Wu wait too long, a young man wearing white clothes walked in. "Can you talk?" This was the first thing His Highness the Crown Prince said when he saw Yu Wu. Yu Wu looked confused and said in the extremely difficult to pronounce Dulo continent language, "Can you speak? This new guy has a strange scent. Where did this savage come from?" This is what the two of them think. The prince had no choice but to point at himself and said, "Shweking he." Then he pointed at Yu Wu and asked, "What about you?" Yu Wu understood this and said, "Yu Wu replet." Shweking he fell into deep thought. Wasn't it because he couldn't speak, but because he couldn't understand the language? But where does this language and culture come from? It's interesting, I'm interested. The vibration in Yu Wu's stomach interrupted Shweking he's thinking. Shweking he smiled and looked at the maid who had led him over, and said, "Sorry, Sister Linger." Linger chuckled and nodded. At this moment, Yu Wu only felt dizzy and couldn't muster any strength. Even her own magic power disappeared without a trace, and she had no intention of paying attention. Fortunately, we didn't have to wait too long, and the meal was already served. Yu Wu smelled the aroma of rice and was about to stand up, but she lost her strength and almost fell down. Shweking he was startled and caught Yu Wu with quick eyes and hands. Yu Wu shook her nose. The smell was really pleasant, but most of Yu Wu's attention at this time was on the food delivered. Shweking he helped the somewhat weak Yu Wu to the dining table. Dinner time. Looking at the plates slowly stacked up in front of Yu Wu, Shweking he and Linger's mouths opened slightly. This is almost as much as an adult can eat. Shweking he gave Linger a wink. Linger understood and stopped Yu Wu, who was about to continue, saying, "It's not good to overeat like this." Yu Wu's perspective, "What shall we eat after you finish eating?" Yu Wu pitifully withdrew her somewhat dirty hands and watched Shweking he and Linger eating slowly. Shweking he and Linger couldn't laugh or cry. Seeing that Yu Wu had calmed down for a while, nothing seemed strange, so he allowed Yu Wu to continue eating again. As a result, this was enough for 3 people, and most of it went into Yu Wu's stomach. "Well, I'm not completely full yet." After Yu Wu finished her meal, she looked at her palm in front of Shweking he and Linger. It was normal. There was nothing there except some food residue. But this is very abnormal for Yu Wu, because there is no thunder and lightning, no magic power, and she can't feel anything. This made Yu Wu feel a little panicked. Shweking he is a little confused. He sighed, looked at Linger and said, "It's inconvenient to communicate like this. If we have a chance, let's teach her how to speak." Linger nodded. Therefore, the intention to send Yu Wu away was blocked by Shweking he. After all, letting a little girl with no language skills wander around was not what the gentle crown prince should do. Moreover, Shweking he was very interested in this little girl. With the teachings of Shweking he and Linger, Yu Wu gradually mastered the language of Dulo continent, and the speed of mastering it was staggering, as if she could do it herself. Yu Wu replet. Shweking he couldn't laugh or cry, such a long last name. Yu Wu emphasized, "This is the surname of Long." Shweking he said helplessly, okay, the surname is Long." Yu Wu's face darkened. "Hey, saying the same word 3 times is not very convincing, okay." Shweking he tightened the corners of his raised lips and said, "Replet is the surname of dragon, but I have never heard of it in Douluo continent. If you can prove its existence, I will believe it, but for now, how about you take Long as your surname?" Yu Wu fell into deep thought and then said, "Okay, it's a deal." Shweking he said, "Okay, you should take good care of your body now. After all, you are approaching the age of awakening your martial spirit. Long Yuo's physical condition has been not good. After calling some doctors, they can't find the reason at all. I know. Long Yuo vaguely guessed that his magic might be based on the awakening of this martial spirit. This is Douluo continent, which is very different from the place where I lived before. There is no magic here, but there are magical spirits. Everyone here will awaken their spirits in the spirit hall when they are 6 years old. Martial spirits include animals, plants, and objects. Different martial spirits have different powers and functions. Therefore, some martial spirits are called useless martial spirits if their power is too small. They can assist people in their daily lives. Some of the particularly outstanding spirits can be used to practice. This profession is the most powerful and important profession on Dulo continent, Soul Master. After the martial soul awakens, the stronger martial soul is accompanied by soul power. According to Long Yuo's understanding, this should be the same concept as magic power, and the awakening of the martial soul corresponds to the awakening of magic. And Long Yuo's poor health is because her own magic power has disappeared. For a magician, this is equivalent to life. No wonder he is in poor health. Soul power is divided into 99 levels from the smallest to the highest, and each 10 levels is divided into a title or realm. Every time you approach the 10th level, you need to hunt the spirit rings of spirit beasts to continue to improve. Therefore, Soul Masters can be divided into 0-ring Soul Masters of levels 1 to 10, 1-ring Soul Masters of levels 11 to 20, and so on. The above are the 2nd ring Great Soul Master, the 3rd ring Soul Master, the 4th ring Soul Sect, the 5th ring Soul King, the 6th ring Soul Emperor, the 7th ring Soul Saint, the 8th ring Soul Dulo, the 9th ring titled Dulo, and the legendary 100 become a god. Long Yuo didn't know the deep connection between magicians and soul masters, magic and soul power, and she didn't know what would happen if she awakened her martial soul because she had magic power, but she had to take this path. This was the current situation. The only way. For that majestic huge figure, for that majestic voice, for killing that black dragon. But, why are the terms Dulo continent and Wuhan so familiar? Chapter 3 The Thunder Dragon Awakens. Long Yuo slept on the bed with her arms and legs spread out. Her sleeping posture was very indecent, and the maid Linger who came in to wake her up had black lines all over her head. Linger herself was not a maid, but was hired by Xue Qinghe to take care of Long Yuo. Today is the day when Long Yuo's martial soul awakens, and it is also the day that determines his fate. If Long Yuo does not awaken his innate soul power, then Long Yuo will no longer be able to continue to live in the world. The possibility here is that if she had soul power, Xue Qinghe might not keep her. Because, with soul power, you have the ability to survive, so why do you still live here? All this ultimately depends on Xue Qinghe's thoughts. Thinking of this, Linger sighed slightly. In her opinion, Long Yuo was just an orphan who lost his parents. His thoughts were a little simple and a little nonsensical. It made her feel a little heartbroken to recall the past scenes from time to time. Linger stepped forward and woke up the child who was still sleeping. Long Yuo's memory has not yet been completely restored, but the memories related to the world of fairy tale and the common sense accumulated in the first 2 worlds are enough for her to set her goal. Long Yuo opened her eyes in a daze. Linger said, "Yu-Wu, today is the day when the martial spirit awakens. We can't be lazy anymore." Long Yuo yawned, changed her clothes, and slowly returned to consciousness. Linger said, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said that he will accompany you." "I know," Long Yuo nodded, then looked at Linger and said, "Sister Linger, goodbye." Linger was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly and said, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has already told you, then, goodbye, Yuo." The 3 of them had breakfast, and Linger was led out of the prince's mansion by the guards. I don't know since when, Xue Qinghe's mood seemed to be a little depressed. Although Xue Qinghe didn't show it, he still felt this way. When Haoshan Douluo was born out of nowhere, or the Pope died of serious injuries, or the Haoshan sect closed its door and went into seclusion, or something else. Long Yuo followed Xue Qinghe out of the prince's mansion, walked for a while in the not-so-small Tiandu palace, and arrived at a relatively remote room. Along the way, neither of them spoke, because they knew very well that whether they could meet again in the future would depend on the awakening of their martial spirits. To this day, Long Yuo is a little nervous, although she probably knows what her martial spirit is. Xue Qinghe opened the door, then stepped in, followed closely by Long Yuo. In front of them was an old man with grey hair. Xue Qinghe said apologetically, "Mr. Wang, please wait." Mr. Wang chuckled, "It doesn't matter, it's not a trouble." Mr. Wang glanced at Long Yuo and said, "Your Highness, I will begin." Xue Qinghe took a few steps back, "Please." Mr. Wang stepped on the ground, his muscles swelled a bit, a pair of goat horns loomed on his head, and 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, rose from his feet one by one. Martial Soul Goat, Level 46 Soul Sect. Long Yuo was not too surprised when she saw this scene. In her opinion, although the person in front of her was a bit ugly, his own strength was more than a little worse than that of the Black Dragon, so naturally she would not be surprised. 6 stones engraved with different patterns flew out and were constructed with soul power. A pattern of a 6-pointed star appeared in the air, and the 6 stones hovered in the air. Seeing Long Yuo's reaction, Mr. Wang not only nodded secretly, but he didn't know whether it was because he was extraordinarily brave or if he already knew about it. Mr. Wang said, "Little girl, come in." Long Yuo nodded and walked slowly over. The moment he stepped into the awakening formation, he felt a warm feeling wrap around him. Mr. Wang said, "Stretch out your right hand and calm down." Long Yuo gathered her body and mind, stretched out her right hand and spread it out, inspired by this so-called soul power. A familiar force slowly awakens in the body. Thunder arcs burst out all over Long Yuo's body. The symptoms caused by the disappearance of the magic power gradually subsided. The strength and magic power were recovering, but there seemed to be another wonderful change. Instinctively, Long Yuo guided his own thunderbolt and converged it towards his right hand. One of the most violent elements in the world was caught effortlessly by an inconspicuous little hand. Mr. Wang looked at this scene in astonishment, and a flash of understanding flashed in Xue Qinghe's eyes. The purple arc silver thunder that day was indeed not an illusion. Long Yuo held the purple arc silver thunder in her hand, her joy was beyond words. After Mr. Wang came to his senses, he said, "Take back your martial spirit." Long Yuo glanced at him, and the thunder in her hand dispersed. The 6 awakening stones scattered and flew back to Mr. Wang's hands. Mr. Wang once again threw a spherical crystal and said, "Test your soul power." This is the first time I have seen a martial soul that has just awakened and can be used so freely. Long Yuo gave an undeniable smile. The palm of his hand was printed on the crystal ball, and a huge suction force guided the magic power in the body towards the crystal ball. If Long Yuo hadn't been prepared, he would have punched it. The crystal ball lit up, blooming brightly, but it was not full. Wang Laoreo was mentally prepared, but he was also surprised. Level 9. If there is no problem with the martial soul itself, if the acquired growth is not too slack, and if it does not die young, then it will be a titled Dulo. Xue Qinghe on the side had a different idea. Level 9 was just fine. For some reason, he didn't care about the innate full soul power and twin martial souls. However, this martial soul seemed very interesting. Let's keep it. Long Yuo looked at the crystal ball and thought, is it not full? But this is not his period of complete victory yet. Forget it, just recover slowly. Long Yuo retracted his palm, and then Mr. Wang reacted and looked at Long Yuo with a fiery gaze. Long Yuo's goosebumps were about to rise. Mr. Wang also found that this was a bit offensive, so he withdrew his gaze, looked at Xue Qinghe, and said, "I must report this to your Majesty." "Your Majesty," he is naturally referring to Emperor Sui of the Tiandu Empire, and also Sueking. River's father. The powers of the Tiandu Empire are dispersed. There are 4 kingdoms and 1 principality. Although they obey the orders of the Tiandu Empire on the surface, the Tiandu Empire has long lost control of them. It is like a country within a country. One of the reasons is that the royal family is weak. There is no titled Douluo of his own. Now Long Yuou is an orphan. Although it is unfortunate, it is a good thing for Tiandu. Xue Qinghe said, "Don't bother Mr. Wang, I will report it to my father later." Mr. Wang said, "That's right, I've gone too far." Long Yuou and Xue Qinghe left the quiet room and returned to the prince's mansion. There was still silence between the two, neither party spoke. Xue Qinghe was thinking about the possibility of leaving the Dragon Moon dance. Long Yuou was thinking about how she will practice and live in the future. Listening to what Mr. Wang just said, there is a high probability that she will be won over by the Tiandu Empire. If so, Long Yuou glanced at Xue Qinghe. It seemed that it would also involve a battle for imperial power. Chapter 4 clearly states the pros and cons. Xue Qinghe was the first to step into the gate of the prince's mansion and asked, "Have you considered it?" Long Yuou pointed at herself, "Me." Xue Qinghe led Long Yuou towards the hall. "You should already have some ideas in your little head." Long Yuou is young, but her mind is mature, so Xue Qinghe has no intention of treating her as a child. The two of them entered the prince's mansion and met no one along the way. Long Yuou said, "As for me, I am already qualified to be vigorously trained by Tiandu." Xue Qinghe said, "Except for a few people, the 9th level soul power is the highest. The Tiandu Empire royal family is determined to cultivate its own titled Dulo. A wild genius like you is naturally the best, but genius is not necessarily strong. If the potential is not tapped, it is just potential after all." The two of them entered the prince's study. Long Yuou nodded, "So, you should rely more on yourself, right?" Xue Qinghe said, "Frankly speaking, your talent is very popular anywhere, such as Wuhan Palace." Long Yuou said speechlessly, "You really dare to say that?" Dulo continent has 2 empires, Tiandu and Xingluo, located in the north and south of Dulo continent respectively. The Star Luo Empire is more powerful than the Tiandu Empire. One of the reasons is that the Star Luo Empire has its own titled Dulo and has long had the intention of annexing the Tiandu Empire. However, the existence of the Spirit Hall stopped this action. Wuhan Palace is a superpower independent of the 2 empires. Its own soul master power is far greater than that of the 2 empires. Its headquarters, Wuhan City, is located at the junction of the 2 empires and is not affiliated with any empire. The Spirit Hall has branches in each of the 2 empires, responsible for the awakening of civilian spirits, and provides subsidies to spirit masters with the financial resources of the 2 empires. It can be said that among civilians and soul masters, the reputation of Wuhan Palace is higher than that of the 2 empires. As long as it does not seek death and is not criticized by others, its status is simply unshakable. However, even if Wuhan Palace is transcendent, it is still a huge force, and both empires are very afraid of it. Now Xue Qinghe seems to be encouraging Long Yuou to go to Wuhan Palace. This is something done by the prince of a country. Xue Qinghe's tone remained unchanged, "I'm just discussing the matter." "Okay." Long Yuou nodded and said, "Whether it's Wuhan Palace, Tiandu Empire, or alone, I don't really care. In addition, as long as you don't have too much malice, I won't fight with you. Even though I was in trouble, you saved me once. If it weren't for the person in front of me, I would probably die in the hands of the blood-breaking sword soul master." "That's it." Xue Qinghe nodded, pondered for a while, then bowed and said, "Miss Long, I wonder if you intend to stay in the prince's mansion for a long time." Long Yuo smiled and said, Juju? Is this a request from His Highness the Crown Prince for me to stand in line? He nodded and said, isn't it possible? Long Yuo said, I have joined the prince's lineage, I will encounter a lot of trouble in the future. He asked, why, Miss Long is afraid? Afraid? Long Yuo shook his head, why should I be afraid? There are only two things I'm afraid of now. Oh. He showed a confused expression. Long Yuo said, I'll stay, but you have to promise me two things. He said, tell me about it. Long Yuo raised her right hand, stretched out two fingers, and retracted the other fingers, saying, the first thing is, if Emperor Shuye grants marriage, you must block it. He glanced up and down at Long Yuo, marriage. Long Yuo said, since I'm staying, it's essential for us to have long-term contact with each other. If so, someone will naturally mess up the relationship, and you have to stop them. He said with a smile, how do you know it's just a random match? Couldn't it be that we two are in love? No. Long Yuo affirmed, although you smell very good. But I am convinced that I have no feelings for men. Oh? Taste. He was a little surprised and said, I had known that your mind was more than 6 years old. Although soul masters generally mature precociously, I am really surprised that you reached this level early. Long Yuo asked, how is it? He said, no problem, I'll be responsible for anything that happens. And compared to you, I'm more interested in your martial spirit. Besides. He glanced at Long Yuo up and down and said, you are too young. Indeed, he is now 15 years old and Long Yuo is 6 years old. The difference is indeed not small. But in fact, he is only 11 years old, and Long Yuo's age is not as simple as it seems. Long Yuo curled her lips, put away one finger, and said, the first thing is, the deal is done. He nodded and made a gesture of invitation, indicating her to say the second thing. Long Yuo said word for word, I will never ride in a carriage in the future, at any time. He was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. The two have known each other for more than half a year, and one of Long Yuo's biggest problems is impressive, motion sickness. Long Yuo went out several times, accompanied by Ling or He, but as soon as Long Yuo entered the carriage, he immediately lost his ability to move and his complexion became extremely bad. After several attempts, they determined that Long Yuo had motion sickness, and it was very serious. Therefore, when He took Long Yuo back to Tiandu Imperial City, Long Yuo suddenly looked very bad, and this was the reason. Seeing He laughing, Long Yuo's little face gradually darkened, a pair of small dragon teeth were slightly exposed, and the purple arc silver thunder was slowly exposed according to Long Yuo's emotions, just like a young dragon about to go crazy. When He saw this, he also restrained his smile, because he found that the thunder and lightning seemed more powerful than before. Sure enough, this thunder and lightning is not simple. However, He now has no doubt that if he continues to laugh, the lovely dragon girl in front of him will definitely pounce on him. If there was a fight, He was not worried about losing, the key was that it would not end well. He said, as long as you don't want to, no one will force you. Humph. Long Yuo withdrew the lightning and the last finger, and said, is the place where I live still the same? He said, this is natural. In addition, before entering the Advanced Academy, you need to know something about martial arts, soul beasts, soul rings, etc. Long Yuo said, Advanced Academy? In other words, before entering the Advanced Academy, I don't need to receive systematic teaching. He said with a cowardly expression, that's right. Long Yuo said, then, who will teach me? Or let me read by myself? Of course you need to read books, and you also need a temporary teacher. As for that teacher, Xueqinghe stood up slightly and said, "That's me." Long Yuou looked at Xueqinghe with questioning eyes. "You?" Xueqinghe said, "Yes, it's me, and you have to learn more than just cultivation." Long Yuou. Chapter 5 Departure, Sunset Forest. Xueqinghe said, "As a soul master, although you don't have to fully master combat, meditation, etiquette, communication, etc., you must at least have some understanding." Long Yuou nodded, "I understand. This is the soul master's meditation method." Xueqinghe took out a small grey notebook, handed it to Long Yuou, and said, "You already recognize the text, so I guess it's not a big problem. If you have any questions, come to me in the study at any time." Long Yuou accepted it calmly, but she had other thoughts in her heart. Xueqinghe said, "After breakfast, come to me here and I will teach you something." Long Yuou said, "Okay." Xueqinghe explained some things again, and Long Yuou left the study. Xueqinghe looked at Long Yuou's leaving figure, a glint of green light flashed in his black eyes, and then he headed towards Emperor Xueyi's residence. Long Yuou looked through the grey book in her hand boredly. The consciousness is in a semi-empty state, and it uses its own soul power to attract external spiritual energy. Long Yuou closed the book and said, "There are indeed some similarities, but they don't seem to be needed." Long Yuou returned to her residence, but did not enter the room. She just found an open space in front of the door and sat down cross-legged. "There is no need to worry about where you live, but, Dad, where are you?" Yu Wu is already recovering her magic power. "Wait for me, I will definitely go back." Long Yuou's divergent thoughts slowly returned to his body, and he refocused on himself. He clasped his hands together and placed them between his legs. His eyes were slightly closed, and his long dark purple hair was gently flicking. Dark purple thunder emerged from Long Yuou's body. The silvery white thunder reflected Long Yuou's small face. The thunder surged fiercely as if it had life. With the emergence of thunder, Long Yuou's power also increased bit by bit. Improvement. Xueqinghe, who came back from Emperor Xueyat, took a quick look and then left silently. The next day, Long Yuou went to the kitchen to have breakfast, and arrived at Xueqinghe's study early. At this time, Xueqinghe was flipping through a book, and there was another book on the table. Seeing Long Yuou, Xueqinghe put down the book in his hand and said, "I took a look at you when you were practicing yesterday. Is there anything you want to say?" Long Yuou shook his head and said, "No." Xueqinghe nodded slowly, "Okay. Just know it yourself. Today I will mainly talk about the classification of various martial spirits and soul masters." Long Yuou moved a stool and sat down. Martial spirits are broadly divided into two categories, beast spirits and weapon spirits. Of course, there are also some special existences among them, such as the spirit itself. Since a person's energy is ultimately limited, the development of soul masters is mostly specialized, and is generally divided into power attack system, agility attack system, control system, auxiliary system, defense system, etc. Of course, generally speaking, the more comprehensive the development, the stronger it is. However, there are many people in history who care about one thing and lose the other. You can decide the balance yourself. Xueqinghe handed Long Yuou a book and said, "Now that your soul power is level 9, you will be able to use this book soon. Please read it when you have the chance." Summary of the age and abilities of some thunder attribute soul beasts. Long Yuou looked at the title of the book. "I felt a little moved in my heart." Xueqinghe said, "This is what the Thunder Academy, one of the 4 element academies, summarized. Our Tiandu royal family has a collection of it." Long Yuou, "Thank you." Xueqinghe said, No matter what, I won't treat my helper badly." Long Yuou said, "Okay. The throne must be yours. I wish you success as soon as possible. Shweking he said in surprise, oh? So sure. Well. Long Yuohu put away the thick notebook and said proudly, if anyone stops you, I will help you find a place. No need. Shweking he said with unclear meaning, and then left the study. Long Yuohu shrugged and opened the book. The blue-striped thunder python mostly lives in swamps. The speed is extremely fast. Star feather wolf, wind and thunder dual attribute soul beast. Thunder beast, its body is yellow, it looks like a squirrel, it can fly, it is good at thunder, it is rare. Long Yuohu stared at the pattern of the thunder beast and murmured, it looks familiar. As for the development direction of the soul master, Long Yuohu doesn't care at all. She only needs to take care of her dragon-slaying magic, no matter what type it is. After that, Long Yuohu's daily life became stable, and Shweking he would sometimes lead Long Yuohu for a walk in Tiandu Imperial City. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Long Yuohu found Shweking he and said awkwardly, I seem to have reached level 10. Shweking he looked at Long Yuohu, you are only at level 10 now, you are not lazy anymore, are you? Long Yuohu said awkwardly, I seem to have reached level 10 more than a month ago. Shweking he nodded and said, that's more or less the same, but why didn't you come to me then? I thought you had encountered some problem in your cultivation. At that time, I didn't know. Long Yuohu's face was extremely innocent. I really don't know. According to the common sense of Dulo continent, there will be an obvious feeling when the soul power breaks through, but Long Yuohu doesn't have it at all, which leads Long Yuohu to subconsciously think that it is the bottleneck of level 9. After a long period of practice, Long Yuohu also came back to his senses. What kind of bottleneck is this? Long Yuohu practices magic. Although there is a bottleneck in magic power in that continent, it is completely different from the strict levels of Dulo continent. Among them, the strength of magic is also affected by mentality, emotions, etc. Therefore, although Long Yuohu may have been influenced by Dulo continent, she is not entirely from here after all. Others have bottlenecks in their cultivation, but for her, the path of cultivation is very different. Maybe it's because she has experienced the awakening of her martial soul and reached the limit of soul power that requires a soul ring. She also needs to upgrade her soul ring. This can be regarded as what the two have in common. Shweking he was speechless and said, let's go, I'll let Commander Lin take you there. Having said that, Shweking he led Long Yuohu to Commander Lin's residence. Shweking he said, you know your soul ring, right? Long Yuohu said, there are many choices, but it still depends on luck. Shweking he nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The two of them walked to a small square and saw Commander Lin teaching a few newcomers. Shweking he and Long Yuohu waited patiently. Soon, Commander Lin discovered the two of them and immediately went to greet them. Shweking he said, Commander Lin, this is Long Yuohu, you should still remember it. I need you to take her to Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings. I wonder if it is possible. Hunting for soul rings. Commander Lin looked at Long Yuohu in shock, slowly exhaled a breath and said, I remember this girl, I will definitely live up to my orders. Shweking he said, Commander Lin is serious. Trying to ensure your safety is the most important thing. Yes. Commander Lin nodded. Shweking he asked, I wonder when we can set off. Commander Lin said, now. Long Yuohu said, thank you very much, Commander Linear. Commander Lin smiled, and after a little rectification, they set off together towards the Sunset Forest outside Tiandu Imperial City. Chapter 6 Electric Patterned Leopard. In the name of exercising, Long Yuohu accompanied Commander Lin to the Sunset Forest near Tiandu Imperial City. Commander Lin, who was relatively upright, did not expect the deeper meaning. Compared to the Stardow Forest, the largest gathering place for soul beasts, the Sunset Forest is much less dangerous, but it is also not as diverse as the Stardo Forest's soul beasts. Therefore, a 4-ring soul sect should be enough. There are strong and weak soul masters, and there are also soul beasts. Different from the 10 stages of human beings, soul beasts use years to represent their cultivation levels, which are roughly divided into 10 years, 100 years, 1000 years, 10,000 years, and the equivalent of human titled Dulo. A 100,000-year soul beast. The soul rings that appear after hunting appear in white, yellow, purple, black, and red. Human beings can absorb them at 10 levels to break through the current level. Different people, different levels, and different situations can absorb the soul rings for several years. It's different. As far as we know so far, the limit of soul rings that an average soul master can absorb at the 10th level is 423 years. Compared with other soul masters, the auxiliary soul masters with poor physical fitness are even lower. The two of them ran all the way, and Commander Lin was very surprised that Long Yuhou could keep up with his speed. After all, he was a soul sect, so he could naturally see how rare Long Yuhou was. The two of them stood in front of a forest. Miss Long, in front of you is the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest is not as vibrant as the Stardo Forest and looks a bit gloomy, but just looking at it from a distance can still bring tremendous pressure to people. Long Yuhou nodded and said, "It's well deserved." Commander Lin said, "Indeed, my 4 soul rings all come from here. Compared to others, I feel more familiar here, and I will ask Miss Long to follow me later." Long Yuhou nodded and said, "Thank you." Commander Lin did his duty and entered Sunset Forest first, with Long Yuhou following closely behind. Under the leadership of Commander Lin, they did not encounter any powerful soul beasts along the way, and they did not bother to pay attention to the 2 weak ones. 3 days later, Commander Lin and Long Yuhou still had not found a suitable target. Suddenly, a purple flash of light burst out from the side and rushed towards Long Yuhou. The tip of Long Yuhou's nose moved, and thunder and lightning quickly wrapped around his right hand. He punched out and struck the purple flash of light. A purple flash passed by, and a shallow scratch appeared on Long Yuhou's right arm. The purple flash revealed a figure, which was a small purple mink. Purple striped ermine. Commander Lin snorted coldly, holding a spear, with 3 yellow and 1 purple soul rings floating above his head. The spear shook, and a bit of cold light appeared. The spear stabbed out, and Ziji, who had no time to escape, the tattooed marten was nailed to the ground with a spear. The soul power escaping from the body of the purple striped marten gathered above the body, and a yellow soul ring slowly formed. Commander Lin said, "What a pity, they are incompatible." Long Yuhou consoled her, "It doesn't matter, I've been waiting for so long, and it's not at this time." Roar! A beast's roar came from the other direction of the purple striped marten. Long Yuhou shouted in a low voice, "Commander Lin." "Yes." Commander Lin nodded and immediately took 2 quick steps to find out the situation. Roar! A black leopard burst out of the jungle, with 4 blue-purple lightning patterns on its back. It was an electric patterned leopard that was more than 400 years old. The electric patterned leopard stared closely at the body of the purple striped marten with a pair of beast eyes. Long Yuhou held the thunder in her fist and began to get closer. "Commander Lin, this is it." Commander Lin shouted, "Miss Long, step back and leave it to me." After saying that, Commander Lin immediately took the lead. The first and third soul rings on the spear shone at the same time. The spear and Commander Lin each had a layer of white light, and there was a little starlight on the spear. Long Yuhou said hurriedly, "No, Commander Lin, your opponent is the one at the back." Commander Lin was suddenly startled. A blue-purple figure came through the air from behind the electric patterned leopard. The target was directed at Commander Lin. Fortunately, Commander Lin got the reminder from Long Yuhou and quickly fired out a shot. The two collided, and the sound of metal clashing was heard. The blue-purple figure was thrown away by the spear, and Commander Lin also retreated violently. It was a large electric-patterned dark leopard, and the two blue-purple lightning patterns on its face showed that it was a soul beast that had just reached 2,000 years. Damn it! Commander Lin cursed secretly. He was a level 44 soul sect. It was too difficult to deal with a 2,000-year-old electric-patterned dark leopard. He could only contain it but could not defeat it. Thanks to the gap created by the collision between the two, the smaller electric-patterned leopard immediately rushed out, and its target was Long Yuou. Long Yuou smiled calmly and punched the electric-patterned leopard. The iron fist of the Thunder Dragon. Seeing that the little thing in front of him dared to fight back, the electric-patterned dark leopard became furious. His sharp claws grabbed Long Yuou mercilessly, vowing to tear Long Yuou in half. Long Yuou punched the electric-patterned leopard's sharp claws, and one person and one beast groaned at the same time. Long Yuou fell a few steps, and the body of the electric-patterned dark leopard floated directly into the air. He fell to the ground and let out a howl. His pair of beast eyes became more ferocious, and his animal nature became stronger. Long Yuou planted his feet on the ground to stabilize his body. There were a few more scratches on his hands, but Long Yuou ignored them. Lightning flashed under his feet, using thunder and lightning as the driving force, and his body moved towards the electric-patterned leopard, sweeping away at great speed. The electric-patterned leopard quickly got up, and the front leg that was struck by Long Yuou suddenly went weak. But in just such a moment, Long Yuou had reached the electric-patterned leopard's body, and the thunder wrapped around his arm, and punched out again, hit the electric-patterned leopard on the head. Ouch! Dian Minjai's body suddenly trembled, and he stumbled back a few steps, looking dizzy. Long Yuou bared her teeth, shook the fist that hit the electric-patterned leopard, and said, "It's really tough." Commander Lin was speechless for a while. At the same time, he was shocked by Long Yuou's fighting power. He thought to himself, he is worthy of being the person that His Highness the Crown Prince takes care of. The large electric-patterned leopard was also a little confused, and his brain was a little out of control. Commander Lin waved his spear, preventing the electric-patterned leopard from looking towards Long Yuou. The battle between the two was much more powerful than Long Yuou's side. There are almost no 1,000-year soul beasts here, and the 1,000-year soul beasts in front of me are probably because of that small electric-patterned dark leopard. Long Yuou raised both fists together, hitting the electric-patterned leopard back again and again. The electric-patterned leopard kept roaring and wailing, and adjusted its body in an attempt to fight back. Roar! With a roar, the eyes of the electric-patterned leopard became bloodthirsty, and the 4 blue-purple lightning patterns flashed on it, and the blue-purple lightning dyed its black fur into blue-purple. The trump card of the electric-patterned leopard is that when it is furious, it activates the power of thunder and lightning contained in itself, improving all its attributes. The power of thunder and lightning on its body can also paralyze people's bodies. Seeing this, Long Yuou grinned. Commander Lin was startled and was about to return when he suddenly saw the joy on Long Yuou's face, so he put this thought out again. Chapter 7 Useless Soul Skills. Long Yuou grinned and retreated quickly. The moment the electric-patterned leopard pounced on Long Yuou again, his body suddenly stopped. Opening his mouth and exerting his lungs, a large amount of airflow poured into Long Yuou's mouth under the strong lung capacity, and then he placed his hands in front of his mouth to form an empty tube shape. The violent electric-patterned leopard didn't care what Long Yuou did. It just wanted to tear the human child in front of it into pieces. It pounced on Long Yuou at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind a subtle blue-purple electric arc along the way. Dissipate slowly. Long Yuou's mouth flashed with dark purple light, thunder dragons. Then he blew out with force, and a huge dark purple thunder pillar spurted out from Long Yuou's mouth, moving forward along his hands. Roar! The dark purple thunder pillar flashed with silvery white lightning, and it rushed towards the electric-patterned leopard that was about to pounce in front of Long Yuou. The thunder pillar completely submerged the electric-patterned leopard. Under the thunder pillar, the pitiful cry of the electric-patterned leopard came out. A breath of time passed, and the thunder pillar slowly dissipated. Long Yuohu took a deep breath, and the previous blow directly consumed more than half. This powerful power makes even the top defensive first-level soul masters not want to try it. Long Yuohu walked forward slowly, blue-purple and dark-purple thunder intertwined, her whole body was numb, part of the flesh and blood on her body had been blurred, and there was a smell of meat, which made her look very miserable. Even our own Commander Lin was in a daze. Is this a self-created soul skill? Long Yuohu walked up to the electric-patterned leopard, raised his hands, and grabbed the electric-patterned leopard's head under the somewhat horrified gaze of the electric-patterned leopard. Long Yuohu's little mouth that had just released its breath was close to the electric-patterned leopard. The electric-patterned leopard flapped its legs in panic, its long dark purple hair fluttered, and its lungs exerted force again. Under the strong suction, the blue-purple the electric light was sucked into Long Yuohu's mouth. The electric-patterned leopard felt that the power he relied on was gradually fading. The blue-purple electric light on his body was swallowed up by Long Yuohu, but the dark purple thunder was still raging. As the last ray of blue-purple electric light disappeared, the electric-patterned leopard finally fell to the ground foaming at the mouth. Long Yuohu burped deeply and looked at Commander Lin and the Millennium Electric-patterned dark leopard who were still fighting. Roar! In the roar of the Millennium Electric-patterned dark leopard, there is confusion, anger, and a trace of fear. Commander Lin was also confused. What kind of martial spirit was this? Wasn't the spirit skill he created just now a martial spirit's characteristic? Too horrible! At this time, the 1000-year electric-patterned dark leopard was ready to retreat, and its attacks were no longer violent. Seeing that the battle would not end for a while, Long Yuohu said, "Commander Lin, I'll go back first. After you get rid of the big one, come and join me at the place where we stayed the night before yesterday." Commander Lin was stunned for a moment, nodded and said, "Okay." Long Yuohu picked up the tail of the electric-patterned leopard with his left arm, dragging the 400-year-old spirit beast along. He put his right hand in his mouth and licked the scars on his arms and arms. Long Yuohu's figure gradually faded away, and the battle behind him continued. An hour later, Long Yuohu dragged the electric-patterned leopard to the bottom of a hidden mountain wall. Long Yuohu looked at the electric-patterned leopard, took a deep breath and said, "It's time to hit the road." Long Yuohu wrapped his hands around the neck of the electric-patterned leopard, and with lightning speed, he twisted his arms hard, and the crisp sound of bone cracking sounded. The limbs of the electric-patterned leopard shook a few times and then stopped moving. After a quiet breath, a bright yellow soul ring floated above the body of the electric-patterned leopard, which also heralded the death of this century-old soul beast. Long Yuohu sat down cross-legged, and thunder emerged from around her body again, shrouding the bright yellow soul ring. The electric-patterned underworld leopard soul ring seemed to feel a familiar aura. The bright yellow soul ring shook for a moment, and then was taken off Long Yuohu's head in a leisurely manner. Huge energy surged crazily to all parts of Long Yuohu's body, impacting all parts of Long Yuohu's body. Thunder flashed and crackling sounds sounded. The crazy energy seemed to have been poured cold water on it. Although it was still violent, it was not as violent as before. Long Yuohu calmed down and started practicing under the interplay of thunder and soul ring energy. Time passed bit by bit. Long Yuohu didn't move at all, but his momentum became stronger. 2 hours later, Commander Lin returned with some injuries. When he saw Long Yuohu who was fusing the soul ring, he sighed slightly in his heart. A new generation has replaced the old one. He also started sentry duty for Long Yuohu. Another hour passed, and Long Yuohu's eyes slowly opened. His purple eyes flashed away, and his whole body crackled. Long Yuohu felt more abundant power. He said silently in his heart, "I don't know how many levels it is." Commander Lin heard the commotion and came over and asked, "Have you finished absorbing it?" Long Yuohu nodded, "Yes, it's done." Commander Lin said, "Let's go." It stands to reason that Commander Lin is qualified to know Long Yuohu's soul skills, since he was looking for the soul ring for Long Yuohu and blocking the 1000-year soul beast for him, but Commander Lin didn't mention it at all. Although a soul master's soul skills are generally designed to ensure the best confidentiality, Commander Lin is not such a noble person. After the previous battle, Long Yuohu's performance had satisfied Commander Lin's curiosity. As for that soul skill, Commander Lin was no longer interested. Commander Lin didn't ask, so Long Yuohu didn't say much. At this time, Long Yuohu was also thinking about the effects and functions of soul skills. The century-old soul ring skill, Dark Thunder, stimulates one's own soul power and transforms it into the power of thunder to increase overall attack power and speed. I can't do it with my dragon-slaying magic, right? Isn't this soul skill a bit useless? Long Yuohu was speechless, but she didn't care too much. It was just a soul ring used to break through. As for skills, she had more powerful magic, but she couldn't use it now. The two of them walked for a long time, and just when they were about to step out of the sunset forest, they bumped into a pedestrian. Opposite there was a group of 7 people, 3 big and 4 small, wearing dragon-shaped coats of arms on their chests. Commander Lin winced in pain and said, "Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. A dragon-like martial spirit, possessing the secret skill of dragon transformation and powerful thunder and lightning abilities, it is one of the 6 major martial spirits in the world. But, the powerful lightning ability." Commander Lin glanced at Long Yuohu and thought of the scene where Long Yuohu ate thunder and lightning alive, and couldn't help but look weird. Commander Lin said respectfully, "I am Lin Zhija, the commander of the Tiandu Empire, but in front of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family." The leading man glanced at Long Yuohu, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "We are indeed from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and I am Yu Xiaofeng. Commander Lin, are you here to hunt for soul rings?" Commander Lin responded, "Yes, I have been entrusted by His Highness the Crown Prince to hunt for the soul ring for Miss Long." Yu Xiaofeng glanced at the 8-year-old boy next to him and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince? I think she is not yet 7 years old, but she is quite a genius." Commander Lin smiled and said, "Mr. Yu, you're welcome." Chapter 8 Thunder Dragon vs Thunder Dragon. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus? One of the top martial souls? Dragon martial soul. Long Yuohu looked at the 7 people opposite him, and slowly raised his right hand, and a dark purple thunder light flickered again. The burst of thunder filled everyone's sight, attracting everyone's attention at once. Yu Xiaofeng was stunned, then smiled, and said, "Is this little friend's martial spirit a thunder and lightning? It seems quite destined." Long Yuohu pointedly said, "There is indeed some fate." Long Yuohu's focus is on dragons, while the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family's focus is on the control of thunder and lightning. A little girl of 7 or 8 years old looked a little arrogant and said, "I just don't know how different it is compared to our blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit." Yu Xiaofeng's tone was a little harsh. He looked at the little girl and said coldly, "Xiaolin, don't talk nonsense." Yu Xiaofeng looked at Long Yuohu and Commander Lin with a somewhat apologetic look, but his tone was somewhat calm and said, "I'm sorry, Xiaolin often doesn't know what to say." Another adult in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family said, "If you want to know, just watch it." Commander Lin looked helpless. This was the beginning of a conflict. Long Yuohu said, "No need, it seems that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus dragon spirit requires level 30 to transform into a dragon." The man looked at Long Yuohu with an arrogant expression. "What do you mean?" Long Yuohu said calmly, "It's not interesting, but I don't want to compete with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus before level 30. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family at this stage is just an ordinary thunder and lightning martial spirit. Indeed, if the blue electric Tyrannosaurus doesn't transform into a dragon, you won't be able to tell that it is a beast spirit at all." Yu Xiaofeng said, "Commander Lin, we have enough time anyway, how about letting the children compete? I'm also very curious. Commander Lin smiled bitterly and said, it depends on Miss Long's own thoughts. Long Yuohu said, then give it a try. In this case, a fight is inevitable. Both parties are soul masters, both are related to dragons with bad tempers, and both have thunder and lightning attributes. The battle itself must be interesting. Xiaolin, the girl who spoke first, walked out and said, I'll go first. Xiaolin thought to herself, it's just good luck. It doesn't matter if the innate soul power is high. Our blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul is the strongest beast martial soul. Long Yuohu stepped forward step by step and said, Long Yuohu, a first ring soul master. Xiaolin said, Yulin, a level 10 soul warrior in the attack department. Level 10. Long Yuohu was speechless. This martial spirit's sense of superiority is a bit stronger. Yulin snorted coldly, you have only just finished one ring. A ray of blue lightning shot out from between Yulin's eyebrows and continued to swim around her body, and a dragon-shaped shadow emerged on her body. Yulin stepped forward and rushed towards Long Yuohu. Okay. Long Yuohu shrugged, took a step forward, the dark purple lightning on his right arm shone, and quietly waited for Yulin to approach. Yulin got close and then punched Long Yuohu. It seemed that this was not the first time she fought, but she still lacked fighting experience. Long Yuohu moved his right arm and hit Yulin in the stomach with lightning speed. Yulin, who was 7 or 8 years old, was punched by Long Yuohu and flew away. She did some somersaults on the ground and passed out. The 6 members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, including Yu Xiaofeng, were a little stunned. Is this something that a 6-year-old girl in the first ring could do? Long Yuohu said, the battle is over, Commander Lin, let's go. Commander Lin is helpless, can't we be gentler? I know you have fought a century-old spirit beast, but they don't know. Wait. Just when Long Yuohu was about to turn around and leave, a voice sounded like this. Long Yuohu turned around and saw that it was an 8-year-old boy from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. He was dressed gorgeously and looked very prestigious. The little boy said, Yu Tianheng. A 14th level 1 ring soul master, strong attack system, please give me some advice. What was unexpected was that the people around him didn't say anything when they saw Yu Tianheng acting without permission. Long Yuohu sighed and said, this is the last battle, right? Yu Tianheng said, yes. Yu Xiaofeng stepped forward and picked up Yulin, saying, the last battle. Long Yuohu looked at Yu Tianheng and said, Long Yuohu, an 11th level, 1st level soul master, strong attack system, please give me your advice. Possessed by the same martial spirit, Yu Tianheng's sense of oppression was more than stronger than Yulin's. Yu Tianheng's martial soul possessed him, and a yellow soul ring rose from his feet. Yu Tianheng's feet moved together and rushed towards Long Yuohu. Long Yuohu was still in the same place, the two quickly approached, and Long Yuohu punched out again. Yu Tianheng reacted quickly and punched out. The powerful force coming from his arm made Yu Tianheng's face change, his feet staggered, and he took a few steps back, but Long Yuohu did not take a step back, and he stood up and judged. Yu Tianheng's face was serious. The yellow soul ring suddenly lit up. He kicked the ground with both feet. The moment he stabilized his body, he punched out. The first soul ring skill of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, Thunder Dragon Claw. A dragon claw composed of thunder rushed towards Long Yuohu. Long Yuohu raised his eyebrows, crossed his arms, and blocked the blow forcefully. Huge power was transmitted to Long Yuohu's arms, and he stepped back slightly. Then, the thunder dispersed. Long Yuohu's arm that was hit was a little hot, but it recovered quickly. As for the thunder, Long Yu's arm was naturally shot again. Dance absorbed. Long Yuohu put down her arms, looked at Yu Tianheng, and said, do you still want to fight? Yu Tianheng shook his numb right arm, shook his head and said, "You win." Thunder Dragon Claw is his strongest attack skill. Since he failed to achieve success in one attack, he naturally lost. Long Yuo looked at Commander Lin and said, "Let's go." Commander Lin nodded and was not very surprised. This one named Yu Tianheng was much different from the electric-patterned leopard. Naturally, he didn't have to worry about any accidents at the Long Yu dance. Fortunately for him, Long Yu Wu did not continue to provoke the other party, otherwise, this is the Sunset Forest. What can't happen? Long Yu and Commander Lin were getting farther and farther away. Yu Xiaofeng looked at Yu Tianheng, who was deep in thought, and said, "Tianheng, you have tried your best in this battle. It's not you who are weak, it's your opponent." Yu Tianheng said, "My opponent is too strong, I know that, but at the same time, I am indeed a little weak." Looking at Yu Tianheng, who had cheered up, Yu Xiaofeng nodded secretly. Outside the Sunset Forest, Commander Lin breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's finally over." Long Yuo said, "Lauren is in charge." "It's okay, it's just a request from His Highness the Crown Prince." Commander Lin waved his hand, then looked at Long Yuo and asked, "How much strength did you use just now?" "About 50%. Long Yuo said, and then added in his heart, "Without using wing strikes and collapse fists." Commander Lin nodded and said, "His Royal Highness, your vision is really amazing." Long Yuo shrugged. Xue Qingli did have a certain way of doing things, but his vision. The two set off again to return to Tiandu Imperial City. Chapter 9, Rest First. On the way back to Tiandu Imperial City, Long Yuo said, "Commander Lin, I have something to ask for your help." Commander Lin said, "Miss Long, if you have something to say, you might as well speak up." Long Yuo asked, "How many people do you control?" Commander Lin replied, "Less than 100 people." Long Yuo asked again, "Are these dozens of people soul masters?" Commander Lin said, "Only 1/3 of them don't have soul rings, but they all have soul power." "That's it," Long Yuo nodded and said, "Can I challenge them?" Commander Lin immediately reacted, "Are you planning to fight with the guards to practice your actual combat abilities?" Long Yuo nodded, "Yes." Compared with Dulo continent, which mainly uses meditation to improve levels, in the continent where she was originally, there was more than one way to cultivate magic power, and the most effective way was to use it, constantly use it. Among them, the Dragon Slayer Mage, who is the most destructive, is naturally more suitable for fighting. As long as you keep fighting and using magic, you will become stronger and stronger. Challenge them. Commander Lin thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Of course, I welcome you." Commander Lin clapped his hands and said, "It just so happens that those lazy guys also need a suitable target." Long Yuo smiled and said, "Then, it's settled." Commander Lin said, "I have no objection, but you need to get His Highness the Crown Prince's consent. After all, if His Highness the Crown Prince has other arrangements, I won't be able to promise you anything." Long Yuo sighed, "I know. I never thought I would have to pass him." The two of them quickly returned to the prince's mansion in Tiandu Imperial City, and then met Xue Qinghe. After not seeing each other for a few days, there was no change in Xue Qinghe. Long Yuo told Xue Qinghe his plan. Xue Qinghe said, "Now that you are only at the first level, there is no need to rush into training your actual combat abilities. You should focus more on improving your level." Long Yuo said helplessly, "It won't be delayed." Hearing this, Xue Qinghe glanced at her, and then said to Commander Lin, "Commander Lao Lin is here." Commander Lin glanced at Long Yuo and said, "It's just a matter of personal responsibility. I won't disturb His Highness the Crown Prince and Miss Long to reminisce. I'll take my leave first." Xue Qinghe said, "Commander Lin, walk slowly." Watching Commander Lin go away, Xue Qinghe looked at Long Yuo again and said slowly, "Tell me what happened along the way." Long Yuo had no choice but to tell the story of her trip in full. He was constantly analyzing all the situations in his mind. Long Yuo's actual combat ability was extremely powerful, and his martial soul quality was even higher than that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. His body was extremely tough, and he had almost complete combat skills. He had the ability to capture thunder and swallow thunder. Ability. It doesn't look like a human being, but rather like an elemental life that can play with thunder and lightning in the palm of its hand, a raplite, a dragon, right? Long Yuo picked up a glass of water on the desk and drank it directly. This is what I drank. He opened his mouth, but after all, there was no say what. Long Yuo said helplessly, how about it? Can you tell me if it's okay? Give me a happy word. He said seriously, are you sure you won't delay your own cultivation? Long Yuo said, no delay. He sighed, I agree, remember not to miss the opportunity to practice. Long Yuo smiled and said, okay. Immediately, Long Yuo was about to go find Commander Linear he hurriedly stopped her and said helplessly, it's getting late, so don't disturb others. You can go tomorrow. I'll take you with me. Okay. Long Yuo pressed down and then returned to her room to rest. He looked at Long Yuo's leaving figure and murmured, it's not convenient for me to participate in that continent-wide Senior Soul Master Elite competition. But I'll raise a head office that can participate. My good mother, you should, don't mind. He's eyes became empty, as if he was recalling something. On the other side, Long Yuo went to the kitchen to find something to eat. After eating and drinking, she returned to her room. Long Yuo threw the somewhat dirty clothes aside, then fetched a bucket of water to wash her equally dirty body, and dragged her still wet dark purple hair back to the bed. As soon as she lay down on the soft bed with her legs hanging down beside the bed, a wave of tiredness began to invade Long Yuo's brain. The two pairs of eyelids also began to fight. The eyes slowly closed, and then she fell into a deep sleep. The long journey and the several battles had already made Long Yuo a little tired. After taking a bath and the infection in the bed, Long Yuo was instantly disarmed. After all, she is still physically a little girl over 6 years old. After all, energy is limited. A few minutes later, he walked in and looked at Long Yuo who had fallen asleep, feeling speechless in his heart. Well, the quilt is not covering you, you are naked, you sleep in an indecent posture, and you don't even close the door. He put down the book in his hand, took a towel to dry Long Yuo's long hair, then carried his soft body to the center of the bed, and then covered him with the quilt. Give and take the feeling of not being close. After finishing all this work, he picked up the book and walked out, closing the door gently. A night passed in sleep, and Long Yuo woke up, with a pair of bright purple eyes blinking, revealing a bit of confusion. Long Yuo lifted up the quilt, scratched her hair, found some light blue clothes and put them on. Her long dark purple hair was tied into a high ponytail. She stepped back from the door, and the bright sunlight hit her face directly. She felt very comfortable. Long Yuo went to the kitchen to find something to eat, and then went to the study to find He. When He saw Long Yuo, he said directly, "You are late today." "I overslept." Long Yuo shrugged, without any consciousness of being caught. "You feel comfortable?" He was speechless, and then said, "The class will continue today." Long Yuo said, "Over there, Commander Linear." He said calmly, "Let's talk about it after class." "Oh." Long Yuo nodded reluctantly. He glanced at her and said, "Today we will mainly talk about the food system." Long Yuo listened to the class very seriously, which made He feel relieved, at least she was not a naughty child. Soon, the class was over, and He took Long Yuo to where Commander Lin was. On the square, dozens of people stood upright, while Commander Lin was talking to a few people alone. Seeing Xue Qinghe and Long Yuo coming over, Commander Lin also walked over quickly, and dozens of people looked at this place. Commander Lin said respectfully, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Xue Qinghe said, "Commander Lin, I have caused trouble for you." "It's Lin's wish that Miss Long can come," Commander Lin said. Immediately, Commander Lin looked at those guys who were secretly slacking off and said loudly, "You have a mission." Chapter 10. Is this a soul master? Commander Lin looked at everyone with a grim smile and said, "You brats, you have a mission." Xue Qinghe stepped aside and did not disturb Commander Lin's next steps. A lively man of 16 or 17 years old responded, "Commander, what are you doing? Have you seen this little girl?" Commander Lin pointed at Long Yuo seriously. Everyone shouted in unison, "I saw it." Commander Lin said loudly, "I know that during training, you are all tired and want to be lazy. I will give you a chance now." Everyone listened quietly to Commander Lin's words. Commander Lin glanced at everyone and said, "As long as anyone below the second ring can defeat this little girl, I will give you 3 days of vacation." Wow! The crowd instantly seemed to be in a state of chaos as if a pot had exploded. "Commander, who is this little girl? Even if she is a genius, she is still less than 7 years old. Even if her innate soul power is level 10, her current soul power cannot be used anywhere. And she is still so young. You are looking down on us too much." It was still the man who spoke. Commander Lin said, "It's not that I look down on you, but you should not underestimate your opponent. Her name is Long Yuo. I just helped her hunt down the first soul ring yesterday. Am I not qualified to fight with you?" The man said, "It's like the 11th level. It's a bit too low. It would be embarrassing to go to the big spirit fighting arena at this level." Commander Lin did not speak, but took a step back to reveal Long Yuo to everyone. Long Yuo said, "This." The man said, "My name is Wang Kui." Long Yuo nodded, "Oh, Uncle Wang, you should come first." "Uncle Wang." Everyone's mouths twitched. Xue Qinghe on the side also showed a smile. Wang Kui looked at Commander Lin and said, "Commander Lin, you heard it, this is what she said. It's up to you." Commander Lin waved his hand. Wang Kui was indeed below level 2, so there was no need to stop him. Wang Kui's originally serious face showed a bit of wretchedness. "Hey, you're welcome, I'm going to book a 3-day vacation." Everyone who was working with him was speechless for a while, and some people cursed him directly. Despicable and shameless, taking advantage of others' danger. Wang Kui walked out of the crowd, looked at Long Yuo, and said, "Xiao Yuo, surrender and admit defeat. Those who block my vacation are my biggest enemies. You should worry about yourself." Thunder suddenly appeared above Long Yuo's fists, and a bright yellow soul ring rose from his feet and hovered above his head. "I have a century-old spirit ring too!" Wang Kui shouted, and suddenly stepped on the ground with his right foot. His muscles suddenly swelled and a pair of horns appeared on his head. There were several nose rings on his nose. This martial spirit was obviously a green bull. A bright yellow soul ring rose from beneath his feet and hovered above his head. "Xiao Yuo, be careful, my soul power is at the peak of level 18. Wang Kui said. At the same time, the first soul ring lit up, and his body was covered with a cyan halo, which was obviously a gain-type soul skill. "Hey!" Long Yuo shouted, stamped his feet on the ground, lightning flashed under his feet, and he rushed towards Wang Kui. When Wang Kui saw Long Yuo's actions, he was also confused. "Shouldn't your martial spirit be able to use long range and be done with it? Then I resisted for a while, and you gave in. How perfect, but you didn't play according to the routine." Long Yuo clenched thunder in her fist and punched out. The violent dark purple thunder made Wang Kui's body numb. Wang Kui reacted quickly and punched out, colliding with the violent thunder fist. The big one and the small one didn't stand in a stalemate for long. The two took a step back. Long Yuohu put his feet on the ground and pressed down. Thunderbolts wrapped around his legs. He followed up with a whip leg and drew a dark purple line in the air. Thunder Arc. The hook of the Thunder Dragon. Just as Wang Kui stabilized his body, he saw a thin leg kicking over. Wang Kui crossed his arms in front of him, and the thunder struck instantly. The huge force was beyond Wang Kui's expectation. His body was staggered, and he thought something was wrong in his heart. Long Yuohu landed on the ground, folded his palms, and thunder wrapped around his elbows. His small elbow hit Wang Kui's neutral position. The power of thunder exploded, and Wang Kui was sent flying directly, with smoke all over his body. Thunder Dragon's elbow strike. Long Yuohu added. Everyone who was still complaining about Wang Kui's preemptive attack shuddered at the same time and secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Xue Qinghe murmured, "This attack is so violent. I just don't know if I am good at long-term fighting." Soon, Xue Qinghe saw it. After another 18th level Soul Master was defeated by Long Yuohu, everyone already had the intention of retreating. They really wanted a vacation, but they definitely didn't want to simply get beaten. Where did this pervert come from? His attack, speed, and control are all top-notch. We should be shocked by this. Ever since, Long Yuohu said that she didn't care about the wheel battle. This makes everyone who has had this idea a little embarrassed. After two more first-level Soul Masters were defeated by Long Yuohu looked a little tired. A peak level 19 Ghost and Electric Vine Soul Master came up excitedly under the speechless gazes of Xue Qinghe and Commander Linear. The Ghost and Electric Vine Spirit Master is a 16-year-old man. The bright yellow spirit ring lights up, and the three Ghost and Electric Vines return to Long Yuohu, binding Long Yuohu's waist and hands. Long Yuohu had a strange look on her face, her mouth opened as wide as possible, her chest puffed up, and thunder from three directions rushed towards Long Yuohu crazily. As for the result, you can tell by looking at everyone's darkened faces. The battle lasted for more than an hour before Long Yuohu collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion, breathing heavily. Commander Lin announced, "Now, the battle is over." Although everyone was unwilling to give up, they didn't say much, especially the moment when the last Lone Wolf Soul Master was beaten to the ground by the exhausted Long Yuohu. Everyone had lost all thoughts of comparison. This little guy would definitely not normal. Everyone comforted themselves in this way. "Commander Lin, I'm sorry to trouble you." Xue Qinghe stepped forward and said. Commander Lin quickly waved his hand and said, "Your Highness, you are welcome, Miss Long." Xue Qinghe said, "I can just take it back myself." "No need." Long Yuohu supported the ground and stood up unsteadily again, making it difficult to estimate her limits. Alas, Xue Qinghe sighed, with a complicated look on his face. He slowly walked up step by step, and then picked up Princess Long Yuohu. "Hey! Xue Qinghe!" Long Yuohu struggled inside, and traces of dark purple thunder flashed again in the horrified eyes of everyone. Xue Qinghe used his arms to hold Long Yuohu in his arms, but the splashing thunder couldn't hurt Xue Qinghe at all. Xue Qinghe looked at Commander Lin and said, "Commander Lin, Qinghe is resigning." Commander Lin hurriedly said, "Your Highness, please walk slowly." Seeing the two of them walking away, the Spirit Master of Onai Dendeng Guohun looked at Commander Lin and said, "Is this really a Spirit Master?" Commander Lin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Chapter 11 Damn Two Rings. Let me go. At this time, Long Yuohu had completely competed with Xue Qinghe. Using his remaining soul power to keep struggling, Xue Qinghe still walked steadily towards Long Yuohu's room. In a trance, Long Yuohu seemed to have touched two soft things, but upon closer inspection, there was indeed nothing. After a lot of twists and turns, Xue Qinghe brought Long Yuohu back and walked into the room. Xue Qinghe threw Long Yuohu directly on the bed. Long Yuo cried out in pain, sat up again, and looked at Xue Qinghe with a strange look. Is the crown prince in front of him really a double ring? Is there such a big gap between him and the soul master at the top of the first ring? Xue Qinghe found a place to sit down and said, "Okay, we're here, you can rest for a while." Humph! Long Yuo snorted coldly in response to Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe said helplessly, "Okay, this matter today is my fault, okay." Long Yuo said, "Hey! I can obviously stand up on my own." Xue Qinghe asked, "Are you so strong?" Long Yuo didn't reply. Xue Qinghe continued to ask, "What's the reason? Why do you have to be so strong? Why are you so eager to become stronger? What is the reason that drives you forward?" After a long silence, Long Yuo crouched on the bed, holding his body back with his hands, and his bright purple eyes gradually became empty. Xue Qinghe did not disturb her, just quietly waiting for Long Yuo's answer. A dark purple dragon hovered in the air and soon flew into a huge cave. A 2-year-old girl was biting a piece of burnt meat in the cave. It looked like it had been burnt by electricity. The girl's bright eyes, the purple eyes, are particularly eye-catching. It is the 2-year-old Yu Wu. "Yu, from today on, you have to learn my magic. I will add a little of my power to you, and then you can use the most powerful magic in the world, the dragon magic of thunder, ha ha ha." The dark purple dragon smiled to himself. Yu Wu blinked her eyes and started chewing the meat again. The dark purple dragon whirred and said, "Hey, Yu Wu, please be more serious to me. I'm telling you something serious. Put the meat in your hands down for me. That little bit of thunder won't hurt you, so let me grab it boldly. Come on, Yu Wu, I will take you to taste the most authentic thunder of nature. The taste, tisk tisk tisk, is so wonderful. Eh? Where is the person? Come out here, you damn girl. Where are you going? I am definitely not. I'm trying to trick you, but you don't believe it. What? You want to fly? When you can turn into thunder, it will be no problem. Wings, where can I get you one? At worst, I will take you around often." "Igunalu," I said, "I'm not afraid of that black dragon, let him come." "Hey, Yu Wu is back." "What Yu Wu?" I said, "I hate human beings. Don't come to me in the future." "Xiao Yu Wu, I'll be here soon, just come, you are so stupid." Long Yuo's eyes gradually regained focus, and the ceiling first came into view. Long Yuo looked at the waiting Xue Qinghe and said, "I just want to get my father back. Moreover, to retrieve Iltis, we can only rely on our own strength." This time it was Xue Qinghe's turn to lose focus, and muttered to himself, "Dad." But he quickly came to his senses and said, "Is that just that?" Long Yuo said, "Maybe I still have my own unwillingness to admit defeat." "Yes. Who would be willing to admit defeat?" Xue Qinghe nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly looked at Long Yuo and said, "I understand, but if there is a next time, I will still use the same coercive means just now." Long Yuo was immediately furious and pointed at Xue Qinghe, "You." Xue Qinghe looked innocent, "What about me? Why?" Long Yuo asked helplessly. Xue Qinghe thought for a while and said, "Maybe. I just want to go against you." "Ah." Long Yuo was confused. "Your reason is so willful." Xue Qinghe nodded slowly and thought, "After all, showing yourself so unscrupulously like you is exactly what she expected of you." Xue Qinghe stood up and was about to leave. He said casually, "Okay, I'll leave first. Don't forget to come to class tomorrow." "Wait a minute." Long Yuo hurriedly called him. "Is there anything else?" Xue Qinghe looked back. Long Yuo said with a strange expression, "Are you really a 2-ring Great Soul Master?" After all, Xue Qinghe's power that is enough to imprison herself is not something that ordinary Great Soul Masters can do. You know, He was picked up after hunting for the second soul ring. She should not have such power. Ah! He was stunned for a moment, then he raised his right hand, curled up his big thumbs, and raised the other 3 fingers, and said, he swear, I am really a great soul master now. He finished his vow and said, are you satisfied with this? Immediately, he left here. Long Yuo watched he leave in a daze, then curled her lips and said, you damn 2 rings, I don't believe you even if you swear. Long Yuo took off her clothes and threw them down. She covered her with a quilt and fell asleep directly. At this time, he returned to the study. With a slight fluctuation, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose from the feet of he. His face was distorted for a moment, and his long golden wavy hair flashed away, and he could vaguely see to a girl of 11 or 12 years old, and then returned to her original state again. He chuckled, he does have only 2 rings, but Qianrongxiu does not. 11 years old, level 36, this is Qianrongxiu's true situation. As for Long Yuwu, this guy doesn't even know his level. 3 months later, in the training square led by Lin, 3 soul masters were besieging a 6 or 7-year-old little girl. However, unexpectedly, the 3 soul masters teamed up to be able to stop the little girl. Long Yuo hit Wang Kui with a thunder dragon hook and fell down. As his body moved, he grabbed the lone wolf soul master's arm and used both palms to exert force. The huge thunder exploded instantly, and the lone wolf soul suddenly exploded. The teacher became charred and fell to the ground with smoke rising from his head. Thunder Dragon's grip strike. Long Yuo bound the thunderbolt in her hand, formed a claw shape with one hand, and tore it towards a shield-holding soul master. Broken teeth of the Brontosaurus. A slight crack was torn out on the soul master's shield. Commander Lin, who was watching the battle, sighed and said, Yu Wu, stop it. Long Yuo retreated. Commander Lin glanced at everyone with his sharp eyes and said, continue training. A bunch of idiots. It can be said that except for the existences of the 2nd level or higher, everyone has been greeted by Long Yuo several times, and it can be said that they have almost never won, unless Long Yuo has exhausted himself, but even if he is exhausted, no one can win. Several times. Chapter 12 Tang of Haoshan Sect. Commander Lin, I'll leave first. Long Yuo nodded slowly to Commander Lin. Commander Lin nodded and said, go slowly. Just as Long Yuo left, Commander Lin's roar rang out again, you've been beaten to such an extent that you still want to rest. Keep going. Long Yuo shrugged and held a moment of silence for these poor trainee guards. Long Yuo returned to her room, changed out of her practice clothes and put on a dark purple dress, paired with long dark purple hair shawl, like a night elf. He had indeed prepared this set of clothes in advance, but Long Yuo did not change them specifically for he. Long Yuo found he and said directly, let's go when you are ready. He was dressed in white and dressed up meticulously. At this time, the young man smiled and said, I can't tell. If you dress up well, it looks like that. Long Yuo was speechless for a while. What do you mean it looks like that? No matter how you look at it, I'm much better than you, right? He nodded perfunctorily and walked out first. Hey, wait a minute. Long Yuo walked a few steps quickly, caught up with he, and said, speaking of which, why should I accompany you? Can't you do it alone? He said, of course it's no problem, but you really don't want to go and see it at all. Long Yuo said, a little bit. He continued, in addition, it will be good for you to go there more. It does not require you to reach the graduation level there. It only requires that you are under the influence of your ears and will not act too out of the ordinary in the future. Long Yuo was a little depressed, am I so unreliable? He smiled and said nothing. I remember you said that there is something to do with. Long Yuo said, placing his left hand flat in front of him, making a fist with his right hand, deflecting his arm, and hitting the palm of his left hand with the back of his hand. This is related. Xueqing he said, that's what my father said. The news is indeed true, but I don't know the specific situation. The two walked out of the prince's mansion, and a carriage came into view. Long Yuo's face suddenly darkened, and she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Xueqing he saw through Long Yuo's behavior and couldn't help but laugh, saying, let's go, if we walk, we will be late. Long Yuo hesitated, but, this carriage. Xueqing he said nonchalantly, the distance is too far, you can't get there at all. Otherwise, why don't you go back and I'll pretend I never called you. It's such a low and provoking method. Long Yuo said disdainfully. At the same time, she walked towards the carriage step by step with some restraint, comforting her heart, maybe I won't get sick from the carriage anymore. I'm already in the first ring now, so there should be no problem. Var. Xueqing he took 2 quick steps, and while Long Yuo was still hesitating, he got on the carriage first. On top of the carriage, Xueqing he stretched out his arm and said, come up. Long Yuo took a deep breath and held Xueqing he's arm. Then Xueqing he suddenly exerted force and pulled Long Yuo up directly. I seem to. Long Yuo hadn't finished speaking, and his toes had just touched the wooden board of the carriage. In Long Yuo's eyes, the carriage began to shake rapidly. The first half-second was fine, but next. Long Yuo felt that the entire carriage, including Xueqing he, was shaking in different ways. Ugh, vomit. With Xueqing he holding her arm, Long Yuo's whole body went limp. Xueqing he quickly helped Long Yuo up, avoiding the embarrassment of Long Yuo's face touching the board. A voice came from the driver outside the carriage, His Royal Highness. Xueqing he looked helpless, and his dizziness seemed to be getting worse. Xueqing he found a seat and sat down. He placed the limp Long Yuo beside him and said, let's go. Try to be as steady as possible. Yes. It can be said. Except when she was sleeping to death, Long Yuo was at her most defenseless at this time. Well, she didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Xueqing he placed Long Yuo's head on his thigh, played with Long Yuo's long dark purple hair, and murmured to himself, it seems you can't change this problem. At this time, Long Yuo could no longer hear anything. When Long Yuo regained consciousness, she was held by Xueqing he, and the two of them were no longer in the carriage. Are you awake? Come down when you wake up. Snow cleared the river. Dragon Moon Dance. Xueqing he jumped off, looking a little depressed. Xueqing he said, okay, we're already here. We won't take the carriage when we go back, okay? Long Yuo said, you can go back by yourself then and don't worry about me. Xueqing he shook his head, don't care about you? I have raised you for so long. If you lose it, I will lose money. Long Yuo said, I can't lose it even if I touch it. I can find your scent. Taste. Xueqing he chuckled, your martial spirit is not a dog. Long Yuo looked angry, hey! That's too much. Woo! The sudden beautiful melody interrupted Long Yuo's words. Long Yuo looked up and saw a prosperous building. It was even more prosperous than the prince's mansion. There were 2 buildings above the building. The big character is Yu Xian. Let's go, it's already started. Remember to be sensible. It's up to you whether I can keep my face intact. Xueqing he joked. Yuexuan is not a place of romance, but a truly elegant place, and it is an elegant place for nobles. It mainly teaches noble etiquette and phonology, and is an excellent place for nobles to be elegant. The master of Yuexuan is a woman, not a strong person, and her soul power is only level 9, but why can she control this industry steadily? It's because of Emperor Sui of the Tiandu Empire. According to rumors, Master Yuexuangxuan has a close relationship with Emperor Sui, which is why Yuexuan can stand firm in Tiandu Imperial City. But according to Xueqing He, the relationship between Emperor Sui and Master Yuexuangxuan is not what people think. The key lies in the surname of Master Yuexuangxuan. The main name of Yuexuangxuan is Tang, Tang Yuehua, the Tang from the Haoshan sect, the first of the three sects. The two of them walked towards the gate of Yuexuan. Two guards with no soul power came face to face and said, "Do you two have an invitation?" Xueqing He took out a dark gold invitation and handed it over. "Please." The guards handed the invitation back and made way for them. Xueqing He held Long Yuohu's hand and walked in. Someone would guide him inside. The decoration inside is more prosperous than outside, but it is not very ostentatious. Every detail is just right. Even if Long Yuohu doesn't know much, he can't help but sigh, this Yuexuan is really rich. Moreover, Long Yuohu could feel that the man leading the way was definitely not weak. The melodious music continued, and Xueqing He led Long Yuohu into the arena, which did not cause much disturbance. Xueqing He nodded slightly towards the few people and took Long Yuohu to sit down. Chapter 13 Snow Clear River. Above the Yuexuan pavilion, in the center, there are several men and women aged 16 or 17 with quite aristocratic manners playing the same piece of music. In the stands, all the high-ranking officials and nobles were standing there. Although they were whispering to each other, the voices were within a controllable range. Obviously, Yuexuan's appearance was not as simple as they said. The Lord of Yuexuan is in the center of the stand. She is a woman in silver palace attire. She looks to be in her early 20s. Her eyes seem to see through the world of mortals. There is no soul power fluctuation in her body, but she exudes a noble temperament. She did not just show off like other nobles, but listened carefully to every rhythm of the music. Next to Xueqing He was Xuexing, a prince from the Tiandu Empire. But Long Yuohu had never seen him before. For Long Yuohu, the music was indeed good, but she couldn't understand it at all. Long Yuohu, who was just a lowly, stared at the music in a daze, which was boring anyway. Xuexing and Xueqing He just nodded to each other and did not speak. Their normal relationship was just that of strangers who were related by blood. After a long time, when the song ended, everyone stood up and applauded, which also woke up Long Yuohu who was wandering in his mind. Long Yuohu felt that the pain she suffered on the carriage was not worth it. Is this what we came here to hear? Next, there were no ups and downs, no pretense and slaps in the face, but just a deepening of friendship among the nobles. Xueqing He politely responded to everyone who came to talk to him in front. And Long Yuohu was eating cakes in small bites. If Xueqing He hadn't told her to pay attention to her manners, Long Yuohu would have been full long ago. Long Yuohu thought, nobles are really troublesome, and following noble etiquette is even more troublesome. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Tang Yuehua saluted slightly towards Xueqing He. Master Tang Xian. Xueqing He returned the courtesy. Tang Yuehua smiled and said, Your Highness, there is no need to be polite. Emperor Sui takes great care of Yu Xian, which means that Your Highness should know something about it. Xueqing He said, Father did mention something. In that case, I will call you Aunt Yuehua. Tang Yuehua laughed and said, Auntie? Am I very old? Xueqing He replied, You are the elder. Okay. Tang Yuehua didn't pay too much attention. After all, it was just a title. Tang Yuehua looked at Long Yuohu and asked, Your Highness, this kid is? Xueqing He said, Long Yuohu is currently living in the prince's mansion. Regardless of her young age, I'm afraid I am no match for her as far as the spirit master's fighting ability is concerned. Long Yuohu was speechless. I believe you are a ghost. Long Yuohu imitated Xueqing He's movements and saluted, Aunt Yuehua. Xiao Yuohu is so powerful. Tang Yuehua's tone sounded a bit like coaxing a child, but in fact it was not the case. He was a 2-level soul master on the surface. Even if he was not good at fighting, he was not something ordinary soul masters could handle. He said pointedly, "It's really great, but a little impetuous." Tang Yuewudi he discussed, "In this case, you might as well study at Yuexuan for a while in the future." He looked at Long Yuohu and said, "It depends on her own thoughts." Long Yuohu shook her head decisively, "I don't want to learn music." Tang Yuehua asked, "Is it because music and etiquette cannot provide combat effectiveness?" "Sometimes, the power of a soul master is not everything." "That's not the case," Long Yuohu said, "I don't mean to discriminate against music and etiquette, I just don't want to." This. Tang Yuehua refused so simply that there was no room for redemption. Tang Yuehua chatted with he for a few words and then left. "Oh, what a great opportunity! Learning more things will be good for the future." he sighed. Long Yuohu stuffed food into her mouth and said, "I'm not interested." "Okay." he was helpless. But there were other thoughts in her mind. If she could be so arrogant back then, she might not have come to the Tiandu Empire to perform such a mission. As time passed, everyone slowly dispersed. It was getting late, and the two of them walked out of Yuexuan, looking at the increasingly deserted streets, somewhat speechless. Long Yuohu said, "Otherwise, you should just go back in the carriage. I'll be fine myself. Don't worry, you won't really think of me as a weakling. Besides, I really don't believe that you can find a way with taste." he smiled slightly. Thinking of He's unknown strength, Long Yuohu said, "Let's go together." The carriage left on its own, and the two of them walked side by side on the increasingly deserted streets, as the sky gradually darkened. Long Yuohu suddenly asked, "Are you the He who is hiding deeply? Or are you the He disguised by others? The real He shouldn't have such strength." He was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, "What are you talking about? It's a dark and windy night, so I can't hear you clearly." Long Yuohu said, "Do you know what I'm talking about?" He asked, "Is this important to you?" Long Yuohu said, "It's really not important, but I want to know." He said helplessly, "You are touching a taboo." Long Yuohu responded with silence. He smiled, his expression still relaxed and comfortable, and said, "You are no match for me now. Why, spying on the secrets of a stronger person is too long for your life." Long Yuohu stopped, looked at He, and asked, "You want to kill me?" He shook his head and said, "Why should I kill you? Do you want to give me a reason?" Long Yuohu shook his head and said, "I probably know what you want to do, and I have no intention of stopping you, but because of this, I want to know which He you are." He asked, "Can I ask the difference between the two?" Long Yuohu raised 2 fingers and said, "If it's the second type, as long as you don't mind, things will probably remain the same between us." He looked at her with a smile and motioned for her to continue. Long Yuohu put away 1 finger and said, "If it is the first type, I will try to stop you. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. If the He in front of you is He, then the person in front of you is most likely a member of the Wuhan Palace. The game between different forces is naturally understandable. If the Swekine in front of you is Swekine, then if you want to succeed, you need to do one thing undoubtedly, kill your father." In this way, Long Yuohu naturally wanted to stop her. Among the things Long Yuohu knew, Emperor Shuye did not do anything to disrespect He. If things happen for a reason, then it's a different story. As for why Long Yuohu wants to clarify this matter at this time, isn't it better to pretend to be confused? Long Yuohu didn't know, but her intuition told her that the person in front of her would not kill her, or in other words, there was no need to kill her. As for why? Probably it has something to do with those chaotic memories. In the end, Long Yuohu just wanted to know the answer. He looked into Long Yuohu's clear eyes, smiled softly, and said, "It's still the same between us, remember what you said, otherwise." Long Yuohu also smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm still afraid of death." A layer of estrangement between the two people was invisibly removed. Chapter 14 Soul Guide Necklace. When the two returned to the prince's mansion, it was already late at night. After that, Long Yuohu's practice and classes continued as usual, as if everything had never happened. As for He's true identity, it was no longer important. Long Yuohu only needed to know that it was someone with this taste who saved him. In this way, Long Yuohu accompanied He to participate in some activities from time to time. On a square, a girl with long dark purple hair was wrestling with a rhinoceros-like human. The girl looked about 9 years old. Her long dark purple hair was flowing freely in the wind. Her bright purple eyes looked very smart. She was wearing a dark purple sports skirt. An exposed canine on her bright face was very eye-catching. 3 years later, Long Yuohu is now 9 years old, her facial features have gradually grown, and her figure is still petite, enough to make some Lolita move their index fingers. A yellow soul ring on top of his head seemed to have never lit up before. His palms faced the great soul master whose martial soul was a rhinoceros. The dark purple thunder thorns sounded, and the disproportionate body shapes of both sides actually appeared to be wrestling. The rhinoceros soul master's 2 yellow soul rings, one deep and one shallow, shone at the same time, with a layer of yellow halo lingering around his body, and his muscles were constantly expanding, but even so, there was nothing he could do to stop Long Yuohu. The stone slabs under my feet were shaking constantly, as if they would break at any time. General. The dark purple thunder continued to stir, and under the lightning that everyone gradually adapted to, a giant abyssal beast seemed to awaken at this moment, and veins popped out in Long Yuohu's arms. The Rhino Soul Master felt that the small hands holding his rhinoceros palms were faintly transformed into a pair of dragon claws. The powerful force made even the martial soul with strong defense feel like it was being torn apart. He is a 27th level Great Soul Master. Thunder Dragon's Grip. Long Yuohu's hands and feet exerted force at the same time, and a harsh stabbing sound sounded like bone cracking. The huge body of the Rhinoceros Soul Master was forcibly lifted up by Long Yuohu. "I surrender!" Rhino Spirit Master shouted hurriedly. Long Yuohu reduced her grip, twisted her waist, and threw the Rhinoceros Soul Master's huge body directly away. The Rhinoceros Soul Master slid for a distance before he could stop. After standing up, he quickly moved his hands and the severe pain was reduced. If it is an enemy, it is not as simple as throwing it away, but directly hitting it. With this blow, even if the Spirit Master's martial spirit is a rhinoceros, he will be half disabled. Commander Lin shouted loudly, "The winner, Long Yuohu." Long Yuohu slowly exhaled a breath, looking at the depressed expressions of everyone, she couldn't help laughing. The Rhino Spirit Master just now was already one of the strongest among them, but he was still defeated by Long Yuohu. Doesn't this mean that they have almost no chance of winning? Long Yuohu said, "Commander Lin, I'm going to take my leave now. I probably won't come back during this period." Commander Lin seemed to have thought of something and said, "What are you?" "I'm already level 20, so I'd like to thank you all for your help." Long Yuohu looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone, including Rhino Soul Master, looked depressed, but they still congratulated Long Yuohu. After all, they were not on the same level. Commander Lin said, "If you need help, remember to say hello." In recent years, with the help of Long Yuohu, his group of people have been much more diligent. Long Yuohu said, "Thank you very much, Commander Lin. If necessary, I will come to you for help." "Yet." Commander Lin nodded. Commander Lin's cultivation of the Soul Sect is already at its limit for a 2000-year-old electric-patterned dark leopard. If he encounters any powerful soul beast, Commander Lin really won't be able to withstand it. What Long Yuohu needs is a powerful thunder attribute soul beast, so that he can improve his strength to a greater extent. Such soul beasts are generally not too weak, so if it is just Commander Lin, it will be a bit stretched. Long Yuohu looked at everyone. Everyone, I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Goodbye Xiao Yuohu. Long Yuohu smiled softly and headed towards the prince's mansion. Seeing the figure reading a book in the yard, Long Yuohu said, "Hello, brother Xuet." Xue Qinghe's appearance was still not that handsome, but he looked a bit more mature and steady. He said, "I'm back. Remember to go early tomorrow to get acquainted with them. I've wasted a lot of time on your behalf." As early as half a month ago, Long Yuohu's soul power growth had stagnated, which also meant that she once again needed a soul ring to break the current state. After Xue Qinghe found out, he asked Long Yuohu to wait. He only meant one word, wait. It's not that Xue Qinghe can't arrange a soul beast for Long Yuohu, but he has other things to be busy with. It's just that if the soul sect leads the team, safety will not be guaranteed. It just so happened that there was a soul hunting operation in Tiandu Royal Academy. There were 4 soul masters in need of soul rings. Among them, there was a soul emperor and 2 soul kings leading the team. So, Xue Qinghe took advantage of his prince's convenience and cleverly arranged for Long Yuohu to set off immediately tomorrow morning. It was perfect. I know. Long Yuohu nodded. Xue Qinghe said, "As for what kind of soul beast you have caught, I won't ask. Anyway, you have never used soul skills, but soul beasts with certain characteristics should still have some special enhancements for you, but it's not quite right. It's just obvious." Yet. Long Yuohu smiled calmly. Xue Qinghe said, "Don't you have anything to ask? For example, what I have to be busy with recently?" Long Yuohu said, "That's your business. If you encounter trouble, remember to come to me." Xue Qinghe chuckled, "I am better than you. Remember to prepare things for tomorrow." With that said, Xue Qinghe threw an object and flew towards Long Yuohu. Long Yuohu quickly intercepted it and found that it was a dark purple necklace with a silver pendant in the middle. Long Yuohu looked at Xue Qinghe with doubts in his eyes. Xue Qinghe explained, "This is a storage soul guide, which is a soul-driven device used to store supplies. There are 9 cubic spaces in it. You should be able to use it." Long Yuohu nodded and said doubtfully, "Of course I can use it. Such a long class is not in vain, and so many books are not in vain, but, why is it a necklace?" Xue Qinghe glanced at her sideways and said, "Why, it's not a necklace. Do you still want a ring? I have a ring here. How about it? Do you want to change it?" Long Yuohu hurriedly shook her head and said, "Let's go with the necklace. I really like necklaces. I'll go pack things for tomorrow first." "Are you kidding? Can you give rings randomly?" Immediately, Long Yuohu put the necklace on her fair neck and ran away. Xue Qinghe looked at her back and murmured, "Really, she's so picky." Then he slowly shook his head and continued reading. Xue Qinghe's 4 yellow, purple and purple soul rings flashed away, as if nothing happened. Pass. Chapter 15 Temporarily forming a team. The goal of this trip is still Sunset Forest, but why? Of course it's clothes. Long Yuohu tidied up hastily and packed some dry food and spare clothes to prevent any accidents, such as getting separated from the large army or something. Early the next morning, Long Yuohu said hello to Xue Qinghe and set off directly. The meeting point was at the gate of Tiandu Royal Academy, which was outside Tiandu City. Tiandu Imperial City Academy is directly affiliated with Emperor Sui. It is a truly aristocratic school. Although it focuses on talent, it also pays more attention to aristocratic status. In contrast, within Tiandu City there is a LAN BA, Advanced Soul Master Academy with no royal background. It was founded by a powerful lone soul master. It only accepts civilian soul masters and rejects nobles. Long Yuohu quickly ran out of Tiandu city and walked in one direction. Soon, a hill came into view. Tiandu Royal Academy was built here. As expected, he would stay here for a while in the future. That continent-wide elite soul master competition. Within a moment, the gate of Tiandu Royal Academy appeared in front of Long Yuohu, and he saw 5 people standing aside, waiting for something. Not surprisingly, he is the one who participated in this operation. Before Long Yuohu could speak, a tall middle-aged man in his 40s who had already spotted Long Yuohu took the lead and said, "Are you from His Highness the Crown Prince?" Long Yuohu paused for a moment, wondering who he was, but still replied, "Yes, I." The tall man interrupted, "I'll talk later and wait for everyone to gather." Oh! Long Yuohu walked towards the crowd. In addition to the tall man, there was another man of about the same size. He was just shorter but stronger than the tall man. The other 3 were about 20 years old, 2 men and 1 woman, all wearing the blue and white uniforms of the Tiandu Royal Academy. Long Yuohu and the 3 of them nodded. When Long Yuohu just returned to the team, a large and small man who was extremely strong walked over. He was not fat, but strong. The older man was about 40 years old, and the younger man looked about 15 or 16 years old. "Okay, everyone is here." The tall man nodded, looked at everyone, and said, "Please introduce yourself to facilitate future actions." The tall man was the first to say, "Li Yingsong, the Beast Martial Spirit Soaring Eagle, the 63rd level Agility Attack Type Fighting Spirit Emperor." This martial soul, the name is a bit arrogant. Another man said, "Feng Yan, the 58th level Attack Weapon Soul King of Guandao." The new tall man in his 40s chuckled and said, "Su Tian? Weapon Soul Qingming Shield, level 55 Defensive Weapon Soul King." A tall and thin male student said, "Wang Zhong, the Weapon Soul Ghost King Vine, the 40 level Control System Weapon Soul Master, needs the 4th Soul Ring." The only female student's figure was a bit exaggerated, and the pair of instruments on her chest were surprisingly large. She took the initiative to walk to Long Yuohu and said, "Ji Qing, the Beast Martial Spirit Ghost Leopard, the 40 level Agility Attack Weapon Soul Master, needs the 4th Soul Ring." Another man who looked a little thin said, "Zhao Wenlin, Weapon Soul Staff, 40 level Auxiliary Weapon Soul Master, needs the 4th Soul Ring." The man next to Su Tian said, "Su Lei, Weapon Soul Qingming Shield, level 30 Defensive Weapon Soul Master, needs the 3rd Soul Ring." Long Yuohu hesitated for a moment, then said, "Long Yuohu, a Weapon Spirit Thunder and Lightning, a level 20 Assault Weapon Spirit Master, needs a 2nd Spirit Ring." At this time, it seems inappropriate to say that my martial spirit is a Thunder Dragon. Everyone couldn't help but take another look at Long Yuohu, the great soul master who was less than 10 years old. Okay. When Li Yingsong saw that the introduction was completed, he gave the order without hesitation, "Our goal is the Sunset Forest. We will set off immediately. Without transportation, we have no choice but to treat it as an exercise." Long Yuohu raised the corner of his mouth, "Uncle Li, you are so kind." Long Yuohu kept cheering in her heart. Li Yingsong said, "Let's go." Feng Yan from the offensive department took the lead and walked at the front, while Su Tian from the defense department trailed behind with Su Lei. The strongest Li Yingsong walked on the left, Ji Qing of the Agility Attack System walked on the right, Wang Zhong, Zhao Wenlin and Long Yuohu walked in the center, and were regarded as key protection targets. The group of people moved forward at a constant speed according to Zhao Wenlin's basic speed. Su Lei was naturally able to keep up with Su Tian. Surprisingly, Long Yuohu also seemed to follow effortlessly, leaving others on the side to prepare to help Long Yuohu. Ji Qing shrugged, feeling at ease. Although a few people formed a temporary team, the formation was quite decent. As long as there was no big accident, the Soul King and Soul Emperor, as teachers, had no reason to abandon everyone. The group of people walked, and finally saw the edge of the sunset forest. Li Yingsong said, "Try to move closer to the center and pay more attention to your surroundings." Everyone nodded and plunged into the sunset forest. Everyone did not stay at the outermost edge, but quickly moved deeper into the sunset forest, and everyone became more and more vigilant. Li Yingsong was directly possessed by his martial spirit, and a handsome cyan giant eagle appeared in front of everyone. A total of 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple and 1 black, rose up. His figure also rose up from the ground, directly separated from the crowd, and flew to the front. Suddenly, Long Yuohu twitched the tip of her nose, and a fishy smell went straight into her nostrils, making Long Yuohu's stomach churn. Long Yuohu said, "There seems to be something on the right." Everyone was stunned. Feng Yan looked at Long Yuohu and said, "Are you sure?" Long Yuohu smiled calmly, "Why would I joke in this situation?" Feng Yan when he asked, "Where exactly?" Long Yuohu replied, "It's about 700 meters away on the right." Feng Yan said, "Ji Yiqing, go and have a look." Ji Yiqing glanced at Long Yuohu and then said, "Yes, Teacher Feng." Ji Yiqing turned into a black leopard, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose up one by one, and then turned into a black shadow and flashed past. Soon, Ji Yiqing returned again, with a somewhat ugly expression on his face, and said, "It's a yellow maggot about 2 meters long. It really stinks." Feng Yan looked strange. He and Su Tian looked at each other, nodded, and summoned a long-handled sword. 5 soul rings, 2 yellow and 3 purple, slowly rose. Su Tian summoned a large cyan shield with strange patterns, and 5 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 3 purple, slowly rose up. The ratio of Su Tian's soul rings could be said to be very poor. In fact, Su Tian's martial soul is not weak, but the white soul ring at the beginning hindered his growth, so now he places his hope on his son Su Lei. Feng Yan said, "Let's go, he is probably not a spirit beast that is good at attacking. As for Li Yingsong, he can find us." Long Yuohu pinched her nose silently and followed the 2 soul kings with the others. Seeing the yellow maggots rolling and vomiting in the quagmire, and smelling the smell, everyone's expressions turned pale. Feng Yan said with a strange expression, "About 3,000 years, yellow mud maggots." Chapter 16 I'm going to. Does anyone need this? The serious Feng Yan's mouth twitched. Then everyone silently turned their attention to Zhao Wenlin, the only auxiliary soul master present. Zhao Wenlin. The yellow mud maggot is a spirit beast that mainly lives in swamps. It feeds on the soil and then spits out a very smelly yellow mud that has the ability to restrict the movement of others. It's not very powerful, but many soul beasts won't mess with it, mainly because it smells bad and its meat quality is extremely poor. Therefore, it has no natural enemies. Compared with Wang Zhong, the Ghost King and Vine Soul Master, Zhao Wenlin, an auxiliary type who uses a staff, is more suitable. He is also a soul beast of about 3,000 years old, so it is naturally suitable as the Soul Master's 4th soul ring. Teacher Feng, it's not easy to find a suitable soul beast. I'd better stop being picky. Zhao Wenlin said. Feng Yan nodded, in that case, except Wang Zhong and Zhao Wenlin, everyone else should retreat and fight quickly. Everyone responded in unison, understood. Long Yuohu, Ji Yiqing and Su Lei followed Su Tian and retreated. A vine-like plant appeared on Wang Zhong's hand, with a small evil ghost's head on the tip of the vine. With the appearance of the Ghost King vine, 3 yellow and purple soul beasts rose up, and the first soul ring quickly lit up. The Ghost King vine became tougher at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then quickly lengthened, shuttling through the mire. The yellow mud maggot seemed to have noticed something, and it used its fat body to arch towards the body of the swamp. When the Ghost King vine landed on the yellow mud maggot's body, it was bounced away by the smooth and fat body and fell to the side. The Ghost King Vine could not control this slippery soul beast, but Wang Zhong, the goal is not to control it. I saw a figure flying from Wang Zhong's side, stepping on the Ghost King Vine, following the direction of the vine, and rushing toward the yellow mud maggots. It is Guandao Feng Yan. Zhao Wenlin summoned a dark green staff, and 3 yellow, and purple soul rings rose up. The first and third soul rings flashed at the same time, and 2 rays of light fell on Feng Yan. The first soul ring skill, power improvement. The third soul ring skill, speed increase. The yellow mud maggots sensed the threat from Feng Yan's location, and quickly curled up, then rummaged in the mud again, and pools of mud lumps leaped up. Long Yuohu fought fiercely in the distance. Fortunately, she was less than 2 rings. Fortunately, her martial spirit was useless. Fortunately, Feng Yan didn't need her. For the disgusting yellow mud maggots, whoever falls in love with Long Yuohu, who is usually very bellicose, has no interest at all. Feng Yan is worthy of being a level 58 Soul King, and has extremely rich combat experience. The second yellow soul ring lit up, and Feng Yan's body and Guandao, which were enhanced by Zhao Wenlin, suddenly became lighter. Feng Yan kept moving on the foothold paved by the Ghost King Vine, but even so, he was hit by the mud, but it didn't affect him. At the same time, although Feng Yan was very disgusted, this was not the time to desert. In other people's territory, it was better to fight quickly. I saw Feng Yan's third soul ring light up, and a terrifying sword force emerged from Feng Yan's body radiated. The third soul skill, sword power. Ji Yiqing said, Teacher Feng is preparing to kill with 1 strike. Long Yuohu covered her nose and said, it doesn't matter whether you kill or not, just don't really kill, otherwise all your efforts will be in vain. Ji Yiqing looked at the distance from the yellow mud maggots, and then said, it's such a long distance, is it so unbearable? Long Yuohu said, maybe my nose works better. Ji Yiqing thought of the situation when Long Yuohu found the yellow mud maggots, and nodded in agreement, that's true. Feng Yan held knives in both hands and dodged the attacks of yellow mud maggots. Just when the yellow mud maggots were about to attack again, Feng Yan was in the air, and his first soul ring lit up. The first soul skill, sword light. A green sword light emerged on the blade of Guandao. Feng Yan saw the opportunity and slashed with his sword, and the azure light of the sword fell suddenly. When the sword rises, the storm arises. The light of the knife passed over the maggot before it had time to react. Blood suddenly appeared, and white mucus flowed out. The maggot split into 2 parts and kept churning in the mud. Feng Yan has quick eyes and quick hands, and he can close the knife turning from chopping to shooting. A section of the road was shot out of the swamp, leaving a section of road covered with yellow mud on the shore. Feng Yan's figure fell onto the Ghost King Vine. The strong momentum made the Ghost King Vine almost unable to withstand it. If the Ghost King Vine was really broken, it would be great fun. Feng Yan glanced at the mire at his feet with some lingering fear and returned to the original path. The head of the maggot was at the section where Feng Yan threw it ashore. As for the half of the maggot in the swamp, it naturally wouldn't last long. Feng Yan fell back to the ground, glanced at the stinking mud spots on his body with some disgust, then looked at Zhao Wenlin who was hesitant, and said with anger, Zhao Wenlin, do it. This maggot can't last long. Zhao Wenlin looked at the half-section of maggots that were still tossing around, and had nowhere to start. Long Yuohu and others had no intention of getting too close, but just looked at her from a distance. After all, it wasn't like this. A dagger appeared in Zhao Wenlin's hand, and he was gesticulating around. Just when Feng Yan was getting impatient, a green shadow came quickly towards this place. After landing, the shadow quickly shrank, revealing Li Yingsong's figure. At this time, he seemed to have discovered something. Everyone saluted and said, Teacher Li. Li Yingsong nodded, looked at the half-cut maggot that was still tossing, nodded slightly and said, "It seems you have achieved a goal." Su Tian chuckled, glanced at Feng Yan, who was covered in mud, and said, "The soul beast itself is not strong, but it is not without trouble." Indeed, Li Yingsong, who has always been serious, couldn't help but laugh, and said, "Okay, let's get down to business. I found a blue water turtle. It should be around 1,200 years old. It's too big and needs another trip." The green water turtle, one of the largest turtles, mainly lives near the water. Naturally, it is Su Lei who is suitable for the defense system. Su Tian glanced at Yi Dong's son and said, "This is the habitat of yellow mud maggots. There shouldn't be any harassment from spirit beasts. We might as well divide our troops into two places." Li Yingsong hesitated, "Divide the troops?" No one interrupted Li Yingsong's thinking. Soon, Zhao Wenlin killed the maggots who had become much quieter. A purple soul ring gathered on the maggot corpse. After a slight adjustment, Zhao Wenlin began to absorb the soul rings. This is the first soul ring that everyone has harvested in the Sunset Forest. Although Zhao Wenlin's physical fitness is not strong, Maggot has only cultivated for 3,000 years and is still far away from the limit of the fourth soul ring of 5,000 years, so it is not a big problem. Blue water turtle? Let me take Su Lei for a walk. Feng Yan looked very positive at this time. Everyone was speechless. You were heading for the water where the green water turtles live. Long Yuou, who was covering her nose, weakly raised her hand and said, "I'll go too." Long Yuou understood Feng Yan's feelings very well, even more so. Chapter 17, Bright Yellow Lightning, join forces to capture the green water turtle. For a time, everyone turned their attention to Long Yuou. Except for Li Yingsong, everyone knew the reason. After all, Long Yuou's sense of smell was as good as that of some animals. Li Yingsong asked, "What's the reason?" "I'm anxious but I can't eat hot tofu." Li Yingsong thought that Long Yuou was a little anxious about his second soul ring. Ji Yiqing interrupted, "Teacher Li, it's like this. We were able to find this 1,000-year-old soul beast thanks to Yu Wu's sense of smell." Li Yingsong said clearly, "Is that so?" "It's understandable." Long Yuou denied, "That's not entirely true. Even if I stay here, it's just wasting time. As for where the green water turtle is, it's unlikely that there will be the soul beast I need, but it's not completely impossible." "Possible. In this case, I naturally want to try my luck there. If there is a suitable soul beast, I should be able to solve it myself, and most likely I won't trouble you, because I am quite confident in my own fighting ability." Su Lei said, "If you solve it yourself, you will be exaggerating." Su Tian patted his son and signaled him not to talk nonsense. Li Yingsong nodded slowly and said, "Since you mentioned it this way, let's decide like this. Feng Yan, let me tell you the location of the blue water turtle and the situation along the way. Long Yuou and Su Lei will act together. After hunting the soul beast, wait at the spot. Once Zhao Wenlin is finished, we will join you. Remember not to act without authorization. You must be responsible for your own actions." Li Yingsong's last words were obviously addressed to Long Yuou. Feng Yan said, "I know." Su Lei and Long Yuou nodded in unison. Su Lei said goodbye to his father, and the three of them set off immediately. Su Lei summoned a cyan shield and walked at the front, followed by Long Yuou, and the strongest Feng Yan walked at the end. Su Lei used his shield to open the way, always prepared to be wary of the sudden appearance of the soul beast, but fortunately, the route provided by Li Yingsong was still very safe. It was almost noon, and the three of them rested for a few minutes next to a huge crooked neck tree. The other two took out their own food and started eating. Long Yuou glanced at the crooked neck tree, then moved her body closer to the tree, resting her hands and legs on the tree, and climbed up as vigorously as an ape. "Don't expend too much energy, this place is not completely safe. Feng Yan glanced at Long Yuou and said. Yes. Long Yuou responded. He landed on a huge branch on the crooked neck tree, took out some dried meat from the soul guide necklace, and started biting it with his sharp teeth. While eating, he looked around, trying to find something special. If Long Yuou wanted to hunt the soul beast, he would naturally not rely entirely on others. It's not that big of a deal. The hopeful Long Yuou really discovered something. 1,000 meters away from where Long Yuou and the others were, there was a small mountain peak. On the inconspicuous mountainside, a bright yellow electric light flashed briefly. With Long Yuou's inhuman eyesight, she would not regard the flash of lightning as an illusion. Long Yuou said to herself, on a first-come, first-served basis, I suggest you take a look at it later. It's better than searching aimlessly. Long Yuou made up his mind and would definitely go and check it out. Soon, Long Yuou finished eating the dried meat, took out some water, drank some, and then turned over and fell down. The three of them replenished their strength and set off again. The three of them passed through an uneven mountain road, and a very clear river appeared in front of them. At the same time, a small brown soil bag about 5 or 6 meters away next to the river caught the eyes of the three of them. The small soil bag intercepted a small part of the river, and it was the overlord of the water. Long Yuou knew that this was not a small bumpkin, but the Millennium Soul Beast Blue Water Turtle, one of the largest turtles. Long Yuou said, it's a bit difficult to start. Feng Yan said, it's easy to say, just lift the entire turtle shell. With Feng Yan King's cultivation, it was possible to lift the shell of a green water turtle that rarely moved, but it was a bit thankless. Long Yuou approached the green water turtle, and Feng Yan and Su Lei began to climb towards the green water turtle. Long Yuou made a small circle around the green water turtle, and finally found a cave more than 1 meter wide under the little earth bag. It was very dark inside. Long Yuou pursed her lips, dark purple electric light lingered on her right arm, and a crackling sound suddenly appeared. Suddenly attracted the attention of Feng Yan and Su Lei. Su Lei said, "Little girl Long, do you still want to take action against the 1,000-year soul beast? You can't even scratch the green water turtle with your electric spark." "No, it can be done." Long Yuou suddenly smiled, thunder exploded, and in the midst of lightning and flint, Long Yuou punched out. The violent dark purple electric light showed a light beam that was not very concentrated, and rushed into the black hole. The dark things were instantly lit up, and the grey-black wrinkles lingered in the eye. The Thunder Dragon's particle beam. Before the crackling sound dissipated, a low and mechanical chirping sound sounded, the huge little earth bag suddenly shook, and an inconspicuous black shadow flickered out of the black hole. Long Yuou was startled, and his body flashed to the side, and a slightly burnt tail popped out of the hole. Apparently, the place Long Yuou hit was a bit. Su Lei, who had provoked Long Yuou, suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. Even Feng Yan's mouth twitched, and then a huge turtle head poked out from the other side. Feng Yan instantly summoned the Wuhan Guandao, the fourth soul ring flashed, and countless rays of sword light fell towards the head of the green water turtle. The fourth soul ring skill, Heavy Sword Shadow. When the green water turtle reacted, he saw the shadows of knives falling from the sky. He immediately dodged without haste, and there was a little blood mark on his head. The green water turtle was so frightened that it had no time to look for the kid who sneaked up on its lower body. Its four thick legs flapped wildly, and at the same time, its head began to retract as hard as it could. How did Feng Yan make it happen? The sword light suddenly became more dense, and the figure gradually moved closer to the head. The sword light fell on the shell of the green water turtle, making the sound of metal and stone hitting each other. Su Lei firmly grasped the bulges on the shell of the green water turtle with both arms. Even so, he was a little dizzy and almost lost his grip. As for Long Yuou, she waited for the opportunity to move at the tail of the green water turtle, and at the same time quietly felt the battle ahead, because Long Yuo's position could not see the battle between Feng Yan and the green water turtle, only the tossing of the green water turtle, and heard the sound of Feng Yan's knife colliding with the green water turtle. As the sound gradually became denser, the proportion of the sound of the collision of gold and stone became larger. At this time, the head of the green water turtle became bloody and fleshy, and it was about to retract. At this moment, Long Yuo grinned, took a deep breath, and as his chest swelled, the dark purple electric light in his mouth kept flashing. The roar of the thunder dragon. Target the underside of the green turtle's tail. Chapter 18, Accident, 3 powerful people with titles. The roar of the thunder dragon. A huge dark purple beam of light erupted from Long Yuo's mouth and hit the tail of the 1,000-year-old green water turtle. The thunder pillar exploded at the tail of the green water turtle, and the huge force burned half of the tail and the nearby soft meat to black. The green water turtle trembled all over, and the sudden pain caused it to shrink its head and let out an undetectable cry of pain. At this moment, a strong sword quickly penetrated the green water turtle's mouth, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the green water turtle's chin and mouth. The green water turtle shook violently, trying to make a final struggle. But Feng Yan firmly controlled the green water turtle's head. Su Lei was also thrown off after being shaken by the green water turtle and fell into the water. Su Lei, come here. Feng Yan said. Su Lei emerged from the water and responded, okay, Teacher Feng. And Su Lei glanced at Long Yuo and said, thank you very much. Long Yuo said, it's just a little effort. Su Lei said no more, swam to the head of the green water turtle, took out a sharp dagger, and stabbed it from the mouth of the green water turtle towards the brain. It took a lot of effort to penetrate the green water turtle's brain. The movement of the green water turtle also became smaller, and finally it whimpered and died. A purple soul ring slowly appeared on the back of the green water turtle. Su Lei sat cross-legged on the shore, summoned the Qingming shield, and began to absorb the 1,000-year soul ring. Feng Yan took back his martial spirit, began to clean the mud spots on his body in a hidden spot. Long Yuo stood guard at the intersection in the direction from which she came. While waiting, she was also on guard against some accidents. Soon, Feng Yan appeared again and took over Long Yuo's work. If he absorbed the soul ring, it would not be finished in a few hours, so Long Yuo mentioned to Feng Yan the bright yellow electric light he had seen before. Feng Yan nodded and said, in other words, you suspect that there are soul beasts you need there. Long Yuo said, not to mention anything else, it is certain that there is a thunder-attributed soul beast inside. I understand. Feng Yan nodded and said nothing more. 3 hours later, Su Lei still hadn't finished absorbing it, but Long Yuo couldn't sit still. Long Yuo walked to the tail of the green water turtle, took out a sharp sword, and cut off half of the tail of the green water turtle. Cut it off. Holding the tail in his hand, the dark purple electric light flashed, and the originally somewhat burnt turtle tail began to exude a meaty aroma. Soon, a tail was cooked. Long Yuo tore open the burnt black skin on the surface and started to feast on it. Long Yuo looked at Feng Yan and said, Teacher Feng, do you want it? Feng Yan's mouth twitched, unable to accept it, and said, no need. Long Yuo's cooking techniques come from Ileiades. What was not eaten was taken back into the soul guidance necklace by Long Yuo. Another 2 hours passed. Su Lei stood up and finished absorbing the soul rings. The 3 yellow, and purple soul rings were constantly beating around his body, and excitement appeared on his face. Just right. Feng Yan watched Su Lei slowly retract the soul ring, and his eyes turned to the direction he came from. Several figures slowly walked from a distance. Teacher Feng. Su Lei was about to say something when a huge roar interrupted him. The surrounding trees rustled, ripples appeared on the water, and a strong sense of oppression seemed to fill the entire sunset forest. Several figures represented by Li Yingsong were speeding towards here. A huge wave of air was raging towards this place, and the figures of Li Yingsong and others were also spreading. Tiled Dulo! Feng Yan exclaimed, then shouted, "Everyone spread out!" Feng Yan exploded his soul power and threw Long Yuhu and Su Lei away at the same time. He also quickly moved away from the direction of the air wave. The central location of Sunset Forest. There is a strange scene, which is an iceberg in a volcano. The outer edge of the mountain is guarded by the extremely poisonous green-scaled 7 flowers. There is a unique spring in the inner circle. They are twins with one eye, and the 2 spirits restrain each other. Extreme heat and extreme cold are the 2 manifestations of the spring. Thanks to this unique environment, many unusual plants grow here. Its name, Ice and Fire Eyes. In the eyes of Binghuo Lianji, there is an old man in green robes, with a slender figure, dark green beard and hair, and a pair of eyes like emeralds. This man is one of the few titled Douluo strongmen on the Douluo continent, and his martial spirit is the green scale snake king. Poison Douluo Dugubo. Dugubo accidentally discovered this place, but he couldn't understand the preciousness of this place. Even so, he could effectively control the uncontrollable green-scaled snake venom in his body. It's a joke to say it, but a powerful person with a title cannot control his poison. In addition, as a titled Douluo level expert, he faced a huge crisis today. It's not a natural disaster, but it comes from a man and a woman. Half an hour ago, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of Dugubo. One of them is a male, with black robes and golden eyes. He looks about 40 years old, with a handsome and resolute appearance, and a strand of blonde hair hanging on one side of his forehead. The second one is a woman, wearing a purple-black dress, with a slender figure, round chest, straight and slender thighs, long purple-black hair, a charming face, and deep purple eyes. The 2 of them are truly a perfect match for each other. At this time, Dugubo only felt endless pressure from the man and woman. His intuition told him that as a titled strong man, he had no chance of winning against either of them. "You 2 are here, do you have anything to do with me?" Although Dugubo was reluctant, he could only welcome him with a smile. If he were alone, Dugubo would not be so weak, but you must know that he is not alone. He still has a granddaughter to raise. There is nothing wrong with bowing his head when facing a strong man who is not kind to him. "I want to use this place for my own use," the man said. Dugubo suddenly understood that the 2 people in front of him were still reasonable, but their origins were uncertain, and he said, "I still have use here, you." The man said, "I only borrow it for 3 years, and I will return it intact after 3 years. After the work is completed, I will still be rewarded." Dugubo said, "I dare to ask you, what is the purpose of borrowing this place and what is the reward? If it is convenient, please let me know." The man said, "Healing, soul bones." Dugubo smiled solemnly, "That's right, I'm sorry, I refuse. I need to see if you are qualified to borrow this place. How do I know if you are bluffing me?" 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black rose from Dugubo's feet one by one. At the same time, the 7th soul ring flashed, and Dugubo instantly transformed into a 30-meter-long, bucket-thick ring. Big green snake. The thick snake tail was drawn towards the 2 people along with the green poisonous mist. The man said, "Zig, you don't have to kill him, but you have to teach him a lesson." "Okay." The woman known as Zig took a step forward. Her white and tender right arm was covered with purple and black scales, and she blocked the green snake tail. Chapter 19 Spread Out. Thunder Beast. Dugubo's powerful attack using his martial soul avatar was actually blocked by Zig with one hand. The moment the green poisonous mist touched Zig's purple-black scales, it was absorbed by it. At this moment, Dugubo felt the pressure of the superior from the woman named Zig. It was a reaction originating from the depths of the martial soul. Peak Douluo. He is also a peak Douluo with extremely high martial soul quality. This was Dugubo's first reaction. Although the 91 to 99 levels are all titled Douluo, the gap in soul power between the levels of a titled Douluo is much larger than the gap in soul power at each level of other titles. Among them, level 91 to 95 are ordinary titled Douluo, level 96 to 98 are peak Douluo, and level 99 are peerless Douluo. The farther back you go, the greater the soul power becomes. Dugubo is currently at level 91. If he cannot solve the snake venom backlash, he will be like this for the rest of his life. Of course, even if this problem is solved, raising 1 or 2 levels is already the limit. And in front of him was a titled Douluo who was at least equivalent to level 96. What about the other man who seems to be on top? The man said, "Take this titled Douluo away. Come back by yourself in 3 years." Zig nodded, and her right arm suddenly became stronger. She actually picked up the 30-meter-long huge green-scaled snake and threw it away from the ice and fire eyes. Zig's body flashed and she chased after him. After the man waited for the two of them to completely leave the ice and fire eyes, an extremely powerful force emerged from the man's body. The black robe automatically moved without wind, and the solid soul power filled the entire ice and fire eyes. The man set up a simple barrier here. As long as someone stepped into this place, he would be aware of it. For a person of such strength to be so cautious, one can imagine how important what he has to do is. The man opened his palm, and a silver shadow glowing with colorful light flew out and plunged into the spring of the ice and fire eye. You must know that even ordinary titled Douluo would not dare to step into the blazing hot and extremely cold springs of the ice and fire eyes. Then, the spring water that was half red and half ice blue instantly became turbulent, and 2 overlapping and passionate dragon roars sounded. The entire ice and fire eye was turbulent for a moment, and its powerful power even affected the outside. The shadows of 2 giant dragons, one red and one blue, swim in the spring water, and in the center of the spring water, a silver dragon shadow stays there as calmly as resting. The man sat cross-legged next to the ice and fire eyes and said in an unclear voice, "It's begun." In the sunset forest, the spirit beasts were quietly prostrate on the ground. 2 extremely strong shadows collided with each other in the sky. It was not so much a collision as a one-sided beating. A purple-black figure was carrying a large green snake and kept swinging it. Although Zig deliberately avoided the place where the soul beast lived, accidental injuries were inevitable. For example, Long Yuou and his group were completely dispersed by this sudden and overwhelming momentum. Long Yuou took a quick glance and saw only a small purple-black dot, shaking a large green snake. Is this a strong man hunting a soul beast? Such an idea flashed through Long Yuou's mind, but at this time, Long Yuou could only crawl on the ground for a while. Long Yuou sighed, "It's gone. I can only go and see it by myself. The storm comes and goes quickly." Zig threw aside a big green snake that was already wilting. The big snake quickly turned into a thin old man. Compared with the high-spirited man when he just took action, he looked much miserable at this time. Zig said, "You are not allowed to return within 3 years, or you will bear the consequences." Then, Zig left. Although Dugubo looked miserable, most of the injuries were just superficial injuries. Although he was unwilling to do so, he was also a man of great promise, so he could only leave here in despair. On the other side, Long Yuou walked around in circles but found no one else. Instead, he returned to the crooked neck tree where he saw the bright yellow lightning. After looking around in the crooked neck tree for a while, he began to walk slowly towards the place where the electric light was. Li Yingsong and others slowly gathered together. With her excellent sense of smell and agility, Long Yuou carefully avoided the location of some soul beasts and walked towards the small mountain peak. After some twists and turns, Long Yuou managed to avoid the encounter with the spirit beast and reached the foot of the mountain peak. I just don't know what it is. Long Yuo looked up at the mountain peak. After replenishing some strength, he started climbing. Relying on her own intuition and the location in her memory at that time, Long Yuo locked a location halfway up the mountain and began to search bit by bit. I remember it was nearby. Long Yuo, who had been searching for most of the time, leaned on a leaning tree, his eyes becoming a little vacant. The gravel is embedded in the mountain. Although it is a bit rugged and cannot be seen at a glance, the general terrain is very clear. It is impossible for medium-sized spirit beasts to appear here unless there is some cave or the like. After resting for a long time, Long Yuo finally found something about 1.2 meters tall behind a piece of gravel. There was some darkness inside, but there was a little bit of fluorescent light faintly exuding in the darkness. With the height of Long Yuo, who is less than 10 years old, as long as she doesn't jump up, she won't hit her head. After some hesitation, Long Yuo still groped the cave wall and walked slowly towards the inside, trying not to make any sound. In this way, it would be difficult to spot Long Yu in the dark unless it was a creature with extremely strong eyesight or a special creature. Dancing. If the cave inside is a thunder attribute soul beast, so get ready to be baptized by the Dragon Moon Dance and become a part of the powerful Dragon Moon Dance. Long Yuo followed suit, walking very slowly and trying not to make any sound. His bright purple eyes were always staring ahead, and his senses were amplified to the extreme. As the distance gets closer, the fluorescent lights gradually become clearer. It seems to be a fluorescent stone. Soon, after passing through the not-so-long passage, a wide stone chamber made of fluorite appeared in front of Long Yuo. In the center of the stone room, there is a simple stone tree, and there is a strange creature on the tree. It is all yellow, about the same size as an adult cat, with 4 short legs, almost no fingers visible, a lightning-like tail, and a black stripe on its back that is about to extend to the tail, like a large squirrel. Long Yuo quickly thought of the information about this soul beast. It was a thunder beast. It is one of the most powerful soul beasts among the thunder attribute soul beasts. Once the black lines on the back of this kind of soul beast completely extend to the tail, then it is a 1000-year soul beast, and this soul beast is obviously a soul beast that is more than 900 years old, and its cultivation level has far exceeded the ordinary. Understand the age of the second soul ring, 764 years. So, do you want to take action? Chapter 2900 years? No, it's 0 years now. Let's talk about it later. Long Yuo has never been a person who likes to hesitate. What's more, if it's just this little guy, Long Yuo has no chance of winning. Long Yuo slowly stepped into the stone chamber. The moment he entered the stone chamber, Long Yuo's expression suddenly changed. In the spacious stone room, Long Yuo felt abundant thunder attribute energy of heaven and earth. By practicing here, Long Yuo could also gain great benefits. There was something weird in this secret room. When fighting here, soul masters or soul beasts who use thunder and lightning will have a huge advantage. Thunder suddenly appeared, and just a moment after Long Yuo stepped into the stone chamber, the bright yellow thunder instantly lit up the entire stone chamber. The sleeping thunder beast suddenly opened its eyes, and those huge eyes took up half of the entire face. The eyes looking at Long Yuo were full of hostility. Wake up! Long Yuo gave up any chance of taking any chances and said, in that case, let's fight. Dark purple electric light suddenly appeared, shrouding Long Yuo. The small figure of the thunder beast suddenly rose into the air, and the hostility on his face instantly turned into a joke, seeming to be mocking Long Yuo for overestimating his own abilities. Bright yellow lightning shot out from the thunder beast's tail, turning into a large net and rushing toward Long Yuo. The violent thunder was enough to turn a great soul master into charcoal. Long Yuo smiled back, wrapping his hands around dark purple thunder and lightning, and the crackling sound filled the entire stone room. Long Yuo caught the power grid with both hands, and a shocking scene appeared. The bright yellow power grid was grasped in his young hands. No advance. The electric grid covered Long Yuou, but it did not really hurt Long Yuou. The Thunder Beast was stunned for a moment, seemingly unable to understand the scene in front of him. Long Yuou grabbed the power grid and tore it apart on both sides. The power grid covering Long Yuou was torn apart alive. The power grid was torn apart, and then quickly disappeared, and the remaining fragments of electric light slowly dispersed. Long Yuou breathed out a breath. This thunder and lightning is really powerful. Long Yuou exerted her strength on her legs, arcs of electricity flashed under her feet, and she flew towards the Thunder Beast at great speed. The Thunder Beast came back to consciousness from the confusion, and his expression once again showed a playful look. It was obvious that its strength was more than that. The bright yellow thunder around the Thunder Beast gathered and turned into small thunder balls in the air. The Thunder Beast saw Long Yuou, who was very close, and his mouth gradually opened. In the thunder ball, a bolt of lightning flashed, heading straight towards Long Yuou. The swift lightning flashed directly past Long Yuou's cheek, and his long dark purple hair flew. A drop of cold sweat remained on Long Yuou's forehead. If she hadn't dodged quickly, she would have been hit directly. Immediately, several rays of lightning intertwined at the same time and rushed towards Long Yuou. Long Yuou kept dodging, and used her arms to block those she couldn't dodge. In just a few seconds, Long Yuou's arms were already bruised. The accumulation of Thunder Beasts is indeed terrifying. Long Yuou kept dodging the frequent lightning, and kept approaching the Thunder Beast. The dark purple lightning flashed in her mouth, and the Thunder Dragon's roar was ready at any time. After Long Yuou received 2 more bruises, she was already only 2 bodies away from the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast seemed to be aware of Long Yuou's intention, and his small figure quickly dodged to the side. How Long Yuou made it happen? The Thunder Dragon's roar erupted instantly, and the huge thunder pillar rushed straight towards the Thunder Beast. A trace of panic flashed across the Thunder Beast's face, and the bright yellow lightning quickly enveloped itself, and it quickly hid to the side. Boom! The roar of the powerful Thunder Dragon shattered the stone tree in the center of the stone chamber, and the body of the Thunder Beast was also swallowed up. The thunder pillar bombarded the side of the stone chamber, and the broken fluorescent stones flew everywhere. The thunder pillar in Long Yuou's mouth slowly dissipated, and he breathed heavily. The dark purple electric light slowly dissipated, and a small Thunder Beast with charred sides slowly appeared in front of Long Yuou. The eye was half closed, and it was obviously seriously injured. Near the Thunder Beast, there is a light yellow lightning bead. The bead was slightly larger than in front of her eyes, but it exuded an aura that frightened Long Yuou. Long Yuou suddenly thought of the whole story. Is this something inside the stone tree? The Thunder Dragon's roar shattered the stone tree and knocked out the secret of the entire stone chamber, that is, the bead. Let's call it a Thunder Bead. At present, it seems that the Thunder Beast either does not know about the Thunder Bead, or I haven't completely mastered it, otherwise this Thunder Bead should be bright yellow, not light yellow. At this time, the Thunder Beast's face was filled with anger, its tail hooked the Thunder Bead directly, and its mouth opened to swallow it in one gulp. Long Yuou's expression became more serious. As the Thunder Pillar enters the belly, the aura of the Thunder Beast is rising, and the lightning is scattered all over the body. Although the injury has not changed, Long Yuou can feel that the Thunder Beast now is more difficult to deal with than before. Long Yuou's feet hit the ground, and an electric arc flashed under his feet, and he rushed towards the Thunder Beast whose momentum was increasing. Long Yuou's hands were in the shape of claws, and he grabbed at the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast turned into thunder and came towards Long Yuou through the sky. The sharp claws collided with the lightning, and Long Yuou felt a strong force coming. His arms felt like they were being torn apart, and his body was thrown away. A feeling of joy appeared on the Thunder Beast's face again, thunder balls appeared out of thin air, and thunder light rushed towards Long Yuou who had not recovered from his energy. Long Yuou only had time to avoid the vital position before she was hit again. Long Yuou fell to the ground in pain. Seeing Long Yuou's pain, the thunder beast suddenly became more excited, and the bright yellow thunder surged again. Although it didn't look as pure as it did at first, its power was even more powerful. Thunder beasts thundered all over, and shocking thunder spread throughout the stone chamber. What followed was a terrifying thunder explosion. Fragments of fluorescent stone flew everywhere, and Long Yuou's body was pushed away by the huge thunder blast, sliding several meters on the uneven stone chamber floor. Long Yuou's portable dress has already appeared a lot of damage, and a large area of skin is exposed, and the tender skin is covered with scars. Her arms protect her body, her legs are curled up, and the exposed eye is half open. Looking at it was very miserable to go up there. The thunder beast's aura is also a little sluggish, but it can be seen that it is very excited at this time, and its body is shaking in the air. Long Yuou saw this scene through her half-open eye. The seriously injured thunder beast kept swinging in the air, and on its fleeting back, the original black markings had suddenly extended to its tail. In other words, this thunder beast with more than 900 years of cultivation has become a genuine 1,000-year-old soul beast after just swallowing the thunder bead. The thunder beast cheered for a while, and then aimed its tail at Long Yuou, who had not moved yet, and a bolt of lightning directly hit Long Yuou. Long Yuou was forced to let out a soft hum. The thunder beast seemed to realize that Long Yuou was not dead yet, and suddenly became even more excited. Bolts of lightning shot out frequently, torturing Long Yuou. At the same time, the thunder beast approached Long Yuou with a mocking face. Long Yuou's body appeared injured one after another, but the thunder beast never meant to stop. Just when the thunder beast was approaching Long Yuou's half-open eye suddenly opened. Caught you! Chapter 21, 0-Year Soul Ring, Great Soul Master. Long Yuou withstood a collision and a full power burst from Thunder Beast's 1,000-year cultivation. Even if she didn't die, Thunder Beast believed that she had absolutely no room for resistance. This was why Thunder Beast's confidence in approaching Long Yuou came from. For Long Yuou, the pain is indeed painful, but there are still some people who have the strength to fight back. Even if they don't, they must have it. The Thunder Beast's approach to Long Yuou was her biggest mistake. It didn't expect what kind of monster it was facing. When the Thunder Beast was only one body away from Long Yuou suddenly burst into flames, and his palms with dark purple electric light grabbed the Thunder Beast, which was unable to dodge. Long Yuou grabbed the Thunder Beast, her bright purple eyes were clearer than ever before, and he smiled, "I caught you." The Thunder Beast was furious and dared to resist. Some chaotic yellow thunder exploded instantly. Whether it killed Long Yuou or disabled one of Long Yuou's hands, the Thunder Beast didn't care. He was a dead person anyway. It is now a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Long Yuou also erupted with dark purple electric light, and the stone room was suddenly filled with electric light. The dark purple, bright yellow, and light yellow electric lights continued to wreak havoc, and the veins on Long Yuou's arms popped out, and the tender skin was full of injuries. Under the Thunder Dragon's grip, Long Yuou's dragon fangs were exposed, and his eyes slowly closed, seemingly ignoring the Thunder Beast's struggle. Long Yuou spread her legs, held the Thunder Beast's right arm and moved it upward and backward, with her body bent like a bow and her left arm in front of her. The Thunder Beast seemed to realize something. The yellow thunder continued to rage, and the struggle became more intense. Long Yuou allowed it to attack his arm, but ignored it. Long Yuou relied on his powerful body as a thunder dragon. Dragon-slaying magic itself is the magic of transforming one's own body into a dragon. As Long Yuou continues to practice, Long Yuou's body will become stronger and tougher, and eventually it will be equal to a real thunder dragon, or even stronger. After the Thunder Beast was lifted to the highest position, Long Yuou's eyes suddenly opened and he shouted, "Thunder Dragons! Collapse Fist!" His right hand slammed down to the ground in front of him, and the dark purple electric light gathered into a claw shape, smashing a big crater into the broken fluorescent stone ground. The thunder beast screamed miserably, and a light yellow thunder bead popped out of its mouth. It was already taking in more air than out. Long Yuohu saw that the thunder beast finally breathed its last, and a magnificent purple soul ring slowly condensed on the thunder beast's body. Long Yuohu finally fell to the ground, breathing heavily. The thunderballs spat out by the thunder beast rolled down at Long Yuohu's feet. Long Yuohu panted for a long time before slowly coming back to her senses. She looked at the purple soul ring and laughed. After laughing for a while, Long Yuohu took out the half of the uneaten green water turtle's tail and began to replenish his strength. After a lot of trouble, Long Yuohu patted her slightly bulging belly. Picking up the thunder bead that was slightly larger than the eyeball, looking at the fading light yellow, I was a little confused. What on earth is this? Long Yuohu thought about how to use the thunder beast, wiped it, and then filled it directly into her mouth, chewing continuously. It's very hard and can't be chewed. Long Yuohu said vaguely, and then he was about to swallow it. The thunder bead was too big and eventually got stuck in the esophagus. Long Yuohu rolled in pain, and dark purple electric light flashed in his mouth, trying to force it out or swallow it. After some tossing, Long Yuohu spit out the thunder bead, and the thunder bead stained with Long Yuohu's saliva rolled to the ground. Long Yuohu looked frightened and almost died on the spot. Then, Long Yuohu saw that the light yellow color of the thunder beads had faded, and the thunder pillars that should have turned into colorless were emitting a faint purple light. In other words, this thing belonged to Long Yuohu when he was a child. Long Yuohu couldn't figure out the purpose of the thunder pillar for a while, so she had to pick it up, wipe it clean and put it away, and then looked at the purple soul ring. Because the soul ring can exist for an hour, Long Yuohu did not rush to absorb the soul ring. As for whether he can absorb this soul ring, Long Yuohu said that only a ghost would believe that he could defeat the soul beast but could not absorb it. Long Yuohu's physical strength has generally recovered, but there is no time to deal with the injuries on her body. However, absorbing this soul ring should allow her to fully recover. Long Yuohu secretly guessed, and then sat cross-legged. Dark purple lightning appeared, and a yellow soul ring also appeared. Under Long Yuohu's control, dark purple thunder entangled towards the purple soul ring. The purple soul ring swayed slightly, slowly floating towards Long Yuohu, and finally it was placed on Long Yuohu's head. A burst of hot energy suddenly poured into Long Yuohu's body. Long Yuohu's body shook violently, and then slowly calmed down. Although the energy is overbearing, it is not unbearable. Just as Long Yuohu said, she can defeat the Thunder Beast, and naturally she can absorb the spirit ring of the Thunder Beast. Long Yuohu allowed the soul ring energy to continuously impact on herself. Although the pain was not small, it was not much worse than the full force attack of the Thunder Beast. After several energy impacts, Long Yuohu was still unharmed. After the soul ring energy calmed down, Long Yuohu also felt a lot more relaxed. The soul ring energy merged into Long Yuohu's soul power. Long Yuohu's soul power, which had never grown, expanded rapidly. At the same time, nourished by the soul ring energy, his flesh and blood, muscles and bones were roaring and being continuously washed. Long Yuohu sat cross-legged quietly, her scars quickly scabbing off, and her tender skin finally returned. 5 hours later, Long Yuohu's bright purple eyes slowly opened and he let out a breath of turbid air. As Long Yuohu stood up, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, slowly moved above his head. The corner of Long Yuohu's mouth raised. Sure enough, only practice can reveal the truth, so the soul ring age limit is really unreliable. Long Yuohu stretched her body, looked at her somewhat tattered clothes, and silently put on her spare clothes. Sure enough, she was well prepared. Long Yuohu glanced at the purple thunder bead in his hand and murmured, "With this, we should be able to reach the realm of Soul Master within 3 years. I don't know what level Brother Shui is. I conservatively estimate that he is a high-level Soul Master. A rank Soul Master, even a Soul Section. Long Yuohu put away the thunder beads and walked out through the passage she came from. She stood on the mountainside and looked into the distance. I don't know how the others are doing. Long Yuohu immediately went down the mountain and improved to a higher level. Long Yuohu's speed also improved to a higher level. As a result, he saw two figures walking towards here. Long Yuohu immediately smiled and walked over quickly. Teacher Feng Yan, Ji Qing. Long Yuohu greeted. It was Guandao Feng Yan and Ghost Leopard Ji Qing who came. The titled Dulo level battle dispersed everyone, leaving no scent of the crowd in the field. No matter how sharp Long Yuohu's nose was, he couldn't find them. Feng Yan said, "You are indeed here." Long Yuohu told the Feng family that there might be the soul ring she needs here, and Long Yuohu claimed that he had the ability to hunt soul beasts on his own, so Feng Yan could naturally guess Long Yuohu's whereabouts. Chapter 22 Thunder Explosion. Have you hunted your own second soul ring? Feng Yan noticed that Long Yuohu came down from the mountain and seemed to have changed his clothes. Well, luckily I found a very suitable soul beast, and it took a lot of effort to kill it successfully. Long Yuohu said. It was indeed a lot of effort, but if the thunder beast didn't get close to Long Yuohu in the end, she would probably be in trouble. With the thunder beast's agility, it would be difficult for Long Yuohu to catch it. Fortunately, the thunder beast successfully took the bait. But in this case, Feng Yan was a little embarrassed. Long Yuohu joined this team to hunt for the soul ring, but Ruo completed the hunt alone. Long Yuohu asked, "By the way, have the others found them?" Feng Yan glanced at the ghost leopard girl beside him and said, "We only found Ji Qing. As for the others, let's continue looking. Except for Zhao Wenlin from the auxiliary department, as long as the rest of them don't encounter any powerful soul beasts, it should be fine question. Then just look for it slowly." Long Yuohu said. Feng Yan said, "Pay attention to the soul beasts that Ji Qing needs. Ji Qing's soul rings haven't been hunted yet." Long Yuohu nodded. The three of them briefly discussed it and did not go down the mountain immediately. Instead, they started searching here. Ji Qing asked, "Xiao Yuohu, what kind of soul beast is the soul ring you hunted for?" Long Yuohu glanced at her and said, "Thunder beast." "Oh, Thunder beast, hey? Thunder beast." This woman with an excellent figure almost jumped up. Feng Yan on the side also frowned. Ji Qing said, "You wouldn't just find a low-level thunder beast and make do with it. The age of the soul ring will directly affect the future development. It's not that Ji Qing doesn't believe in Long Yuohu's fighting power, but that the thunder beast itself has accumulated too much. The domineering thunder and lightning and the extremely fast speed make it almost have no natural enemies. A 900-year-old thunder beast is enough to defeat some quasi-spirits. Zun is greedy, and it is only an elusive goal. A 1000-year thunder beast, even Long Yuohu had never thought about it at first. However, after this experience, Long Yuohu's requirements for future soul rings have increased a lot. "Don't worry, I won't joke about my future." Long Yuohu comforted her. Feng Yan frowned. If Long Yuohu really ruined his future, it can only be regarded as their unintentional mistake. If not, it would be difficult for the prince to explain. The battle between Zig and Dulo has disrupted the distribution of spirit beasts in a large area nearby. The spirit beasts that usually sleep at home have to be forced to go out. Just like now. A big blue-green snake suddenly sprang out of the forest. It was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. It was about the thickness of an adult's thigh and bit into Long Yuohu with a pair of poisonous fangs. Long Yuohu's eyes flashed, and she exerted force on her feet. She moved half a step away, and the big green snake passed through her side. Ji Qing was startled and exclaimed, "Blood-spotted green python." Feng Yan also quickly looked over. When he saw the length of the blood-spotted green python and the 11 blood spots on it, he said coldly, "1000-year-old soul beast." Feng Yan was about to call back for help, and then he and Ji Yiqing saw a shocking scene. I saw that the blood-spotted green python missed a single blow, and its long tail with red spots quickly whipped towards Long Yuou. Long Yuou stepped on the ground with both feet, thunder burst out from the raised arms, and he directly received a blow from the long tail. The huge force made Long Yuou slide back a few steps. 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, rose up from Long Yuou's feet one after another. When they saw the dazzling purple soul ring, Feng Yan and Ji Yiqing stood stunned on the spot. The blood-stained green python didn't think anything of it, and its figure had quickly wrapped around Long Yuou. There was a flash of lightning under Long Yuou's feet, and he rushed towards the tail of the blood-spotted green python. His hands with dark purple lightning held the thick green python's tail. Thunder exploded, and he clenched his hands at the same time. The huge force made the green python's skin sink more than an inch, and the blood-stained green python couldn't help but scream. The python's lips opened wide. Long Yuou clamped the struggling python's tail under her arm, using the ground under her feet as an axis, and her young body lifted the python directly. This visually shocking scene just happened. After a few rounds, the body of the blood-spotted green python was almost rounded. Immediately, Long Yuou smashed the soul beast in his hand toward the big tree next to him. A tree that was slightly thicker than Long Yuou's waist broke in response, and smoke and dust flew everywhere for a while. Long Yuou breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously it was not easy to pick up such a huge python. Several circles appeared in the eyes of the blood-spotted green python, and its tongue fell outside its mouth. Ji Yiqing swallowed silently. If it hit her this time, she would never feel better. Are you telling me that this is just a Great Soul Master? Well, the average Great Soul Master does not have 1,000-year soul ring. Long Yuou clapped her hands and had no intention of continuing to attack. After the blood-spotted green python regained consciousness, it scurried back into the forest with its tail between its legs. Why didn't you kill it? Ji Yiqing stepped forward and asked. Long Yuou blinked. Why do you have to kill it? Do you need a reason not to kill it? I don't lack soul rings now. This. Ji Yiqing was speechless for a moment. It doesn't matter whether he kills or not, the important thing now is to find the soul ring that Ji Yiqing needs. Feng Yan stepped forward and said, looking at Long Yuou with a somewhat shocked look. Long Yuou and Ji Yiqing nodded. Ji Yiqing tapped Long Yuou's shoulder and said, Can I ask about your second soul skill? My second soul skill? Long Yuou looked at Ji Yiqing. Ji Yiqing nodded, and then said, If it's inconvenient. Long Yuou shook his head and said, It's nothing. My second soul skill is called Thunder Explosion, which can increase the power of my thunder and lightning attacks like explosions. What Long Yuou didn't say was that after absorbing the soul ring of the Thunder Beast, his reserves seemed to be a lot richer, but it might be because the Great Soul Master himself was stronger than the Soul Master. How much role does the second soul ring itself play in this? But there is no doubt that the body has been comprehensively strengthened. Ji Yiqing murmured, It's a very useful second skill. Long Yuou smiled awkwardly, That's right. It's not that Long Yuou can't use such skills, but with this soul ring, he seems to be much more flexible in using such skills. As expected, as Brother Shui said, the benefits of the soul ring on him are always there. By analogy with the first 2 soul rings, she already had some ideas for the next few soul rings, but she just didn't know if she could find those soul beasts with related skills. The 3 of them continued to move forward, and vaguely heard the sound of gold and stone colliding behind a huge boulder. The 3 of them looked at each other and slowly walked around. The figures of 2 soul beasts came into view. It was Su Tian and his son Qing Ming Shield, and the soul beast they fought with was a wind demon wolf. The extremely fast speed and explosive power make Su Tian, the defensive soul king who takes care of Su Lei, somewhat stretched. Chapter 23 Convergence Ji Yiqing. Feng Yan shouted, and at the same time a guandao appeared in his hand, and 5 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and purple rose from his feet. "Please, teacher." Ji Yiqing nodded quickly. This wind demon wolf had been cultivated for nearly 4,000 years, otherwise it would not have suppressed the 55-level Su Tian to this extent. The Gale Demon Wolf is a very powerful wind-attributed soul beast. It is azure in color and can condense wind wings on its back. It cannot fly. It is extremely fast and its attack power is not inferior to that of some soul beasts that are good at attacking. For this a kind of soul beast, there are people among humans who have such a martial soul. The spirit of the Dean of the Divine Wind Academy is the Gale Demon Wolf, and he himself is a strong man at the Contra level. It is easy to imagine how powerful the Gale Demon Wolf is, and it is naturally a perfect fit for Ji Yiqing's 4th soul ring. At this time, Su Tian's 2nd and 4th soul rings lit up at the same time, and the Qingming shield transformed into several shields and kept changing their positions to push the Gale Demonic Wolf aside. The cyan wings on the back of the Gale Demon Wolf pushed itself to constantly switch positions, beating Su Tian back steadily. Su Lei was protected by Su Tian, but he had no qualifications to take action. Instead, he became a burden. Feng Yan's 2nd soul ring flashed, his body immediately became light, and he ran straight towards the battlefield. When Su Tian saw Feng Yan, his face immediately showed joy. Qingming Shield's 5th soul ring lit up, Qingming Zhen. The Qingming Shield suddenly vibrated violently, catching the Gale Demon Wolf off guard. When the Gale Demon Wolf saw Feng Yan, he also became vigilant, but his original intention to retreat was blocked by Su Tian for a moment. At this moment, Feng Yan arrived, and Guandao's 1st and 5th soul rings lit up. The 1st soul ring skill, Sword Light. The cyan sword light flashes. The 5th soul ring skill, Shocking God Slash. The attack power is increased by 100%, Feng Yan's sure blow. Feng Yan slashed with his sword, and the Gale Demon Wolf was unable to dodge in an instant. He became fierce in his heart and stopped dodging. His claws struck Feng Yan like a mad knife. The claws and knives collided, and the two attacks were almost invisible to the naked eye. The airwaves scattered, gravel flew, and then only a line of blood flew up. Feng Yan staggered back, his hands and Guandao trembling continuously. The Gale Demon Wolf howled miserably, and one of its front legs was almost split in half. With this move, Feng Yan had the upper hand, but it also cost him a lot of money. The eyes of the Gale Demon Wolf were filled with bloodthirsty, and its ferocious gaze stared at everyone closely. Feng Yan adjusted his breathing, and then said, "Su Tian? Is it okay to leave this wind demon wolf to Ji Yiqing?" Su Tian smiled and said, "Of course I can't do it alone. It's not a big problem if I add you." "Then do it!" Feng Yan shouted, the 4th soul ring lit up, and the sky was filled with knife shadows and they rushed towards the wind demon wolf. Several Qingming shields in Su Tian's hands kept alternating to block Feng Yan's attack. No matter how fast the wind demon wolf was, it could not break through Su Tian's blockade and attack Feng Yan. The Gale Demonic Wolf kept making angry howls, but it could not take a step beyond the thunder pool, and there were gradually more stab wounds on its body. Long Yuou and Ji Yiqing watched the battle from behind the boulder. Long Yuou admired, the two Soul Kings cooperate perfectly, and their power is truly extraordinary. Ji Yiqing nodded and said, the two teachers are also well-known old partners in our college. The Gale Demon Wolf on the other side is also very strong, but not very smart. It's time to run away. Long Yuou said. Ji Yiqing complained, if it runs away, what will happen to my soul ring? Long Yuou said helplessly, it's just a comment. Didn't you run away? Hey, I'll go. Long Yuou was startled when she saw the Gale Demon Wolf resisting Feng Yan's attack and rushing towards the direction of the boulder where the two of them were. Ji Yiqing was also speechless for a while. How? Let's take action. The current Gale Demon Wolf is just an empty frame. Long Yuou's thunder and lightning power emerged again. Ji Yiqing had no time to hesitate and could only follow Long Yuou's arrangement. 3 yellow and purple soul rings rose from his feet. The wind demon wolf was a little confused when he saw the two people. There was actually an ambush, but he could feel that these two people were more than a little weaker than the two just now. The wind demonic wolf used its remaining 3 legs to pounce on Long Yuou. The wolf opened its mouth and planned to bite it into pieces. It knew that the smaller of the two was easier to bully. Long Yuou grinned, thunder attached to his hands. His hands were in the shape of claws, the backs of the hands faced each other, his legs pressed down, and he forcefully caught the open mouth of the Gale Demon Wolf. The huge impact pushed Long Yuou back several steps. To be able to stabilize his figure, thunder raged, and Long Yuou lifted the body of the Wind Demon Wolf out of thin air. "You are much lighter than the snake just now," Long Yuou said. When the Gale Demon Wolf raised its only movable front paw and wanted to tear the little human in front of him into pieces, 3 claw-shaped dark lights flashed instantly, and Ji Yiqing appeared from the side, with the 3rd soul ring it also dimmed. The ferocious gaze of the Gale Demon Wolf slowly faded away, and Long Yuou let go of his hands and dropped it. Feng Yan and Su Tian also rushed over at this time. Su Tian's eyes looked a little complicated. A new generation is replacing the old one. Feng Yan said, "Now that it's solved, let's take a rest here. The two of us have spent a lot of money." Ji Yiqing said, "Thank you two teachers." "And you Wu?" Feng Yan and Su Tian nodded, and Su Lei walked over slowly. Ji Yiqing looked at the 1,000-year soul ring slowly gathering on the body of the Gale Demon Wolf, and glanced at Long Yuou, with a complicated look in his eyes. "He is a great soul master with a 1,000-year soul ring." Then Ji Yiqing slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Panning Ni begins to absorb the soul ring and breaks through the soul sect. It's better to focus on the present. As the 1,000-year soul ring was placed on Ji Yiqing began to absorb the soul ring. Now the only one left is Wang Zhong of Ghost King Teng Wuhan. While everyone was thinking, 3 figures in the distance caught Su Lei's attention, and he said with some uncertainty, "That's Teacher Li and the others." Feng Yan immediately looked over, smiled, and said, "Yes, it's them. Teacher Feng, Teacher Su." Zhao Wenlin took the lead in saying hello. Now the only thing left is Long Yuou. Li Yingsong glanced at Ji Yiqing who was absorbing the soul ring and Long Yuou who was resting aside. Feng Yan and Su Tian looked at each other and looked at Wang Zhong. "What do you mean?" Wang Zhong smiled and said, "The two teachers guessed it right. I already have the 4th soul ring. On the way, I met a wisteria thorn flower that is about 3,500 years old." Feng Yan immediately smiled and said, "In that case, after Ji Yiqing has absorbed the soul ring, we can go back home. Long Yuou's soul ring has been hunted by himself." Su Tian also smiled. Li Yingsong nodded slowly and said, "Take a rest and walk out of the sunset forest in one breath." Zhao Wenlin, Wang Zhong and Su Lei laughed at the same time. It was finally over. There were too many facts encountered this time. Chapter 24, Thunder and Golden Light. At midnight, Ji Yiqing slowly opened his eyes, and 4 soul rings of yellow, purple and purple were hovering above Ji Yiqing's head. "Teacher Li." Ji Yiqing looked at Li Yingsong in surprise. Everyone who was taking a break was also awakened by Ji Yiqing. At the same time, Ji Yiqing's awakening also meant, it's time to leave. Everyone did not rest for too long before moving outside the sunset forest. This time, everyone walked out of the sunset forest in the early morning without any surprise. Compared to the turmoil in the sunset forest, Long Yuou was a little uncomfortable with such a peaceful trip. Except for the 3 teachers, a group of little guys have all improved. Everyone came on foot, and no one mentioned taking a bus when they returned. Long Yuou didn't dare to mention it. Although she was already on the 2nd ring road, she still had an instinctive resistance to vehicles, which was outrageous. Everyone returned to Tiandu Imperial Academy, while Long Yuohu said goodbye to everyone and returned to Tiandu Imperial City. In the Tiandu Imperial City, compared with the bustle at ordinary times, today's Imperial City is very deserted, and the Tiandu Imperial Palace is even more white. Long Yuohu stared at the deserted Tiandu Imperial City, feeling quite uncomfortable. After walking through nearly half of the streets of Tiandu Imperial City, Long Yuohu returned to the prince's mansion. The guards wearing white headscarves saw Long Yuohu's appearance and did not make any big move. Long Yuohu and these guards were also acquaintances. Most of them were beaten by Long Yuohu. Long Yuohu did not go in directly, but first asked the guards at the door for information. Yu Yi, Yu Shan, what happened in this imperial city? Yu Yi glanced around and whispered, the third prince, who was the most talented in soul master training among the four princes, suddenly died. Now, Yu Shan said, all members of the royal family are mourning in the palace now. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has told you not to go out casually when you come back. He will not be back soon. Long Yuohu nodded slowly and said, thank you for your hard work, I won't disturb you anymore. Yu Yi and Yu Shan said in unison, Miss Yu Wu, please do it. Long Yuohu immediately entered the prince's mansion. Looking at the familiar scenery in the prince's mansion, she didn't feel much joy in her heart. She knew that what happened to the third prince might have been done by Wuhan Palace, or it might have been done by Xingluo Empire. After all, Wuhan Palace was powerful, and Star Luo Empire and Tiandu had not been facing each other for a day or two. As for whether it was due to the physical condition of the third prince, let's forget it. Long Yuohu didn't really believe it anyway. The most likely person was the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, who had been teaching her as both a teacher and a friend. What would she do if the person blocking his way was herself? On the other hand, if he blocks his way back, what will he do? I can only say that I am glad that it was not other princes who saved me. Maybe you should be glad that the place you want to go back to is not in Douluo continent. Is he too precocious? Long Yuohu smiled bitterly, children, it's better not to think too much. After thinking about this, Long Yuohu ate and drank enough, and after a good sleep, he opened his eyes and saw Xue Qinghe sitting in front of his bed. Long Yuohu was so frightened that he quickly covered the quilt tightly, revealing a little head looked at Xue Qinghe with an accusing look. Xue Qinghe, you actually entered my room. You don't know whether men and women are kissing or not. Long Yuohu said angrily. Xue Qinghe didn't mean to avoid the slightest, and said with an upright face, of course I know, but... Xue Qinghe glanced at the outline on the quilt and said, you are too young. Long Yuohu, pervert. After washing up, come to me in the study and tell me about your experience. You are quite capable if you dare to hunt the 1,000-year soul beast by yourself. Xue Qinghe said expressionlessly. Then Xue Qinghe stood up and left, leaving Long Yuohu with a confused look on his face. Are you complimenting me? Is it possible to disobey this damn teacher's order? Out of an inexplicable fear of Xue Qinghe in class, Long Yuohu quickly got up, changed into her clothes for class, washed briefly, went to the kitchen to find something to eat, and then went straight to the study. Long Yuohu hurriedly finished eating and sat down where he should sit. Xue Qinghe saw Long Yuohu coming in and didn't say anything. Long Yuohu didn't say anything either. The two of them were so wide-eyed. Stare. Xue Qinghe always had an inexplicable sense of oppression in the study room. At this time, Xue Qinghe's gaze made Long Yuohu feel like sitting on pins and needles. When Long Yuohu finally couldn't stand it anymore, Xue Qinghe was the first to break the silence. From the moment you left the team alone, tell me your complete experience. Oh, Long Yuohu breathed a sigh of relief and finally spoke. So, Long Yuohu will search for the soul beast, encounter the 900-year-old thunder beast, advance the thunder beast to swallow the thunder bead, and how to win and how to absorb it. Everything about the soul ring was told. He frowned slightly when he heard that Long Yuo was determined to fight the 900-year-old Thunder Beast. When he heard about the magic of thunder beads, he raised his eyebrows slightly. When Long Yuo was telling her experience, she would look at He's expression from time to time. Long Yuo had an intuition that she could get some information from He about what this thunder bead was. He glanced at her. You are really brave. You know that the thunder beast is 900 years old, but you still dare to go up to it. Long Yuo argued, I have strong resistance and restraint ability to lightning. I am still sure to solve it. He struck mercilessly and said, Really? I almost fell down. I didn't know that this spirit beast could suddenly level up after being injured, but it's still a prophet. If it was 1,000-year spirit beast from the beginning, I really can't figure it out. 1,000-year spirit ring will always gain more than 100-year spirit ring. Well, I hope there will be more of this in the future. Long Yuo said. He glared at her, how many more times do you plan to come? Long Yuo recalled the sudden advancement of the Thunder Beast and suddenly stopped thinking about it. Let's forget it. This kind of thing happens once, and that's enough. It's a pity that Long Yuo can't decide the development direction of this situation at all. Sometimes luck comes, and it really can't be stopped, whether it's good luck or bad luck. Longer your memory, don't be so reckless, learn more from me and be calmer. He scolded. Long Yuo chuckled. Show me that thunder bead. He said. Oh. Long Yuo nodded, quickly took out the thunder bead and handed it over, then asked, Brother Shue, what on earth is this? Don't worry about me. He reached out and took the thunder bead. In an instant, violent thunder light and sacred golden light alternated, and He's body was suddenly covered with a layer of golden light, which was hazy and hard to see clearly. Long Yuo's intuition flashed before her eyes, and the clearest thing that caught her eye was the fleeting 4 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple and purple. Soul Sect. Long Yuo was a little surprised by He's level. The next moment, the thunder light dissipated, the golden light disappeared, and everything returned to its original state. Chapter 25 Battle with He. He's expression was a bit unhappy and a bit shocked. This thunder bead seems to be of the same level as her soul bone. In addition, in a sense, they are also the same type of thing. Only in this way can the two react so strongly. He looked at Long Yuo, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes, and asked tentatively, Did you just? Long Yuo said in a deep voice, I've seen them all. For a time, the two of them had a lot of thoughts in their minds. He, sure enough, she saw it. The identity of my daughter, who I worked hard to hide, was exposed like this. It was so hasty. But it's okay. As long as she doesn't have any thoughts of betrayal, she can let go of some things, which can save a lot of trouble. Long Yuo, Brother Shue is indeed a soul sect. He must work harder in the future, otherwise he doesn't know how long it will take to surpass him. She is looking forward to Brother Shue's expression then. He didn't expect that the little guy in front of her wanted to beat her. The two of them were not thinking on the same line now. Don't tell anyone. He warned. Long Yuo nodded and said, Hide it, I understand, but Brother Shue will be my sparring partner if you have the chance. He said quietly, It depends on your ability, and. He handed the thunder bead back, and Long Yuo took it. He said again, This is a good thing. Take it with you when you practice. As for when it will move, it depends on your strength and luck. Long Yuo asked, Why? He said, It has its own consciousness. As for when it wakes up? How it wakes up? Why it wakes up? It's all uncertain. At present, it has been infected with your breath. Before it is sure that it is completely disappointed with you. It won't go to anyone else. Long Yuo looked at the purple light that belonged to her and said, "Does it have its own consciousness?" It's better to say it's consciousness than an instinct to pray for the right owner. This is the best destination for an artifact. Xueqing he said. Long Yuo scratched his head and said, "Sacred weapon? It doesn't feel like its grade is that high." Xueqing he said, "I don't know. Maybe I didn't wake up, or maybe there is something wrong with me. Then let's wait until it wakes up." Long Yuo put it away, then remembered something and asked, "The third prince who died this time?" Xueqing he asked back, "Don't you already have the answer? Do you have any more questions?" Long Yuo shook his head and said, "It's just that I'm a little uncomfortable with it." Xueqing he glanced at her and said, "You still have too little experience. Deep in this cruel world, having too much goodwill will make you die without a burial place. Don't worry, I'm just not used to it being you who did this. In the future, I will have an invincible enemy. I promised Iltes." A flash of light flashed in Long Yuo's eyes. "Rui Meng, we must kill it. This is the momentum." Xueqing he clapped his hands and praised, "Keep it up." Long Yuo grinned. Xueqing he said, "I will stay in the palace these days, and I will leave the prince's mansion to you. When I come back, I will fight with you. Deal?" Long Yuo suddenly smiled. Xueqing he smiled back, explained some things, and left the prince's mansion. Seeing Xueqing he leaving, the corners of Long Yuo's eyes turned into crescent moons, and she cheered, "No more classes." In the past few days, apart from daily practice, Long Yuo has been quite leisurely, sleeping until 3 o'clock in the morning before getting up every day. But it turns out that leisurely days are always short-lived. A few days later, Xueqing he finally returned, and Long Yuo's short vacation came to an end, but there was still another stage that Long Yuo was most looking forward to, fighting Xueqing he. She has been curious about this teacher's strength for a long time. Out of Xueqing he's secret, there are only 2 prince residences like Xueqing he and Long Yuo. On a green grassland, Xueqing and Long Jiao stood opposite each other. Xueqing he was dressed in white, simpler than usual, with dark hair tied up with a white ribbon. His appearance was not outstanding, but he was very upright. Long Yuo wore a purple dress. The uncomplicated dress did not affect the fight. Her fair and powerful calves were completely exposed. Her long dark purple hair was casually scattered behind her. Her bright purple eyes stared closely at the man in front of her. In front of him, Xueqing he had no intention of taking the lead, so Long Yuo could only take action first. With a flash of dark purple lightning, Long Yuo left 2 traces on the ground and flew towards Xueqing he at high speed, with the long dark purple hair hanging all over his body. Slapping! When Long Yuo came close to Xueqing he's eyes, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, were revealed. Thunder and lightning attached to his hands, and Long Yuo hit Xueqing he's door with a straight punch. Xueqing he took his time and spread his legs forward and backward. He raised his palm to catch Long Yuo's heavy punch. When the majestic force hit Xueqing he's palm, Long Yuo felt the thunder and lightning that hit Xueqing he's body. The power was actually dissolved by an inexplicable force. Long Yuo's expression became solemn, and with his free hand, he struck Xueqing he with the power of thunder and lightning. Xueqing he made the same move and greeted him with his palm, and the power of thunder and lightning disappeared again. The situation at that time was not an illusion. Long Yuo immediately thought of the scene when Xueqing he forcibly carried her away from Commander Lin. It was like this at that time. The power of thunder and lightning hit Xueqing he's body and it also dissolved directly. "That's all you have?" Xueqing he said disdainfully. "No." Long Yuo said unyieldingly, retreating slightly, raising one right leg, drawing a dark purple electric light in the air, and kicked it towards Xueqing he. The hook of the Thunder Dragon. Xueqing he crossed his arms and caught Long Yuo's kick. With only a slight sway of his body, he bounced Long Yuo away. The strength is pretty good. Shweking he commented. Hey, it's not over yet. Long Yuo snorted coldly, and took 2 steps back. The power of thunder and lightning gathered in his hands, and he clenched his fists. Shweking he just raised his eyebrows slightly. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Long Yuo punched out, and a huge dragon claw rushed towards Shweking River. Shweking he smiled softly, and a golden light protected his arms. The huge impact made Shweking he's body unstable for the first time, and he staggered. Shweking he gently shook his right arm and said, "It is indeed much stronger than the thunder dragon claw of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, but is it really that much?" "That's not true." Long Yuo retorted, cursing in her mind, "What kind of monster is this? Ordinary 4-ring soul sects have this ability, so they haven't released their martial souls yet." Long Yuo took a deep breath, and a large amount of air poured into Long Yuo's lungs. His chest also swelled high, and dark purple thunder continued to flash in his mouth. "If you have the ability, don't hide," Long Yuo said vaguely. "Don't worry, I won't hide." Shweking he smiled. The roar of the thunder dragon. Long Yuo spit out thunder from his mouth, and the huge thunder pillar arrived in front of Shweking he in an instant. The huge explosion and lightning engulfed Shweking he directly. Chapter 26 One Punch. Shweking he made no move to dodge. The moment the thunder dragon's roar struck his body, a thin layer of golden light enveloped his body. The thunder swept across, and the huge force lifted the grass. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, revealing the soil below. If you look carefully, you can see a human-shaped light and shadow in the center of the thunder pillar. After the roar, Long Yuo stared at the figure shrouded in smoke and breathed in the fresh air, thinking, "This time, he will definitely not be hurt at all." But it turns out that what you least want to happen often easily appears in front of you. When the smoke and dust dispersed, what came into view was a pair of white wings extending from behind Shweking he, protecting Shweking he's body in the center. The pair of white wings are as broad and powerful as the wings of a goshawk, as beautiful and shining as the wings of a phoenix, and as white and flawless as the wings of a white crane. Long Yuo couldn't help but admire, "Okay, so beautiful." "No, you're fine." Long Yuo looked in astonishment at the slowly unfolding wings and the safe and sound Shweking he inside. Shweking he said calmly, "My estimate was wrong. You can't easily block that move without using martial arts. Let's get to know it again by the way." I saw Shweking he spreading his right hand forward, looking at Long Yuo, blinking his eyes, and said, "Qianrongxiu, a level 46 attack type war soul section. I am 14 this year, please give me some advice." Qianrongxiu's martial spirit is a seraph, a god-given martial spirit, and the quality of its martial spirit is even higher than that of the clear sky hammer. The golden light is Qianrongxiu's soul power, named Angel Soul Power, is a pure sacred energy with 2 attributes, fire and light, with a purifying and melting effect. Bang! Long Yuo gritted his teeth, lightning flashed under his feet, and he punched Qianrongxiu again. The punch was even faster than before. Qianrongxiu moved her feet, lowered her body slightly, punched out with her right fist, and hit Long Yuo's abdomen with the Angel's Soul Power. Long Yuo's fist stopped a few centimeters in front of Qianrongxiu's body. His pupils were blurred and his figure fell down. Qianrongxiu quickly helped him up, looked at the unconscious Long Yuo, sighed slightly, and said somewhat dumbfounded, "I didn't expect that the first opponent I defeated would be you." I don't know how much time passed, but Long Yuo woke up leisurely, her memory came back to her, her eyes suddenly widened, she quickly got up from the bed, and looked around, "Where are the people?" This is Long Yuo's room, and there is no figure of Qianrongxiu in the room. Seeing that his clothes were intact, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, Brother Shue didn't do anything, otherwise I really don't know how to face him, but he is really strong. Long Yuo rubbed her abdomen, her face a bit bitter. 14 years old and level 46? This is cheating. By the way, is this just 14 years old or 14 years old who is about to turn 15? Long Yuo prefers the former. This is an intuition. Long Yuo walked out of the room, found an empty space and sat cross-legged, took out the purple thunder beads and placed them between her legs, closed her eyes, and the dark purple electric light flashed around her, as if she had entered a state of cultivation. When Long Yuo was practicing, the purple thunder beads emitted a faint purple light, making the thunder on Long Yuo's body more abundant. Qian Rongxiu, who looked like Xue Qinghe, walked in with a lunchbox. When he saw Long Yuo who was practicing, he smiled slightly and placed the lunchbox beside Long Yuo. After completing this action, he left here. In the evening, Long Yuo woke up from practice. When she saw the lunchbox beside her, she immediately smiled, opened the lunchbox and started to eat happily. What Long Yuo and Qian Rongxiu didn't know was that the thunder beads had quietly changed. The original purple thunder beads began to transform into the dark purple belonging to Long Yuo's thunder, but it was not obvious. Such an unclear change, even if it is titled Dulo, was also unable to detect it for a while. The next day, Qian Rongxiu gave Long Yuo lessons as usual. Qian Rongxiu said, "Poison is a very difficult thing to deal with. Once you are against a soul master or soul beast with a poison attribute, it is best not to let it fully exert its power. Except for some soul masters who have the ability to restrain poison, even if they win, it will generally not be easy. The most representative soul beasts are the red rainbow toad, the twin-tailed scorpion, the green-scaled snake, etc." Long Yuo thought of the big snake she had glanced at in the sunset forest, and asked, "Brother Xue, is the jade scale snake a big green snake?" Qian Rongxiu said, "Yes, as for big, it's usually not very big." Long Yuo asked, "Then what happened to the 30-meter green-scaled snake we saw at that time?" Qian Rongxiu asked, "In Sunset Forest." Long Yuo said, "When we separated, I secretly saw a purple-black figure fighting this big snake. A 30-meter green-scaled snake can become a green-scaled snake king. If it is a soul beast, it should have cultivated for 90,000 years." Qian Rongxiu said, then changed the subject and said, "However, I remember the true form of poison Douluo Dugubo's martial spirit is also this big, and his martial spirit is the green-scale snake king." At the same time, somewhere in an inn in Tiandu Imperial City, an old man with green hair sneezed hard several times. It is indeed possible that there is a 90,000-year-old soul beast in the Sunset Forest, but it is equally possible that it is the place where Dugubo lives in seclusion. Qian Rongxiu wrote it down, saying that it would not be useful in the future. But who is the other purple-black figure? Is it Contra that is about to be banned? Or a strong man who conflicts with Dugubo? At this time, Dugubo never expected that half of his seclusion had been exposed. Poison Dulo. Long Yuo was confused. Qian Rongxiu said, "Well, a strong man at the level of a titled Dulo is moody, but he keeps his word. If we only look at his combat power, he is probably the weakest among the titled Dulo, but he is extremely powerful. If a war breaks out, he will definitely be the most lethal one." Long Yuo nodded, and then asked, "Where is that purple-black figure?" Qian Rongxiu shook her head and said, "I don't know, there's not enough information. I'm also quite curious about his identity." Long Yuo had an intuition that the purple-black figure would be seen again in the future. Qian Rongxiu interrupted my chat, "Okay, the class will continue." At the end of the course, Long Yuo said goodbye to Qian Rongxiu and went to Commander Lin, whom he had not seen for a long time. The nightmare of the guards under the command of Commander Lin came again. At this time, Long Yuo was more ferocious than before. After everyone was shocked by Long Yuo's 1,000-year soul ring, they felt miserable again. You must know that Commander Lin is only a 4th ring soul sect, and his subordinate with the highest cultivation level is just a great soul master close to the soul master. Previously, the 27th level rhinoceros spirit beasts were defeated by Long Yuou, who was at the top of the first level. Facing Long Yuou, who was now at the second level, everyone had no chance of winning one-on-one, so they had no choice but to fight together. Chapter 27, Yuwu Battle Group. Hero? Looking at the somewhat resistant faces of everyone, Long Yuou's mouth twitched and said shockingly, "You don't have to worry anymore, I won't come here again." "Why?" the most lively Wang Kui asked immediately, and then realized that he had asked a stupid question. The purpose of Long Yuou's coming here is to seek a fight, but now, as Long Yuou has advanced to become a great soul master and has a 1000-year soul ring, they are no longer qualified to be Long Yuou's opponents. So, Long Yuou, what reason does Wu have to continue coming here? For a while, everyone was a little silent. To be honest, they were already familiar with this little girl who often fought with them. After not seeing her for a while, she suddenly said that she was leaving, and they felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts. Long Yuou looked at Commander Lin, who was standing there. Commander Lin returned a look of affirmation. Long Yuou nodded, looked at Wang Kui and others and said, "For this reason, Commander Lin and I discussed it." Wang Kui reacted instantly and said jokingly, "Aren't you going to fight today?" The rest of the people also looked at Long Yuou and Commander Lin expectantly. Long Yuou smiled and shook his head, and said with a serious face, "How can you waste a great time, so we will still fight today, and all of you will have the opportunity to participate." Wang Kui and others suddenly burst into mourning. Wang Kui curled his lips and muttered, "What's the point? In one-on-one, we are no match at all. In wheel battles, there is no change from usual. In the second ring, it is even more difficult to consume. Do we have to fight one more time?" When Long Yuou heard Wang Kui's words, she immediately said, "You're right, I want you to come together, but you must let me enjoy it to the fullest." Everyone was shocked and looked at the figure on the side. They looked at Commander Lin in disbelief. It was hard to believe that this was something Commander Lin would agree to. You know, among the nearly 100 people, excluding Commander Lin, they all have soul power. Even though 1/3 do not have soul rings, they are still stronger than ordinary people. Most of the remaining ones are soul masters. Among them, there are even 15 great soul masters. Even with such a lineup, Commander Lin would not dare to go alone. In terms of consumption alone, these nearly 100 people can completely consume Commander Lin, who is the soul sect. The soul power of the soul sect is still limited, let alone the great soul master Long Yuou. You don't have to look at me. This matter was brought up by Yuou. Her strength has been greatly improved. If we don't fight like this, there is no point. Commander Lin said with a smile, "Your efforts during this period also need to be tested, don't underestimate this little guy, don't you remember the strength of her fists?" Hearing this, everyone suddenly felt the fear of being dominated by Long Yuou in the past. Commander Lin took advantage of the situation and said, "If you want to fight back, today is your last chance." For a moment, the emotions of Wang Kui and others were aroused. Commander Lin continued, "There is no time limit, no rule limit, and you will be eliminated if you lose your combat effectiveness. Are you clear?" "Listen clearly," everyone said in unison. Long Yuou didn't object, because this was already agreed upon. "Then, let's begin." Commander Lin gave the order, and everyone immediately rushed forward. Long Yuou raised her eyebrows slightly. These people were not going to give her a chance to fight back. If it's too concentrated, spread it out a little. I saw Long Yuou take a deep breath, the air was greatly reduced, the thunder in his mouth flashed with dark purple lightning, and the thunder dragon's roar was ready to go. Everyone was a little confused about this scene. The thunder dragon's roar had never been used in front of everyone, but the stronger ones reacted immediately and shouted, all defense-type soul masters on top, use your strongest soul skills. For a time, all kinds of brilliance shined at the same time. A thick dark purple thunder pillar erupted from Long Yuou's mouth. The huge thunder submerged a large number of soul masters in the center. There is strength in numbers. This sentence is true, but when there are many people, flexibility will be greatly reduced. This is a problem that soldiers on the battlefield will also face. The larger the number, the easier it is to have problems. What's more, their opponent is the same person. After the thunder dispersed, more than a dozen people fell to the ground, their bodies twitching from time to time. The people next to them were not unscathed, they were all more or less injured. Commander Lin's voice sounded at the right time. 11 people including Shi Lu have lost their combat effectiveness, leaving 87 people left. The 27th level Rhinoceros Spirit Master saw that Long Yuou was about to retreat, and seemed to be planning to attack again, so he immediately shouted, "Spread out and fight together with people you are familiar with. Don't gather together." Everybody did as they were told. Unexpectedly, lightning flashed under Long Yuou's feet, and he advanced instead of retreating. The thunder was carried to his hands, and he rushed towards a 6-man team with his fists waving. Someone quickly reacted, "No, it's easier to win in a swarm. Moon dance can't consume us." Someone glanced at him and said very quickly, "It doesn't matter whether we disperse or not. The attacks of dozens of people cannot attack the same person at the same time. Instead of thinking about winning, it is better to think about how not to leave regrets. I don't want to be wiped out with one move." With Long Yuou's punch, a one-ring soul master was instantly knocked away, and several different vines spread towards Long Yuou at the same time. The beast spirit masters of Leopard, Lone Wolf, and Hound rushed towards Long Yuou. Several streams of light attached to these beast spirit soul masters, which were exactly the abilities of the auxiliary soul masters. Some of the streams of light even fell on Long Yuou. For a time, Long Yuou's speed slowed down a lot. It was obvious that he was also an auxiliary spirit master. Means of connection. Long Yuou was happy and unafraid, her arms spread out like wings, the power of thunder quickly lingered up, and she rushed towards the 3 beasts like a giant dragon spreading its wings. Martial Soul Master. Thunder Dragon's Wing Strike. In an instant, the 3 of them flew out upside down, but at this moment, a vine tripped Long Yuou, and the other 2 soul masters quickly followed. The 3 control system soul masters worked together to control Long Yuou in place. Thunder flashed all over Long Yuou's body, and she grabbed the vine directly in her hand. With her strength, she actually picked up the soul beast and threw it towards the group of auxiliary soul masters. Suddenly, a group of people fell on their backs. Several more people were eliminated, and then, a great spirit master with the antelope spirit rushed towards Long Yuou. Long Yuou responded with attack, punching the great antelope soul master on the chest with one punch, and quickly pressing the other hand on the great antelope soul master's face, pushing him towards the rest of the crowd. On this day, Commander Lin and his men had the most intuitive experience of Long Yuou's strength, speed, burst, endurance, and defense. There was almost no short version of Long Yuou, which made them feel that they were not facing one person, but an almost complete team of great soul masters. At this time, Long Yuou's breathing became heavy. 41 people remain. Chapter 28 Farewell. 41 people remain. Most of the auxiliary soul masters have been targeted by Long Yuou and have lost their combat effectiveness due to various reasons. There are 6 soul warriors, 24 soul masters, and 11 great soul masters. This is the remaining situation of Long Yuou's opponents. Under the intentional actions of everyone, they slowly moved towards the other side of the square. This was also to ensure that those who had lost their combat effectiveness were not affected. The 2 yellow soul rings around Wang Kui kept shining. Possessed by the green bull martial soul, his body looked quite strong, and a pair of horns rushed straight towards Long Yuou. Long Yuohu planted her feet on the ground, her body that was moving at high speed quickly stabilized, and she grabbed the horns of the green bull with both hands. At the moment of contact, the huge impact shook Long Yuohu, but that was all. Just when Long Yuohu was about to subdue Wang Kui, a bit of silver light broke through the air from behind Wang Kui and passed through. Through the gap, he hit Long Yuohu straight. In the distance, the only yellow soul ring on a tall and thin man shone brightly, and his movements seemed to throw something. On the other side, the great Rhino Spirit Master was approaching. Long Yuohu relied on her senses to dodge the silver light. The silver light passed by Long Yuohu's side. A cut was made in her purple dress, and a trace of blood was instantly brought out. Until now in the battle, although Long Yuohu has a lot of scratches on her body, this is the first time she has seen blood. The person who accomplished this achievement was actually a first-level soul master, but no one was surprised. This soul master's martial soul is a special silver needle, silvery and without holes. Although it only has a century-old soul ring and can only have the power of one blow in a short period of time, this blow is enough to kill an unprepared defense system master. A bloody hole was punched between the soul master's eyebrows. With this blow, Long Yuohu's strength suddenly lost its focus. Wang Kui saw the right moment and used his strength instantly, and Long Yuohu's rhythm suddenly showed flaws. The great rhinoceros soul master also arrived at this moment. With a full blow from this great soul master, Long Yuohu's body was thrown into the air. Flying leaves, fireballs, long whips, etc. flew towards Long Yuohu at the same time. At this moment, everyone seemed to be in perfect harmony. They were stuck at the moment when Long Yuohu could not avoid it, and tried to make Long Yuohu lose his fighting ability. Naturally, Long Yuohu wouldn't be able to catch her without mercy, so Qianrongxue was fine. Facing other people, Long Yuohu's desire to win was not that strong. Drink! Long Yuohu shouted, and the power of thunder completely enveloped himself. His whole body was like a real 9-day divine thunder. He clasped his hands together and slammed down with a heavy punch. The huge impact triggered a violent explosion, and even Commander Lin in the distance frowned. Was it a bit too much? But immediately, Commander Lin gave up this idea, and a bolt of lightning shot out from the explosion. The Thunder Dragon spread its wings, and the 3 first ring soul masters were instantly knocked down. The lightning dispersed, and it was Long Yuohu who used the power of the explosion to break out of the attack blockade. At this time, Long Yuohu had bruises all over his body, but his fighting spirit was not reduced at all. The thunder pillar spurted out from his mouth again, and the roar of the Thunder Dragon knocked down 5 people again. There was a flash of lightning under his feet, and Thunder Dragon's iron fist hit the Silver Needle Soul Master, causing the Soul Master to lose his combat effectiveness instantly. Without the powerful Spirit Master to stop him, Long Yuohu was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, killing everyone in all directions. Wang Kui and others immediately returned for reinforcements. Long Yuohu grabbed the arm of a great control Soul Master, and Thunder Dragon's grip smashed it to the ground. Iron fists, hooks, grips, elbow strikes, roars, etc. were all struck out like flowing water. The great Soul Master couldn't resist Long Yuohu's moves at all. There was an inexplicable illusion in everyone's mind. Long Yuohu, who seemed to be full of blood, became even more fierce. Wang Kui and the great Rhinoceros Soul Master finally arrived. 21 people remain. Long Yuohu's hands met the impact of the 2 men at the same time. The bodies of King Nu and Rhino stopped at the same time, and the 3 of them entered a wrestling state. The remaining Soul Masters seized the opportunity and attacked Long Yuohu. 1. Just when everyone was thinking this, Wang Kui and the Rhinoceros Soul Master who were facing Long Yuohu suddenly saw the dark purple electric light blooming from Long Yuohu's mouth, and they were shocked in their hearts. No way! The roar of the Thunder Dragon. The huge thunder pillar completely engulfed the 2 of them, and the violent Thunder Dragon roared. Under the roaring impact at close range, even if Wang Kui and the Rhinoceros Soul Master had good defenses, they could only fall into coma at the same time. There are 7 great Soul Masters left, 11 Soul Masters, and 1 Soul Warrior. But the great Soul Master who resisted the beating was gone. A ray of cold light quickly rushed towards Long Yuou. It was a great Soul Master holding a dagger. Long Yuou's eyes turned, lightning flashed under his feet, and his speed was almost the same as that of this agile attack type. Long Yuou grabbed the dagger Soul Master's arm, resisting the feeling of depleted soul power, and smashed it down at the other Soul Master. After Long Yuou blocked several attacks and counterattacked again, her strength was close to the limit, but she had no intention of falling down. Long Yuou glanced at the last 3 people, a great Soul Master, a Soul Master, and a Soul Warrior. The bright purple eyes seemed to be telling one thing: I will never lose. As for Qian Rongxiu's battle, can it be called a loss? That's called an instant kill. Killed instantly. The remaining 3 people looked at each other. Even though Long Yuou was in poor condition, they had no chance of winning. They said helplessly, "We surrender." Long Yuou took a deep breath and dispersed the thunder lingering around her body. Her aura gradually became weak, and she almost fell to the ground in a sway. Commander Lin stepped forward, looked at his scattered subordinates, sighed, and said, "We were defeated after all." The 3 people standing did not speak. Although they were unwilling to accept it, if they lost, they lost. There was nothing to quibble about. Long Yuou walked up with a pale face. The feeling of depletion of soul power made her very uncomfortable, especially after leaving the battle. Long Yuou said, "Commander Lin, they have tried their best. Yuou, I don't mean to blame them. I think they are witnessing the birth of a strong man." Commander Lin laughed and said, "Yuou, go back quickly. Don't say goodbye to these bastards. Maybe you can meet again, and His Royal Highness is still waiting for you." Long Yuou also smiled softly, glanced at the 3 people still standing, and said, "I'm leaving." Well. Commander Lin watched Long Yuou leave, looked at the scattered people, and said, "The people have left. Those who have woken up should get up quickly. Although that little girl's attack is heavy, it will not be fatal. Even now no one can get up." It was quiet down there for a while. Commander Lin's face suddenly darkened and he said, "Okay, there's no shame in losing. We won't be training anymore today. Those who are awake will take care of those who are lying down." With that said, Commander Lin left. Then, the sounds of gasping and wailing gradually began. Long Yuou signaled the Yu family brothers at the door of the prince's mansion not to say anything, and then walked in quietly. Passing by the front hall, Qian Rongxiu's cold voice suddenly sounded, "Where are we going?" Chapter 29 Team 2. Long Yuou felt a chill coming from her heels and hit the back of her head. She immediately smiled awkwardly and looked at the figure who was gradually walking in. She tried to muddle through and said, "Go back to the room and rest. As for escaping? Haha, don't be kidding, can Long Yuou in this state outrun Qian Rongxiu in the 4th ring?" Qian Rongxiu took a look at Long Yuou's condition and said faintly, "The beating was pretty hard this time. Is not that right?" There were abrasions all over his body, and bright red blood was still seeping out from the gap in the purple dress on his side. Long Yuou staggered back all the way, but she attracted a lot of strange looks. Fortunately, everyone had long been accustomed to the similar behavior of this little girl who ran back and forth all day long, but this time it seemed to be more serious. Long Yuou smiled awkwardly. After the fight started, I couldn't hold it back anymore. Qian Rongxiu whispered, "Little fighting maniac." "What?" Long Yuou blinked. She naturally heard it, but she was a little unbelievable that Qian Rongxiu would actually talk about herself like this. "It's nothing. Let's take care of the wound quickly. You'll feel better if you're anemic, right?" Qian Rongxiu looked serious. "Yes." After receiving the order, Long Yuo ran away and disappeared from Jian Rongxiu's sight in a few blinks. Jian Rongxiu sighed. If Long Yuo was thrown into a similar court, Jian Rongxiu guessed, Long Yuo would probably not survive more than 2 days. Among the 4 heirs of Emperor Shuye, the one who is most likely to inherit the throne is not the Prince Shui Qinghe, but the 3rd prince with the highest cultivation talent. But now that the 3rd prince is dead, Shui Qinghe is the most likely to inherit the throne. According to Jian Rongxiu's original plan, she wanted to kill all the 3 princes except Shui Qinghe, but the sudden arrival of Long Yuo made her immediately change her strategy. If all 3 princes died, and she was the only surviving prince, the problem would be huge. Even if Shuye couldn't find the problem, she would still be suspicious of her. Therefore, she only got rid of the 3rd prince, and the remaining 2nd and 4th princes are not to be feared. She only needs to check and balance to accumulate strength and wait for the opportunity. Compared with the Star Luo Empire's method of raising gu, the inheritance of the throne of the Tiandu Empire is more harmonious, but it is also more conducive to Jian Rongxiu's cultivation of leadership abilities. But there are more difficult things in the Wuhan Palace. Jian Rongxiu was thinking while walking. She passed by Long Yuo's residence and walked in accidentally. When she saw Long Yuo who was almost wrapped in gauze, she couldn't help but chuckle. "You use gauze as clothes. That's enough." At this time, Long Yuo could be said to be wrapped in gauze. Except for a few exposed skins such as her head and hands, the rest of her body was completely covered by gauze. Long Yuo had a black line on her head and said speechlessly, "It's not for you to see." Jian Rongxiu smiled enough and said, Okay, my fault." Long Yuo slowly put on the dress. As for why she didn't avoid suspicion, the main reason was that the gauze blocked everything that should be blocked and shouldn't be blocked. It was a hairy escape. Jian Rongxiu asked, "You won't go to Commander Lin's place in the future, right?" Long Yuo nodded in agreement. "Well, 3 within the ring, I plan to meditate at home." Jian Rongxiu nodded. "Well, before you go to Tiandu Royal Academy, you should rest for a while." "Yet." Long Yuo nodded. "If you want to participate in the elite competition of the continent's advanced Soul Master Colleges, you can't avoid Tiandu Royal Academy. The better Long Yuo performs in the competition, the better for being tied to Long Yuo. The more Jian Rongxiu is, the more advantageous it will be." Jian Rongxiu said, "After some time, I will take you to the Tiandu Royal Academy to see. Your 1000-year soul ring is no longer a secret among the senior officials of the Tiandu Royal Academy." Long Yuo asked, "Can I try the mimicry training ground inside?" Jian Rongxiu said, "It depends on the situation, but there should be no problem." Long Yuo said calmly, "That's good." In the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, there is no telling what kind of opponents will emerge. Jian Rongxiu said calmly, "The requirement is to be under 25 years old. A Soul Master at the Soul Sect level is naturally indispensable, and a Soul Master at the Soul King level may not be impossible." Long Yuo said, "It's a pity that you won't participate." Jian Rongxiu chuckled, "Should I participate? You won't have any fun." Long Yuo shrugged and said nothing. Jian Rongxiu said, "For a qualified team, the team members can make up for each other's shortcomings. In this way, the power of a team that strives to achieve perfection far exceeds the power of a single individual. This is not the case with those subordinates led by Commander Lin that you have encountered. Comparable." Long Yuo said, "I still prefer to compete alone." Jian Rongxiu glanced at her, shook her head and said, "This is not possible. At least 7 team members are required to participate." Long Yuo smiled and said, "Then just find 6 to make up the number." Jian Rongxiu said seriously, "You can teach me." Long Yuo said, "Yeah, I think I'm pretty smart too." Jian Rongxiu said with a smile, "But in this case, it will be difficult to join the main team of the Royal Fighter Team." Long Yuo nodded in agreement, "That's right, Tiandu Royal Academy will never let me and a few make-up numbers form the Imperial Battle Team. What should we do? Qian Rongxiu also imitated Long Yuou and started thinking, yes, what should we do? Qian Rongxiu clapped her hands and said as if she had thought of it, Tiandu Royal Academy has 2 quotas for the participating teams. Long Yuou was confused, hey. Qian Rongxiu accepted, Tiandu Royal Academy has 2 representative teams, a home team and a second team. The home team is directly sent to the finals, so you don't have many chances to compete. When Long Yuou heard this, she realized that this was not possible, so she said, in other words, I want to join the second team, right? I don't want to miss this opportunity. Qian Rongxiu nodded and said, the home team does not have such an opportunity, but the second team has to reach the finals all the way like ordinary teams. Does that mean Yu Wu plans to join the second team? Long Yuou looked at Qian Rongxiu and asked, isn't it okay? Qian Rongxiu said, although it is a bit troublesome, it is not impossible, but in this case, you will be under a lot of pressure alone. Long Yuou said, I don't care. Qian Rongxiu said, you don't care, I do. What if you lose? What if the whole team loses directly? It's easy for something to happen if you compete with a team like this. Long Yuou chuckled, you know my strength, I am very strong, so what if there are 7 of us? Qian Rongxiu was speechless for a moment, her confidence was a bit too much. I'm just chatting with you, you still have to take it seriously. Shueqing he looked into Qian Rongxiu's eyes and said firmly, Brother Shui, I want to join the second team. Qian Rongxiu looked at Shueqing he and was a little distracted for a moment. Why do you have such confidence? She said helplessly, it depends on your performance. Chapter 30 Release your martial spirit. Hey, it depends on performance. Long Yuou was helpless. Pa Qian Rongxiu poked Long Yuou's forehead with her finger, you little girl, Tiandu Royal Academy is not my hall, you think I can do whatever I want? Long Yuou covered her burning forehead and was speechless, if you can't, you can't. Why are you hitting me? Do you have any opinion? Qian Rongxiu said word by word. Long Yuou curled her lips, no. Without the assistance of Commander Lin, Long Yuou no longer has the fighting help of Wang Kui and others. Qian Rongxiu is too strong and is not suitable for sparring. However, although it is not possible to sparring, regular provocation is still possible, and of course it is inevitable. Just beat him up. Long Yuou started her own special training. Qian Rongxiu was able to help her get a lot of training items needed for explosive power, endurance, attack power, speed, etc. A few months later, Long Yuou, who had already fully recovered, accompanied Qian Rongxiu to Tiandu Royal Academy. Qian Rongxiu and Long Yuou walked to the entrance of Tiandu Royal Academy, and the solemn gate that showed the royal style first came into view. Long Yuou marveled, this is the so-called aristocratic school. Qian Rongxiu said, yes, this place is not suitable for civilian soul masters. Except for a few students, most of the other soul masters have higher eyesight and do not have much ability themselves. However, the teaching resources are still good. Long Yuou looked at Qian Rongxiu and asked, how does it compare with Wuhandian Academy? Qian Rongxiu thought for a while and said, I have never been to Wuhandian Academy, but I think it should be about the same. However, compared to Tiandu Royal Academy, the pressure on students in Wuhandian Academy should be much greater, after all, they don't have a title waiting to be inherited. Long Yuou smiled and said, it makes me a little interested. Qian Rongxiu also laughed and said, that's not possible. Shueqing he can't let you go to the spirit hall. Long Yuou said, yes. The 2 people walked towards the inside of the gate, and 2 guards holding long guns blocked their way. Qian Rongxiu smiled gently and said, 2 guard brothers, it is snowing and clearing the river. Please report. A serious voice came from inside the armor, saying, Your Highness, you are welcome. The dean has ordered that you have been here more than once, so you can go in directly. Thank you, brother guard. Qian Rongxiu smiled happily and said, Yuhou, let's go. The two guards did not stop Xue Qinghe and Long Yuhou. Entering Tiandu Royal Academy, you will see a mountain scenery. Qian Rongxiu said, I should have mentioned that Tiandu Royal Academy, or Huangdu Academy, is built on a mountain, so the environment is naturally good. The three senior teachers on the education committee are all 8-ring soul masters. There are more than 50 teachers, and about 500 students, who are basically the nobles of the empire and its affiliated kingdoms. The two were about to reach the mountainside when a fortress-like building made of bungalows appeared in front of them. The wall was 5 meters high and the whole body was bright yellow. It looked extremely gorgeous. Qian Rongxiu said, this is the main building. It's on campus. Long Yuhou said, Brother Xue, the conditions here are much better than your prince's mansion. My prince's mansion is certainly not comparable. Qian Rongxiu glanced at her and said, let's go and see the manager. Someone should know that we have arrived. We have to stay here for a few days. Long Yuhou nodded. Qian Rongxiu led Long Yuhou into the reception hall of the main campus, where a familiar figure was already waiting. Qian Rongxiu thanked him and said, Mr. Li, thank you for what you did last time. This person is the leader of the team to hunt the soul beasts, the 63rd level agility attack soul emperor, Li Yingsong. Li Yingsong said, I have met His Royal Highness, Your Highness, there is no need to be polite, it's just a matter of effort. And it didn't help much. After all, Long Yuou's soul ring was obtained by herself. Qian Rongxiu said, Mr. Li is humbled. Without Mr. Li, it would be difficult for Yu Wu to go deep into the sunset forest. Li Yingsong glanced at Long Yuou and said, You two come with me. I will arrange a place for you first. The elders of the education committee plan to meet this little friend tomorrow. This is natural. Qian Rongxiu nodded, and Li Yingsong led the way and arranged the two of them in 2 adjacent rooms. The accommodation here did not look like the prince's residence at all. Li Yingsong said, You two will stay here for now. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. Qian Rongxiu said, Mr. Li, please. Long Yuou said with emotion, the students here live really comfortably. Qian Rongxiu suddenly smiled, the place you live in is not bad either. The two said goodbye and spent the whole night speechless. The next morning, Li Yingsong arrived again. After having breakfast with the two of them, they headed towards the center of the main campus, where the education committee was located. Entering the education committee, 3 old men were already waiting here. There was no strong pressure, only an inexplicable feeling, as if the 3 old men were the core of the entire academy, which was the special temperament of the strong. The 3 old men were dressed in black robes with golden silk threads embroidered with this strange pattern. These robes were not extraordinary, but custom-made robes that only soul masters with the title of Contra could receive from the Spirit Hall. From now on, it can also prove the influence of Wuhan Palace. The 3 elders had already turned their attention to Long Yuou the moment Qian Rongxiu and Long Yuou stepped into the education committee. Compared to Xue Qinghe's status as the prince, the 3 elders were obviously more concerned about the status of Long Yuou's soul ring. Qian Rongxiu took a step forward, Xue Qinghe, I have met 3 seniors. The 3 elders withdrew their gaze, looked at Qian Rongxiu, and said, I have met His Highness the Crown Prince. Qian Rongxiu pushed Long Yuou forward and introduced, this is Long Yuou, who is currently a 2nd-level soul master. The leader, the old man, was of medium height and very thin. He smiled and said, You are indeed extraordinary for your young age. I am the chief of the education committee, a dream god machine, a martial soul black demon, an 85 level 8-ring battle soul Dulo of the control system, and the other 2 yes. Meng Shenji pointed at the old man on the left. This old man was short and indeed very fat. He had a gentle smile and said, "Second seat of the Education Committee, by base Han, Wuhan Tianxing Furnace, Defense System 84th Level 8 Ring Battle Soul Dulo." Meng Shenji pointed at the last ordinary-looking old man and said, "The third seat of the Education Committee, Jilin, the Martial Spirit Tian Qingteng, the 82 Level 8 Ring Weapon Soul Douluo of the Control System." Long Yuohu blinked. This was obviously meant for her, so she bowed respectfully and said, "Long Yuohu has met 3 seniors." Meng Shenji nodded with a smile and said, "We may be a little offended next time, so please don't be offended." Long Yuohu looked at Qian Rongxiu, and Qian Rongxiu responded with an affirmative look. Long Yuohu said, "The 3 seniors can speak directly if they have something to say. The juniors are not young anymore." Meng Shenji said, "Haha, okay, that's it, Long Yuohu, release your martial spirit." Chapter 31 Fighting Soul Dulo. Release your martial spirit. Long Yuohu blinked her eyes and asked eagerly, "Do you want to fight?" "This." Meng Shenji hesitated for a moment. Qian Rongxiu raised her eyebrows slightly, but she had no intention of stopping her. The 3 elders of the Education Committee naturally found a talent like Long Yuohu very rare. Even though Long Yuohu's behavior was somewhat extraordinarily, he was just a child in the eyes of the 3 elders. The character of these 3 elders is still trustworthy. If nothing unexpected happens, Long Yuohu will have another chance to fight against the powerful Contra, not to mention that he, the Crown Prince of Tiandu, is still here. No big deal. Meng Shenji glanced at the 2 guys beside him, rolled his eyes, and then said, "Okay, kid, how about we play around?" Qian Rongxiu on the side said with a smile, "Senior Meng, Yuohu has a straight heart, please show mercy." Meng Shenji said, "Your Highness, you can rest assured, I know." Seeing this, Long Yuohu said directly, "Fight here." Long Yuohu was a little worried about breaking things. The things here looked better than the decoration of the prince's mansion. The Bibasehan Education Committee suddenly laughed, and Zhilan on the side couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha ha, relax, there are 3 of us old guys here. If you can break things here, it's too late for us to be happy." Meng Shenji also nodded slightly. Long Yuohu jumped on the spot, shook her arms slightly, and moved her muscles slightly, then she smiled and said, "I'm on." Qian Rongxiu has quietly retreated to the side. In the battle here, it is better for him as a second ring not to be affected. As soon as he finished speaking, dark purple lightning flashed from Long Yuohu's feet. The short distance of 3 to 4 meters was spanned in an instant, and a straight punch hit the Meng Shenji's face, not caring at all that the opponent in front of him was an old man. Meng Shenji felt the fist wind in front of him, and his soul power moved into his palms. He planned to receive the blow forcefully, thinking constantly in his heart. According to Feng Yan, this child is an elemental soul master, but strength and speed are not weaknesses. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. It is difficult for a second-level agility attack system to have such speed. That's right, if your physical fitness is not strong, how can you withstand the power of a 1,000-year soul ring? Bang! The sound of fists and palms connecting interrupted Meng Shenji's thinking. In an instant, Meng Shenji's expression changed slightly. His palm was actually knocked back by the small arm with thunder attached to it, and 2 extraordinary soul rings, one yellow and one purple, also appeared in front of Meng Shenji at this time. Long Yuohu turned around, twisted her waist, and followed closely with a dark purple electric arc on her right leg, heading straight for the door of the Dream God machine. Iron Fist followed by Hook and Claw, Long Yuohu's old routine. Meng Shenji couldn't help but said, "My child, you are so harsh." Although there was some blame in the words, you can guess the old man's mood by looking at the gentle smile on his face. Seeing this, the 2 education committee members also smiled. Long Yuohu's hook claw remained unabated, its trajectory remained unchanged, and it hit the dream machine directly. Meng Shenji raised his arms and deflected the hook claw of the attack. Long Yuo staggered a few steps, and took a breath in his chest. The thunder in his mouth kept flashing, and he said vaguely, "Senior, in my opinion, since it is a battle, there is no reason to show mercy. Injuries in battle are inevitable." Of the Thunder Dragons, roar! A huge dark purple thunder column spurted out instantly, hitting the Dream God machine directly. Seeing this, Meng Shenji shouted, "Okay. Many times, injuries are indeed unavoidable, but you still need to grasp the degree of control during sparring." The Thunder Dragon's roar engulfed the Dream God machine, and the thin layer of soul power protected the ground. After the Thunder Dragon's roar hit the Dream God machine, it did not continue to move forward, and the ground that should have been affected was not damaged at all. What does this mean? The Dream God machine still has enough power to protect its surroundings. The Dragon Moon Dance has 2 rings, and the Dream God machine has 8 rings. The gap between the two is more than a tiny bit. A thin layer of black mist engulfed the Thunder Dragon's roar, and the thunder dispersed. The figure of Meng Shenji had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a dark shadow, yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, black, 8 black soul rings hovering in the air. This is the martial spirit of Meng Shenji, Black Demon. As we all know, the 5th soul ring has a lifespan of 12,000 years, and the 4th soul ring has a lifespan of 5,000 years. In other words, top soul masters hope that the 5th soul ring will be a black 10,000-year soul ring, instead of the 1,000-year-old purple soul ring. But as a powerful contra player, Meng Shenji's 5th soul ring is also a purple soul ring. You can imagine how difficult it is to obtain high-level and high-quality soul rings. In comparison, Long Yuo's 2nd ring, the purple 1,000-year soul ring, was so abrupt. Have you finally released your martial spirit? In addition, I am still sure of my move. You are a contra. Long Yuo put his feet on the ground, put his right elbow forward, his left hand and right hand clasped together, and thunder exploded. Pushing Long Yuo's elbow down, he hit the black shadow. After Long Yuo fought hard, it was as if she had crashed into a quagmire. The strong discomfort made Long Yuo stagger. An opponent that is hard to touch. Long Yuo curled his lips and unleashed all the thunder around him. The dark purple lightning in the black shadow in everyone's eyes kept flashing, but it was insignificant compared to the black shadow. Drink! Thunder continued to overflow from Long Yuo's body and continued to wreak havoc in the black shadow. Although it did not feel like it hit the real target, Long Yuo felt like it hit the dream machine. Of course, the damage was not high. That's it. Thunder flashed, black shadows floated, and the two sides were locked in a struggle, but the 3 people watching knew clearly that Long Yuo had lost. At this time, Meng Shenji just wanted to test Long Yuo's limit. But as time passed, the expressions of Bai Basehan and Zhilan became horrified, because the dark purple arc had no intention of disappearing at all. Even though it was much smaller than at the beginning, it still did not show the twilight. The 2 of them were shocked. This is Great Soul Master? Qian Renshui looked calm. She knew Long Yuo very well. Long Yuo's endurance and battery life were even stronger than those of ordinary soul masters. Long Yuo ran rampant in the darkness, but failed to achieve any effective results. Finally, Long Yuo withdrew the thunder, and the soul ring disappeared. He shrugged and said, "Senior Meng, Long Yuo surrenders. There is no way to fight." As soon as the words fell, the black shadow quickly disappeared, and an old man slowly appeared again, with a look of astonishment on his face. It was Meng Shenji. The first thing Meng Shenji said was, "My child, when do you plan to enter school?" This means that Meng Shenji himself has the idea of letting Long Yuo enter school in advance. The other 2 education committee members looked at each other, nodded, and did not object. Qian Rongxue raised her eyebrows. This situation was not too unexpected. She knew that the 3 education committee members were hungry for talents, but... Chapter 32, The Possibility of Absorbing Soul Rings Beyond the Age Limit. Qianrongxiu took a step forward and said calmly, 3 seniors, the 2 of us are here today just to let Yu Wu learn about the Tiandu Royal Academy. Sooner or later, Yu Wu will study at the Tiandu Royal Academy. Don't rush it. Qianrongxiu's interjection was somewhat of a warning. Long Yuwu is my person now. Isn't it too much for you to ask for someone without even mentioning it to me? Bai Basehan stepped forward with a smile and said, what His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said is true. Boss Meng was too hasty. Long Yuwu glanced at Qianrongxiu and thought of what she meant. It's too early now. Long Yuwu immediately said, I'll forgive you, 3 seniors, Yu Wu doesn't want to enroll in school yet. After Long Yuwu finished speaking, she stepped aside and stopped participating in the conversation. There was a hint of disappointment in the eyes of the 3 education committee members. They could see that Long Yuwu was from Shueqinghe after all, so they should not be too offended by the prince's words. Meng Shenji said, in that case, please His Highness the Crown Prince to take little friend Long to stay for a few more days. The door of Tiandu Royal Academy will be open to little friend Long at any time. Qianrongxiu said, 3 seniors, don't worry. Although King He is not proficient in soul masters, it is enough to teach Yu some basic knowledge so as not to mislead the disciples. Moreover, Yu has not delayed her cultivation because of this. Her soul master isn't strength the final proof. Zhilan said, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is overly worried. We have no such thoughts. Qianrongxiu smiled and said, I'm just saying this to reassure you. The 3 education committee members chatted politely with Qianrongxiu. Soon, a man familiar to Long Yuwu walked into the education committee and said respectfully, I have met His Highness the Crown Prince, and I have met the 3 education committee members. Meng Shenji nodded slowly and said with a smile, Feng Yan, during this time, it will be up to you to take His Highness the Crown Prince and Miss Long around the Tiandu Royal Academy. Yes. Feng Yan nodded. Qianrongxiu nodded and said, thank you. The 3 education committee members said, Your Highness, you are welcome. Long Yuwu also nodded and said, goodbye, 3 seniors. Goodbye Xiao Yuwu. Meng Shenji watched Feng Yan leave with Qianrongxiu and Long Yuwu. He sighed deeply and said, this crown prince is extraordinary. Bai Basehan agreed, as a prince, his mind is naturally extraordinary. Zhilan looked at Meng Shenji, this is not something we should worry about. What about Long Yuwu's situation? Meng Shenji blocked all Long Yuwu's attacks with his own martial arts, so he naturally knew Long Yuwu much better than they did. Meng Shenji took a deep breath and said, the martial soul is unique, the body is tough, and there are almost no flaws. Zhilan said, in other words, in your opinion, this strange thunder martial spirit of Long Yuwu is no better than the blue electric Tyrannosaurus dragon martial spirit. Meng Shenji said, no, it needs to be even stronger, almost overwhelmingly powerful in all aspects. This martial spirit's ability to increase itself is better than any martial spirit I know. Zhilan raised his eyebrows, that's a bit too high. Is it high? Meng Shenji asked doubtfully, is the Clear Sky Hammer Soul Master qualified to absorb 1,000-year soul ring in the second soul ring? Can the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex do it? Zhilan said, in other words, it is impossible to absorb soul rings that exceed the current cognitive limit. Meng Shenji said, that may not be. For a moment, Zhilan and Bai Basehan looked at him at the same time. Meng Shenji did not keep the 2 of them waiting for a long time, and said directly, the 10,000-year soul beast has just developed its spiritual wisdom. When it absorbs the corresponding soul ring, its soul will explode. This requires a strong enough soul power to withstand this spiritual level. Attacks usually only have this level of spiritual power when you reach the Soul King. Research on mental power is extremely difficult. With the current level of soul masters, it is still difficult to conduct effective research. Let's leave this aside for now. Except for the interference from the spiritual level and the special twin martial souls. Under normal circumstances, as long as the soul master's soul power and physique can withstand the energy of the soul ring, he can absorb the corresponding soul ring. But when absorbing a soul ring, the level of soul power is fixed. Of course, if the soul power is inflated, it will also have an impact on the soul master himself. Zhilan and Bai Basehan nodded secretly. Meng Shenji continued, if your physique is strong enough, you can naturally absorb higher level soul rings like Long Yuhu. Except for the auxiliary system, the higher the quality of your martial soul, the more likely you are to withstand higher level soul rings. Also, the stronger your physique, the more likely you are to withstand higher level soul rings. Zhilan was discouraged and said, the quality of martial arts is too difficult to change. Can we only change the physical constitution? Bai Basehan said, but, how to use your hands and feet and exercise? Zhilan said, most of the students in Tiandu Royal Academy are lazy aristocrats. No one will suffer from this. It is dangerous to absorb a soul ring that is beyond the age of 1. Your own achievements are limited, but the quality of the soul ring is a little higher. So what? Meng Shenji said, Zhilan is right. Although he is a little reluctant, in terms of environment, Tiandu Royal Academy is not even a little bit worse than Wahundian Academy. Zhilan and Bai Basehan were silent. Meng Shenji said, speaking of which, the twin martial spirits seem to have a better chance of absorbing the spirit rings of a higher age. After all, the two martial spirits can indeed improve one's own physique quite a bit. Bai Basehan nodded and said, it is feasible, but if you want to achieve the second ring of millennium, I'm afraid you will need the twin blue electric tyrannosaurs and the clear sky hammer. The three of them suddenly smiled bitterly. Zhilan suddenly said, besides this, there seem to be other possibilities, and the possibility is not small. The three of them looked at each other and said at the same time, soul bones. Soul bones are special bones dropped after the death of soul beasts. They are similar to soul rings, but they are better than soul rings in improving the soul master's physique. Unlike soul rings, you have to kill the soul beast yourself to absorb the soul bones. If a soul master who has absorbed a soul bone dies, the soul bone can be taken out and sold, but any piece of soul bone is usually astronomically expensive, and there is no market for it. The three of them could only smile bitterly again. Speaking of which, it's not that no one has thought about it this way, it's just that it's difficult to confirm. There were so many soul masters who died after absorbing 2 high-level soul rings before. More importantly, there is no one who can successfully achieve this achievement before. But things are different now. Long Yuhu's case proves that higher quality soul rings can be absorbed. As long as a soul master can absorb higher level soul rings, the soul master can increase his strength to a greater extent and increase the possibility of further breakthroughs. This will be a great improvement for the soul master. But the funny thing is that the 3 elders of the Tiandu Royal Academy Education Committee are interested in research, but they have no way. After some thinking, the most likely force to facilitate this matter in a short period of time turned out to be the Wuhan Palace, which houses a large number of soul masters in the mainland, and is also one of the current sworn enemies of the Tiandu Empire. This made people laugh and cry for a while. Chapter 33 5 Ring Soul King 0 Ren Shuet. Qian Rongxiu naturally did not ignore the things that the 3 education committee members could think of. Feng Yan, Qian Rongxiu, and Long Yuhu were traveling together to visit various facilities at Tiandu Royal Academy. Qian Rongxiu glanced at Long Yuhu, and she naturally thought of what the 3 education committee members were discussing, which was nothing more than issues such as ultra-limited soul rings. In the previous battle with Long Yuhu, although the victory was very easy, it was not that Long Yuhu was not strong, but that Qian Rongxiu's level was too high and very strong. But if you want to complete this project, it is obviously not something that can be completed by one person. Even the Wuhan Palace cannot complete it in a very short time. This is a big project. Moreover, the current Wuhan Palace is not something Qian Rongxiu can decide at will. Therefore, Qian Rongxiu put it on hold for the time being, as she would have plenty of time by then. However, what Qian Rongxiu did not expect was that before the research even started, there would be no need to exist anymore, because by that time, the entire Dulo continent had already changed drastically. But these are all things for later. After shopping all day long, there were only 2 words left in Long Yuo's mind: rich. The highlight of it, the Soul Master Mimicry Training Ground, cannot be established overnight even with a lot of money. It was getting late, and after the 3 of them had dinner in the college cafeteria, Long Yuo and Qian Rongxiu said goodbye to Feng Yan and returned to their temporary residence. On the way, Qian Rongxiu said, "By the way, there's something I almost forgot to mention. The direct manager of the college is the royal family, or more specifically my uncle Swexing." Long Yuo said speechlessly, "Well, I don't know him, and you just said it now." Qian Rongxiu shrugged, "It's mainly because it's not necessary. My relationship with Swexing can't be said to be good, but it's not bad either. It can only be said that it's a matter of course. Normally, he doesn't take care of things, so it's not a big problem." Long Yuo glanced at her and secretly complained, "Of course, who among you and the Tiandu royal family are not in conflict with each other?" Qian Rongxiu continued, "You won't meet him often, so just remember this person." Long Yuo nodded and said, "I understand." The 2 of them stayed at the Tiandu Royal Academy for a few days before returning to the imperial city. Next, Long Yuo put his main goal on cultivation. In the process of continuous cultivation, Qian Rongxiu would occasionally practice a few moves with Long Yuo, but the gap was too big, and Long Yuo never won. That's it. Time passed day by day, and the changes in Lei Zhu continued. Although it was still very slight, it added up to a lot. One morning, Long Yuo accidentally saw that the thunder bead had turned from purple to purple-black. Apparently, the thunder bead and Long Yuo were closer at this time. In fact, Long Yuo could already sense some extremely vague special feelings from it. A somewhat surprised Long Yuo once again went to find the encyclopedia he thought he was, Qian Rongxiu. Qian Rongxiu looked at the purple-black thunder bead. Although she was a little confused, it must be a good thing. Qian Rongxiu returned the thunder bead and said softly, "At this current rate, when you reach the 3rd ring, this bead will completely turn into dark purple. This unknown bead can be used to draw conclusions." Long Yuo asked, "Isn't it convenient to tell?" At this time, Qian Rongxiu should have her own guess, but she did not say anything. Long Yuo could only guess whether it was related to what kind of privacy is involved. Qian Rongxiu shook her head and said, "It's nothing inconvenient. According to my guess, the value of this thunder bead will not be less than a 10,000-year-old soul bone, or it may be related to gods." Long Yuo scratched his head and said, "God? The kind that reaches level 100. Qian Rongxiu said calmly, "My grandfather said that the scenery above level 99 does exist, that is, the legendary one who becomes a god at level 100. Of course, I don't know if it is true." Long Yuo looked at Qian Rongxiu doubtfully, and said slowly, "That means?" Qian Rongxiu said frankly, "The disguise on my body. Rumors are also related to gods. This is the reason why I lost my composure when I came into contact with thunder beads for the first time." Long Yuo did not doubt Qian Rongxiu's statement, because Qian Rongxiu had no need to lie to her, so she asked, "But how could something belonging to a level 100 expert fall into the hands of a 1,000-year thunder beast?" Qian Rongxiu guessed, did he leave it behind on purpose? Was he just taken advantage of by the thunder beast? Long Yuo nodded and said, "It's possible. It can't be that this guy died for some reason and this thing fell into the hands of the thunder beast." Qian Rongxiu also nodded. However, it turns out that as long as something is possible, it really can happen. This is just a small episode. Long Yuo's main goal is to accumulate soul power and improve herself. During this period, as Long Yuo grew up, Qian Rongxiu occasionally took Long Yuo to some large places. Because it was not once or twice, this also caused some people to look at Qian Rongxiu a little bit strangely, which made Qian Rongxiu a little uncomfortable and a little confused. If there are a few otakus among them, you can naturally see the reason. The meaning of those eyes is, could His Royal Highness be a Lolita? On that day, when Qian Rongxiu and Long Yuo were fighting each other, she severely punished Long Yuo without even using her martial spirit. Long Yuo lay panting on the lawn nearby. She looked at Qian Rongxiu with a somewhat probing look and asked, "Brother Shuet, you took the wrong medicine. Why are you so strong today?" The corner of Qian Rongxiu's mouth twitched. She felt that she knew what those eyes meant, and she was speechless for a moment. Qian Rongxiu explained, "It's just that the strength has been further improved." Long Yuo seemed to have thought of something. She sat up suddenly and said, "You left suddenly a few days ago." Qian Rongxiu nodded and said, "I went to get the 5th soul ring." Long Yuo curled her lips and said, "Before I step into the Soul Lord, let's take a rest." There is really no need to fight Qian Rongxiu, who is in the 5th ring, and Long Yuo, who is only in the 2nd ring, unless Qian Rongxiu may always be a target. Qian Rongxiu nodded and said, "Okay." "But..." Long Yuo tilted her head, "But what?" Qian Rongxiu touched Long Yuo's little head and said with a smile, "You have to come with me to meet someone tomorrow, a very important person." Long Yuo patted the claws on her head and asked, "Is it important? Who is it?" Qian Rongxiu retracted her palm and said, "The second among the 3 upper sects, the master of Kaibao glazed sect, Soul Saint Ning Fengzi." Long Yuo asked, "Meeting him? Is it related to your plan?" She doesn't think Qian Rongxiu is looking for a fight with her, because Qian Rongxiu of the 5th ring has no problem handling an auxiliary, even if he is the number 1 soul master in the mainland to support martial arts, even if he is a soul saint, who is in Long Yuo. It seems that Qian Rongxiu alone is enough. Qian Rongxiu really has such ability. "I didn't have it before, but now I have it," Qian Rongxiu said with a smile. "Emperor Shui ordered me to become his teacher and learn his skills." Long Yuo asked, "Governing a clan or governing a country?" Chapter 34 Mouth-Shaped Friend. Although Emperor Sui is a soul master, he has not yet reached the title of Dulo, so his lifespan is limited after all. The Tiandu Empire needs a capable heir. The Prince Shui Qinghe is kind-hearted and has the appearance of a benevolent king, but his cultivation is a shortcoming. The second prince likes to be arty, has a high self-esteem, is obsessed with petty profits, and his talent in cultivation is also a mess. The third prince of the Tiandu Empire, who originally had high hopes, died young, and he was also the prince with the highest talent in cultivation. The fourth prince Shuebeng is still young. So, no matter from which angle, Shui Qinghe has certain advantages. Among the 3 previous sects, Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao killed the previous Pope Jian Sunji. Apart from Tang Hao, the Haoshan sect also had no titled Douluo, which led to the Haoshan sect expelling Tang Hao and closing its gates. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is as proud as their inherited martial soul and does not collude with any empire. In contrast, the Kaibao glazed sect is very close to the Tiandu Empire. Shui Qinghe's apprenticeship with Ning Fengzi is also a sign of friendship between the 2 powerful forces. Among them, the Kaibao glazed sect should also have its own considerations. After all, the Emperor Master is really very sensitive. Shui Qinghe became Ning Fengzi's disciple. It can be said that the imperial power has been secure. As long as he himself has no problems, his status will be difficult to shake. Qian Rongxiu replied, "Of course it is about governing the country, and my father has finally made up his mind to train the next generation." Long Yuo stirred up her somewhat messy long hair and said, you just have to make arrangements. Qian Rongxiu said helplessly, look at you. Apart from training and fighting, there is nothing else on your mind. Long Yuo stood up and said, I just prefer something more direct. Qian Rongxiu looked at the blazing sun above her head and said, unfortunately, many things in this world are not straight. Long Yuo looked confused, what's this mess? Okay, if there's nothing wrong, I'll leave first. I want to arrive at the third ring road early. I'm quite curious about the thunder bead. Qian Rongxiu nodded and said, go ahead, I'll come find you tomorrow. Long Yuo nodded, then turned and left. Qian Rongxiu shook her head gently and said, it's so carefree. There are too many things buried in Qian Rongxiu's heart, making it difficult for her to concentrate like Long Yuo. But she didn't know how powerful the black wings of finality was, the terrifying opponent in Long Yuo's heart. The next day, Qian Rongxiu skillfully dragged the sleeping Long Yuo out of bed. Long Yuo yawned and followed Qian Rongxiu. The two of them did not enter the palace, but went to a restaurant near the palace, where they agreed. The two of them did not stay downstairs for long, but went directly to the reserved private room on the second floor. When the two of them arrived, there was no one in the private room. Qian Rongxiu ordered, serve tea. Long Yuo blinked her eyes and asked, are we here early? Qian Rongxiu pulled Long Yuo in and said, we are juniors, so it's normal to come early. Long Yuo nodded slowly, it's indeed normal. Soon, the tea was ready, and Long Yuo sat on the chair, her legs dangling a little boredly, and her purple skirt fluttered. Facts have proved that Qian Rongxiu was not too early. 4 people of different heights walked towards the second floor. The 4 of them arrived at the door, and Qian Rongxiu stepped forward to greet them. There is a person on the left side of the center, dressed in golden clothes. His appearance is somewhat similar to Xue Qinghe, but his dignity seems to be inherent in his appearance. The person who comes is none other than Xue Qinghe's father, the Emperor of the Tiandu Empire Snowy Knight. There is a person on the right side of the center, dressed in silver-white clothes. He is very elegant, and his words and deeds are full of aristocratic style. This person is the sect leader of the 7 treasure-glazed sect of the Shangsun sect, Ning Fengzi. The person on the far left. He looked to be over 50 years old, with a very mature aura, and a pair of dusty eyes with a trace of blood. This man was the commander of the Imperial Guards of Tiandu Imperial City, a strong man at the Contra level, Wu Yang. The person on the far right cannot easily tell his age. His body is like a skeleton, as if there is not much flesh in his body. His aura is restrained, making it difficult for people to notice him. He is one of the 2 major titled Dulo of Kaibao glazed sect, Bone Dulo. Wrong, the martial soul is a bone dragon. Qian Rongxiu took 2 steps forward and saluted respectfully, Father, Emperor Ning, Your Majesty the Crown Prince, Commander Wu. Long Yuo salutes in the same way. Everyone didn't pay much attention to Long Yuo's existence, they just thought it was Qian Rongxiu's friend. Xue Ye nodded and said, take your seats first. Everyone nodded. Xue Ye was the first to speak, Sect Master Ning, can my son Qinghe be trained? Ning Fengzi was also polite, Your Majesty is too modest. His Royal Highness is naturally the best among people. After repeated visits, Xue Qinghe was almost praised to the sky. Long Yuo sat aside, unable to complain, so why did she come here? A somewhat sinister voice suddenly sounded, little girl, are you feeling a little bored? Long Yuo was startled. Looking around, Bone Dulo showed her a not very pretty smile, but the others didn't react. It was obviously Bone Dulo who directly transmitted the message to her. Long Yuo met the gaze of this titled powerhouse and nodded slowly. Bone Dulo continued the rumor, how about we chat? Long Yuo looked at him steadily without any other expression. After all, she couldn't transmit sounds. Bone Dulo asked, what's your name? Long Yuou opened and closed his mouth and said with his mouth, Long Yuou. Wu Yang glanced at the two of them and ignored the two who had deserted. Gu Rong said, Little girl Long, I am Gu Rong, a titled Dulo. I am very curious about your relationship with Shueking He. Can you help me answer it? Long Yuou replied with her mouth, Friend. Chapter 35, 12 years and 4 months. The Kaibao Glazed Pagoda's martial soul has 7 levels and can only withstand the power of 7 soul rings. Although its auxiliary ability is strong, it is naturally impossible for the Kaibao Glazed sect, which only has the Soul Saint, to sit on the top of the 3 sects. The strongest warrior within Li is 2 titled Douluo who protect the sect. One is Sword Douluo, whose martial spirit is the top level 7 kill sword, a 96th level pinnacle Douluo, and is known as the number 1 attacking titled Douluo in the mainland. The second is the Bone Douluo in front of him, Wuhan Bone Dragon, a 95 level titled Douluo. He is known as the continent's most defensive soul master and the soul master with the most bizarre attacks. He is usually responsible for Ning Fengzi's safety. Ning Fengzi wanted to accept a disciple, so he would naturally get to know him. Bone Douluo naturally had some understanding of Shueking He. For example, the little guy in front of him was rumored to have an affair with the crown prince. But now it seems that the rumors are just false. The little guy in front of him is not someone that Shueking He can manipulate at will. After Bone Douluo thought about it, he sent a message, Fengzi has accepted your friend as his disciple. We will have many opportunities to meet in the future. Long Yuou didn't reply. At this time, Qian Rongxiu had already stood up and began to perform the apprenticeship ceremony. Qian Rongxiu picked up a cup of tea with both hands, handed it to Ning Fengzi who was sitting, bowed slightly and said, Teacher, please drink tea. Ning Fengzi took the tea and took a sip. In Douluo continent, there is no need to kneel down when worshipping a master. For a person, only parents and kings in the world are qualified to accept kneeling. Ning Fengzi accepted the gift calmly, then took out a cursive script and said, Although the form is greater than the content, but since I have received this gift from you, I cannot fail to express it. This is a book I wrote in my spare time. It should be very helpful to you now. It's okay to look through it more than once. If you don't understand, just ask. I want to check. Qian Rongxiu took the cursive script and said respectfully, Yes, teacher. This is the first time Long Yuou has seen such a well-behaved Qian Rongxiu. After some compliments, Qian Rongxiu handed over the access token to the prince's mansion to Ning Fengzi. The two agreed that Ning Fengzi would visit the house about every 1 to 3 months. Afterwards, the meal was served and everyone watched. Talk while eating. Emperor Shuiye turned his eyes to Long Yuou and said, King He, this is the little girl who uses the thunder and lightning martial spirit that you often mentioned. Long Yuou raised his head when he heard the words. Qian Rongxiu nodded and said, Back to my father, Yu Wu uses the thunder and lightning martial spirit. Emperor Shuiye nodded happily, You are already a great soul master at such an age. Your name is Long Yuou, right? Yes, yes, you are going to enter the Tiandu Royal Academy, right? Long Yuou nodded. Qian Rongxiu said, This is something we have already agreed with the Meng Education Committee. Emperor Sui nodded slowly, looked at Long Yuou, and said, If there is anything needed, you can ask King He to report it, and I will try my best to satisfy it. As a person of his own who might become a titled Dulo, Emperor Sui would naturally not be stingy. Long Yuou blinked her eyes and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Ning Fengzi nodded and said, A great soul master of this age is indeed a little genius. Long Yuou looks to be about 10 years old. For such a talent, Kaibao Glazed sect will naturally not have too many, but since Long Yuou is from Shueking He, it is not convenient for Ning Fengzi to recruit him. After the meal, everyone exchanged greetings and then left. Seeing everyone leaving, Long Yuohu told Qianrongxiu about the conversation between Dulo and herself. Qianrongxiu thought for a while and said, maybe it's out of curiosity, maybe it's to help me, the teacher, find out some information about myself. You don't have to worry about it. Qianrongxiu's guess was good. With the addition of Dulo, Ning Fengzi felt more at ease with Qianrongxiu. Long Yuohu nodded gently. Qianrongxiu picked up the cursive script, walked out of the restaurant with Long Yuohu, and returned to the prince's mansion again. In this way, Qianrongxiu and Ning Fengzi learned the strategies of governing the country and their words and deeds. While responsible for Long Yuohu's daily life, Long Yuohu has graduated from the basic soul master knowledge. Now Qianrongxiu only occasionally adds some supplements to improve Long Yuohu's knowledge reserve and help him perfect some combat skills. Long Yuohu's strength is also steadily improving. One day, Ning Fengzi came to visit and mentioned that Dulo met poison Dulo Dugubo in Tiandu Imperial City. Qianrongxiu immediately thought that the true identity of the big green snake Long Yuohu saw when she was hunting for the second soul ring was Dugubo. Then who is the other purple-black figure? Is there such a top-titled powerhouse? I couldn't get the slightest clue from the Wuhan Palace. As time goes by, the thunder beads slowly turn into the same color as the thunder released by Long Yuohu. A dark purple arc halo emanated from the thunder bead, with a strong bright silver light appearing in the center. At the same time, Long Yuohu's soul power growth suddenly stopped again. At this moment, 3 years have passed since Long Yuohu hunted for the second soul ring. Now Long Yuohu is 12 years and 4 months old. Due to the rapid growth of a woman's body, Long Yuohu's height has exceeded 1.6 meters. She has a handsome face and the sharp canine teeth in her mouth are exposed when talking. Her long dark purple hair is spread behind her back, and her pair of bright purple eyes are very distinctive. She has a slender figure and fair skin without a trace of fat, which highlights her sense of strength. There is a slight bulge on her chest, and she wears a very smart purple dress that hugs her body. Covered, both arms and one thigh are exposed outside the skirt for the convenience of fighting. This is Long Yuohu now. Qianrongxiu looked at the current Long Yuohu with a tone of disbelief. You said you want to hunt the third soul ring alone. Qianrongxiu still looks like Xue Qinghe, but she is a little more mature and stable. Long Yuohu has not seen her true appearance yet. Long Yuohu is not curious, because she has already used her nose to kiss Qianrongxiu. The smell of snow was memorized. Long Yuohu shrugged, didn't I hunt the last few soul rings myself? There's nothing to be surprised about. Qianrongxiu mocked, how many times? Only twice in total. And the 2 hunts for soul beasts were accidents. For the first time, Commander Lin was blocked by the 1,000-year soul beast in the electric pattern dark leopard. The second time the thunder beast struck, a group of people were immediately dispersed. What's the matter? The third time you decided to quit your teammates and go it alone. Are you confused? My martial soul is not that promiscuous. Besides, are you planning to find a random soul ring to make do with it? Long Yuohu waved her hand and said, don't worry, you don't know how strong I am in restraining thunder attribute soul beasts. Qianrongxiu said helplessly, yes, you did restrain them, but so what? What if you encounter soul beasts with other attributes? You may not be able to come back from one mistake. Long Yuohu said, it's okay, the dragon's sense of smell is very sensitive. Qianrongxiu was going crazy, I'm not kidding. I know, it's just that some things are inconvenient. Long Yuohu smiled and held the dark purple thunder bead in his palm. Chapter 36, A Dead God, Don't Ignore It. Qianrongxiu suddenly understood, what's the problem? Long Yuohu's plan to go alone really surprised Qianrongxiu, because this is too dangerous. Long Yuohu needs a third soul ring. The age of the third soul ring is known to be 1,760 years. However, Long Yuohu, whose second soul ring is already a 1,000-year soul ring, will not be satisfied with the third soul ring. Soul beasts within the soul ring period. But the position of such a spirit beast is too dangerous. Even if Long Yuou's combat power is very high, the possibility of breaking in and returning safely is too low. But if a level 100 expert is involved, it's really hard to let people with little connection watch. Long Yuou said, "That's right. It seems to want to take me somewhere." Qianrongxiu narrowed her eyes slightly. "It's still not possible. It's too dangerous to act alone. Moreover, the thunder bead may not be pointed at anything. I will help you arrange this matter. You can just wait for the news quietly." After saying that, Qianrongxiu left immediately without giving Long Yuou a chance to react. Long Yuou watched Qianrongxiu leave with a bit of helplessness and a bit of gratitude. But, when faced with something related to a level 100 powerhouse, who can you trust? Long Yuou's little head turned a few times and came up with the possibility that Qianrongxiu would accompany him in person, because only in this way, both Qianrongxiu and Long Yuou would feel at ease. But the Tiandu Palace is a little busy during this time. As the Crown Prince of Tiandu, Shueqinghe is very inconvenient. So, Long Yuou planned to leave without saying goodbye. Long Yuou used a storage necklace to store some food and clothes, and put on a grey coat. Without notifying Qianrongxiu, she walked out of the gate openly without being stopped by the Yu family brothers who were guarding the door. Long Yuou left the prince's mansion, went out from the north gate of the imperial city, and ran all the way to the east. When Qianrongxiu wanted to find Long Yuou again, she had already lost sight of Long Yuou. Immediately ordered the guards at the door to take their tokens and inquire at the 4 gates of Tiandu Imperial City. After a search, Qianrongxiu learned that a girl wearing a grey robe with dark purple hair left the Imperial City from the north gate. If Long Yuou hadn't been dressed up in a strange way and her appearance was easy to remember, the soldiers guarding the city gate would still have left. I really didn't take a second look. When you go east from the north gate of Tiandu Imperial City, you will not encounter large gathering places of soul beasts such as Stardo Forest and Sunset Forest. If you go all the way east, you will encounter Fei, a kingdom of Tiandu Empire. K Kingdom. Qianrongxiu was unable to determine the exact destination of Long Yuou for a while. Long Yuou knew Qianrongxiu's identity. If Long Yuou was worried that Qianrongxiu would steal her thunder bead, Qianrongxiu would not believe it. You know, when Long Yuou told her about the thunder bead, it shows that she already believes in her, and even Long Yuou has already become dependent on Qianrongxiu. In other words, this little guy just didn't want to embarrass himself. For a moment, Qianrongxiu felt a little sad and murmured to himself, "The chick that has been raised for 7 years already wants to fly in the sky." After Long Yuou walked eastward for a while, 3 figures came towards her. One of them is a man about 40 years old, with handsome appearance, black hair and golden eyes, and a calm aura, which shows that he is an extremely powerful man. One person is a woman with long purple-black hair. Her appearance is extremely beautiful and full of wildness, even deeper than Long Yuou. Her eyes are deep purple, like a whirlpool that swallows all things. A man and a woman are as well matched as a couple. There is also a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. She has long dazzling silver hair, a pair of eyes like 2 clear amethysts, and a jade-like face. Although she is immature, she is extremely beautiful. She does not have any soul master aura about her. But there is a kind of arrogant indifference, as if nothing in the world is important, not like a real person. The girl is located between a pair of beauties. The 2 beauties are one position behind the girl. Their status is too obvious. The purple-black female figure looked familiar, but for a moment I couldn't remember where I had seen it before. The combination of these 3 people also seemed very strange. The 3 of them passed by Long Yuou. At this time, Long Yuou didn't intend to chat. She had serious business, not only to find the secret of Lei Zhu, but also to find her 3rd soul ring. Are the 3 of us weird? A childish and ethereal voice came from behind Long Yuou. Long Yuohu paused and stopped moving forward. Looking behind him, he saw that the man and two women had turned around, and it should be the silver-haired girl who spoke. Long Yuohu pointed to the tip of her nose and said, "Are you calling me?" "That's right, please let me know." The girl paused, as if she was changing some habits. Long Yuohu nodded slowly, looked at the golden-eyed man, and said frankly, "It's quite strange. He is obviously a super powerful existence, but his status is so low." The girl glanced at the man behind her, and her small body took a step back, sandwiched between the two adults. The woman with long purple-black hair glanced at the man with golden eyes and saw that he didn't express anything, so she didn't speak. The silver-haired girl asked, "Is there any more?" Long Yuohu struggled for a while and said, "How should I put it? You don't look like a little girl at all, you look a bit like an emperor." The silver-haired girl's purple eyes blinked slightly. The man with golden eyes and the woman with long purple-black hair were a little surprised. Long Yuohu said to herself, "It's easier to say that you are older, but you..." Long Yuohu compared the height of the silver-haired girl. He could only reach her chest and whispered, "You are too young." "Silver-haired girl?" The silver-haired girl asked, "Is it so sudden?" Long Yuohu nodded and said, "It's so unexpected." The silver-haired girl said, "Thank you very much." Long Yuohu smiled and said, "You're welcome, my surname is Long, Long Yuohu." The silver-haired girl was stunned for a moment, then smiled like a dragon dancing like a moon, "My name is Naer." Naer glanced at the man and woman beside her. Men and women understand each other one after another. The man with golden eyes said, "Emperor Tian." The woman with long purple-black hair said, "Zig." Long Yuohu said with a hint of respect in her tone, "Hello, Your Majesty." Tian and Zig didn't express anything. Long Yuohu suddenly thought of something, looked at Zig suddenly, and asked, "Did Zig swipe a green-scaled snake king in Sunset Forest?" Zig was stunned and immediately said, "How did you know? Were you present at the time?" Long Yuohu nodded and said, "He was indeed present." Naer said, "Thank you very much." Immediately, the three of them walked towards Tiandu Imperial City. Long Yuohu blinked and continued walking eastward. Tian looked at Naer and said, "Lord, don't you need to worry about her? She has the aura of a god in her body. Although it is very weak, it does exist. A dead god, don't pay attention to it, and." Naer turned to look at the two of them, "Call me Guyu from now on." As she spoke, Naer's body slowly underwent some strange changes. Chapter 37, Yanming Village. Outside the Ice and Fire Eyes, an old man with dark green hair and beard walked in cautiously. His nervous look was not like a titled Dulo at all. This person is none other than Poison Dulo Dugubo. 3 years ago, Dugubo was temporarily kicked out of the Ice and Fire Eye by two strong men for the purpose of healing. It can be said to be quite aggrieved, but after all, the situation is stronger than the person. The two people said that they would only borrow for 3 years, and they would also be paid, which made him balance a lot. Now that the 3-year period has come, Dugubo came back in a hurry. 3 years have not passed, and the Ice and Fire Eyes seem to have not changed at all, but also seem to have changed a lot. This weird contrast made Dugubo feel uncomfortable for a moment, but then he found that the Ice and Fire Eyes were empty. After some searching, a green bone in the shape of a right leg appeared in his old residence, which surprised Dugubo, and he immediately realized that this was the so-called reward. Judging from the breath, this is a 10,000-year-old soul bone. Its name is the right leg bone of the emerald demon bird. Its main speed is a 30,000-year-old soul bone. After splitting the words, Long Yuohu separated from Tian and others, and followed the guidance of Lei Zhu to the east. When he was hungry, he ate some dry food, occasionally hunted, used his own thunder and lightning to make cooked food, and sometimes I had a few meals in some villages based on my appearance. Lei Zhu's guidance was also intermittent. Long Yuohu also stopped and went, and half a month passed like this. Just when Long Yuohu was a little confused, a village appeared in front of Long Yuohu. Yanming village is located outside the western border of the Five Kingdom affiliated with the Tiandu Empire. It is directly under the jurisdiction of the Tiandu Empire and is located on the Yushu Highlands. Long Yuohu saw the name of the village in front of the village, blinked slightly, and entered this small and medium-sized village. She had a hunch that what she was looking for should be here. A river flows along the western border of the Five Kingdom, passes through the eastern part of Yanming village, and flows to the south. Several women carrying clothes baskets are washing clothes, talking and laughing by the river. A woman noticed Long Yuohu, who was wearing a grey robe, and greeted her kindly with a local accent. "Little girl, you are from out of town, do you want to be a guest at my house?" "No need, auntie." Long Yuohu shook his head slightly, and then asked, "Auntie, why is your place called Yanming Village?" The woman was stunned for a moment, then said helplessly, "Little girl, being too curious is not a good thing. If you don't want to stay as a guest for a few days, it would be better for you to leave earlier." Long Yuohu blinked and asked, "Isn't it convenient to tell? But the more you don't tell me, the more curious I become." The woman said speechlessly, "Little girl, they all said that curiosity is too important." "Go on." The woman said nothing, just put away the washed clothes and returned. To be honest, Long Yuohu was quite curious at this time as to what the relationship between this village and Lei Zhu was. Long Yuohu found the second woman and asked directly, "Madam, is there anything related to thunder and lightning around here?" The woman's face suddenly changed, her eyes widened, and her tone was stern. "Young girl, you have nothing to think about all day long, and there's thunder? Doesn't this happen every few days? Go home as soon as possible. Go, what if you encounter a bad guy?" The woman was yelling as she returned to Yanming village. "Every few days? Does it thunder so often here?" Long Yuohu asked several people in succession, either telling her not to inquire or asking her to go home quickly. After a while, Long Yuohu was the only one left by the river. Long Yuohu was no longer afraid of thunder or anything like that, so Long Yuohu walked into the village with firm steps. "Hey, little girl, where are you from? Do you want to go with your uncle? Uncle will give you something to eat." Chilu, a very obscene voice came from the woods on the side of the road. It was a obscene man in his 40s with unshaven beard. Appeared in front of Long Yuohu. Long Yuohu said speechlessly, "Uncle, I have something to eat myself, and you don't look like a good person. How can you judge a book by its appearance at such a young age?" The wretched man suddenly felt aggrieved and squeezed out a tear as he spoke. "You are so old, why are you so aggrieved?" Long Yuohu couldn't help but say. The wretched man suddenly turned to stone, and then quickly shed his tears. Fei put on a pose that he thought was handsome and said regretfully, "Originally, I wanted to conquer you with my charm, but I saw that you are already a veteran, and you are so calm in front of a handsome person like me." Long Yuohu complained in her heart, "Even Brother Shui is many times stronger than you, right?" Qianrongxia from Tiandu Imperial City sneezed violently and murmured, "Who is thinking of me?" The wretched man pointed his finger at Long Yuohu and shouted, "Let me conquer you with my strength." "Ha ha ha!" The wretched man put his hands on his hips. 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, rose from his feet. A slender rat tail poked out from behind the wretched man. A pair of front teeth grew rapidly. Long Yuohu was speechless for a while. "It's not like I've never seen a mouse before, but this is the first time I've seen such a wretched mouse like you." The wretched man looked proud. "You must be surprised. I am a 24th level Great Soul Master. Are you fascinated by me? Ha ha, hiccup." Lightning flashed under Long Yuohu's feet, and he arrived in front of the wretched man in a few steps. The thunder attached to his fist, and he punched the man in the abdomen. The wretched man's eyes bulged and his body gradually fell limp. Long Yuo clapped her hands and said speechlessly, "Level 24, how dare you come here?" Long Yuo looked forward, and an old man on crutches slowly appeared. He glanced at Long Yuo and the wretched man at his feet, and sighed slightly, "This kid will never change his ways after all." Long Yuo stepped forward, "Grandpa, do you know him?" The old man looked at Long Yuo and said apologetically, "Sorry. This kid is from our Yanming village. He has some brain problems and is a bit narcissistic. Although he is a great soul master, he has never really hurt anyone. Thank you very much. Please show mercy, I am Yan Qing, the head of Yanming village." Long Yuo nodded and said, "That's it, it's okay. My name is Long Yuo." The old man asked, "Want to come to my house and sit down? I heard that you are curious about the origin of the village's name." Long Yuo nodded and said, "I'm indeed curious." The old man did not pay attention to the fainted man, but led the way and said, "The people by the river should have told you before. Being too curious is not a good thing." Long Yuo said, "If it's not convenient to tell you, I can wait a few days before telling you. There will be thunder by then, right?" The old man heard this and said, "Did you know this from the villagers?" Long Yuo did not answer, but expected the old man to give her an answer. The old man said expressionlessly, "I want to remind you, but a soul master with the Soul King level died on the thing you are curious about." Chapter 38 Thunder Hell Vine. Long Yuo chuckled and said, "If you have anything to say, I will decide what to do." The old man sighed, "Hey, young man, you are adventurous." Immediately, the old man walked towards the village and said, "Go downstream along the river outside the village, and you will understand." Long Yuo bowed slightly to the old man, then walked out of the village, walked to the edge of the river, and then walked along the flow of the river. The sky gradually darkened, and a dark canyon came into view. The river flowed along the edge of the canyon, making the sound of rushing water. Although the canyon is large, it is located in a very secretive dark forest. The interior of the canyon is very dark, and even Long Yuo's eyesight cannot clearly see the scene inside from the outside. Here, the thunder bead that had not moved for a long time began to emit a more powerful shimmer. A vague will came from the thunder bead, which was as urgent as two things that should be together are about to merge. Long Yuo took a deep breath and murmured, "This is it." Immediately, Long Yuo walked to the edge of the canyon and began to crawl down on hands and feet. Long Yuo was very curious about what was underneath. As the bright moon rose, Long Yuo climbed down carefully, and the scenery of the dark canyon began to appear in front of Long Yuo. On one side is a waterfall flowing downward, on the other side is a steep rock wall and a small number of dead vines. The further down, the more Long Yuo could smell a strong breath of thunder and lightning. Seeing this, Long Yuo knew that there must be something he needed down there. A pool of water occupies nearly half of the bottom of the canyon, while on the other side is a huge boulder entwined with vines, and the vines are actually flashing with lightning. Next to the boulder, there are dozens of human skeletons and clothes. They must be the foreigners that the village chief said died here. Long Yuo landed on a stone slowly and quickly, and then looked at the vines entwined on the boulder. Long Yuo murmured, "It is indeed it, the thundering hell vine." The thunder hell vine is an existence that is at the top of the plant soul beasts since birth. It has innate wisdom. When it is born, it is like a bamboo shoot. The place where it grows is covered with thunder and lightning. Only lightning strikes can make it grow. 100 lightning strikes is equivalent to 1 year of practice. 100 years ago, growth was slow. 100 years later, you can activate thunder by yourself. More thunder will be needed during practice, but the speed of practice is still greatly improved. The thundering hell vine attracts thunder, and the villagers of Yanming village can naturally detect it. The thunder hell vine, which has been cultivated for thousands of years, can change the celestial phenomena, bring thunder to the world, and destroy everything in the outside world. But also because it relies on absorbing thunder to grow, it will destroy itself at any time after reaching a certain level. Generally, the self-destruction time of the thunder hell vine is between 20,000 and 50,000 years. Fortunately, this thunder hell vine has not reached the 10,000-year level. Judging from its roots, which are about the same thickness as Long Yuo's thigh, it should have a cultivation level of about 3,000 to 5,000 years. There is no way, thunder hell vine is too rare, so it is naturally not easy to determine the specific cultivation level. Legend has it that the thunder hell vine has the blood of the god of thunder. The reason why it has been cultivated for less than 100,000 years is because the blood of the god of thunder will revive when it reaches the level of 100,000 years. There will not even be any divine punishment. The plane cannot allow this to happen. Deep in the mountains and old forests, without any human habitation, it is indeed the place where the thunder hell vine grows. Long Yuo chuckled, and the body of the thunder hell vine began to crawl continuously. Long Yuo grinned, "Trouble, wake up." A harsh cry came from the body of the thunder hell vine, and the tip of the vine pointed at Long Yuo. It felt that this creature had something it wanted. Thunder and lightning were lingering around Long Yuo's body, and he pressed his legs down. His strength was ready to go. He sighed slightly. In the end, it's one-on-one again. Thunder hell vine naturally felt Long Yuo's fighting spirit. It chooses to strike first to gain the upper hand. The tip of the vine flashed with lightning, and it was quickly drawn towards Long Yuo's location. The sound of sonic boom and roar appeared at the same time. Such a powerful blow would directly kill Long Yuo. Naturally, Long Yuo had no intention of standing still and being beaten. The weakest point of the thunder hell vine should be its roots. Long Yuo didn't want to take the whip. The power of thunder exploded under Long Yuo's feet instantly, and his figure rushed towards the roots of the thundering hell vine from the side. The vine whip was drawn out, and the stone where Long Yuo was originally located was split into two, with rubble flying everywhere. The thundering hell vine missed, and then quickly fell back and attacked Long Yuo. Long Yu dances in the form of thunder, constantly dodging the whips of the thundering hell vine, not seeking merit, but seeking no faults. Even this 1,000-year-old thunder hell vine, even a 10,000-year soul beast can only turn around and run away. With this simple whip on Long Yuo would at least be bruised. Of course, the most powerful thunder hell vine, the attack is still thunder. Long Yuo is no exception. She is waiting for the opportunity, an opportunity to turn defeat into victory. The thundering hell vine kept lashing around, and some of the thunder scattered after the vine whip was eaten by Long Yuo silently to make up for the consumption. Seeing that the thunder hell vine could not easily capture Long Yuo, the thunder suddenly surged, and the whip of the vine whip turned into lightning and whipped towards Long Yuo at a faster speed. Long Yuo's eyes flashed, and he ducked to the side. With a flash of lightning, the vine whip brushed Long Yuo's left arm, and a bloodstain suddenly appeared. The burning feeling rushed straight to the brain, and Long Yuo immediately groaned. Fortunately, the escaped thunder and lightning did little harm to Long Yuo. Long Yuo endured the pain and increased her speed again. Seeing that the attack was still unsuccessful, the thunder hell vine suddenly became furious. The dark sky turned into dark purple, and groups of thunder balls quickly condensed and rose into the sky. Each thunder ball was like a volcano filled with huge abilities. As the thundering hell vine neighed, thunderballs lowered thunder pythons one after another, enveloping the thundering hell vine and Long Yuo. Long Yuo raised his right hand with one arm, and the thunder python landed on Long Yuo's arm. The violent thunder gradually stabilized, and Long Yuo swallowed it in one gulp. Using this method to open a path, he began to gradually approach the thundering hell vine. After several attacks, Long Yuo's arm was only a little overheated. The thunder hell vine immediately sensed something was wrong, and the vine whip twitched randomly. Long Yuo didn't check for a moment, and was thrown away directly. The surrounding thunder plasma was absorbed by the thunder hellvine and turned into countless thunder dragon-like lights and shadows rushing towards Long Yuwu. Long Yuwu crossed his arms and blocked the lightning strike. Under the huge impact, Long Yuwu's body retreated several meters. The light and shadow of the thunder and lightning dispersed, and Long Yuwu's figure appeared in the field of vision of the thunder hellvine. He lowered his arms and kept emitting white smoke due to overheating. In addition, Long Yuwu's aura did not drop at all, and the dark purple thunder beads appeared in Long Yuwu's hands. Chapter 39 Winning. With such a powerful lightning strike, even a Soul King would not have any thoughts of overcoming it. If he was not convinced, he would be either dead or disabled. Long Yuwu herself is still a human being, but with the blessing of dragon-slaying magic, her body can no longer be regarded as a pure human being, and her defense against lightning attacks is also extremely high. Under the impact of the huge thunder plasma, Long Yuwu's arms had overheated. If the thunder beads hadn't suddenly jumped out and absorbed part of the thunder plasma, Long Yuwu would have been severely injured and lost the ability to fight again, even if he survived. The sudden appearance of the thunder beads allowed Long Yuwu to take a breather from the continuous attacks, and also completely attracted the attention of the thunder hellvine. Long Yuwu drooped his arms and pressed his body down. A little scattered thunder plasma was sucked into his mouth. Dark purple lightning flashed in his mouth, and he said vaguely, "As long as you are not using thunder and lightning, I will be gone. But now, it's time to me." The vine whip of the thundering hellvine came towards Long Yuwu again through the air, pointing directly at Long Yuwu's arm holding the thunder bead. Long Yuwu ignored it, and the dark purple thunder in his mouth rushed towards the thunder hellvine along with the silvery white lightning, quickly swallowing up its vine whip. Naturally, the thunder pillar cannot compare with the thunder plasma of the thunder hellvine that is more than 3,000 years old, but its attack is quite impressive. The thunder dragon's roar struck the immovable roots of the thunder hellvine, and the thick thunder swallowed the roots. The vine whip sprang out from the dark purple thunder and whipped towards Long Yuwu. Long Yuwu rolled on the spot and avoided the vine whip. The dark purple thunder sprayed by Long Yuwu was continuously absorbed by the roots of the thundering hellvine, and the aura of the thundering hellvine suddenly became stronger. The corners of Long Yuwu's mouth moved slightly. My usual routine was suddenly used on me, it felt really uncomfortable. From the sky, thunder fell one after another, drowning Long Yuwu and thunder hellvine, and the scattered thunder turned into a thunder grid. The huge noise woke up all the villagers in Yanming village. They all looked at where the thunder light fell, sighed, and then went back to their homes. The thunder hellvine ignored the thunder that hit him and looked at Long Yuwu who was enveloped by the thunder. I saw Long Yuwu holding the thunder bead in her hand, moving her figure continuously, trying her best to avoid the lightning strikes, and directly resisting and absorbing the lightning strikes that could not be avoided. For a time, the thundering hellvine had no way to take down the human in front of it, so it could only attack with thunder and lightning and vine whip. Long Yuwu also knew very well that she couldn't kill the thunder hellvine at this time, unless there was external force. Long Yuwu glanced at the thunder bead in her hand and kept moving her feet. Long Yuwu murmured, "Brother Xuet, you said that this thunder bead belongs to me, right? If not, I would have been tricked by you." Long Yuwu dodged a vine whip, narrowly avoided a lightning strike, kept her feet on the ground, her body was like a bow, and she used thunder beads as arrows. The thunder beads drew a dark purple arc in the air and flew towards the water pool on one side. The whip of the thunder hellvine paused for a moment, then abandoned Long Yuwu and quickly chased after the thunder bead. Long Yuwu took this opportunity, lowered her body, raised her arms, and the dark purple thunder and lightning in her hands kept flashing, reflecting each other with the thunder in the sky, looking like a standing toad. Plop! Plop! The thunder pearl and the vine whip of the thunder hellvine entered the water one after another, and then the thunder hellvine wrapped around the thunder pearl broke out of the water and returned to the roots. There seemed to be excitement in the cry of the thunder hellvine. But the dust has not yet settled, and extreme joy can also lead to sadness. The large thunder in the sky seems to be flashing with a common rhythm in an invisible big hand. This is exactly the lightning magic taught by Ileiades. At present, Long Yu Wu cannot fully control it, but the thunder attracted by the thunder hell vine instead, it provides convenience for Long Yu Wu's lightning strike magic. Long Yu Wu's mouth flashed again, and the crackling sound of thunder and lightning resounded throughout the canyon. The rocks in the canyon seemed to be shaking constantly under the huge thunder. The thunder hell vine was also shocked by this sudden change. While it brought the thunder bead back, it used its bloodline magical power to fight for control of the large thunder in the sky. Long Yu Wu raised the corner of her mouth and said to herself, "Please enjoy this meal." Roar! Long Yu Wu yelled angrily, and a thick thunder spurted out from Long Yu Wu's mouth, directly hitting the thunder hell vine that had just reacted. A young dragon roar came from Long Yu Wu's mouth. The thunder hell vine was startled by the sudden dragon roar, but at that moment, the dark purple thunder breath swallowed up the thunder hell vine. Long Yu Wu waved his hands down at the same time, and the thunder from the sky fell simultaneously. A large piece of thunder bombarded the boulder where the thundering hell vine was. At this time, the whip of the thundering hell vine was about to return, and the huge thunder swallowed up the whip and the thunder beads together. Thunder is difficult to control, and even the instigator, Long Yu Wu, has been affected to some extent. Goo! The miserable voice of the thunder hell vine came out from the scurrying thunder balls. Long Yu Wu took a few steps back, then staggered quickly and ran towards the water pool. His little hands kept waving his mouth, and wisps of white smoke floated out of Long Yu Wu's mouth. Obviously, the thunder dragon's roar was overloaded by that blow, and Long Yu Wu's throat was filled with smoke. Long Yu Wu lay down on the edge of the pool and buried his head directly in it. After a few bubbles popped up, Long Yu Wu was able to get out of the water and kept breathing. After a long time, the sound of thunder and lightning behind him decreased, and the thundering hell vine with its broken roots fell into Long Yu Wu's eyes. The thunder beads fell to the ground, and the most active vine whip also fell to the ground. People have appetites, and soul beasts naturally have them too. If the thunder hell vine abandons the thunder bead and concentrates on fighting for control of the thunder in the sky, then Long Yu Wu's advantage of throwing the thunder bead will be gone. Long Yu Wu will not be able to throw the second thunder bead, but unfortunately, no if. When strong men of the same level fight, they often only fight for the front line. You can be regarded as the first thunder hell vine to self-destruct in 1,000 years of cultivation, right? Long Yu Wu breathed out cautiously, and a hoarse voice came out of her mouth, "It's over, my voice is hoarse." Long Yu Wu took a breath. After completing such a large-scale attack, the consumption would naturally not be small, and slowly stepped forward. As it approached, the whip of the already powerless thunder hell vine suddenly burst out and whipped towards Long Yu Wu. Long Yu Wu raised her right arm and took the whip forcefully, and a bloodstain appeared again. Hiss! Long Yu Wu took a breath, "I'm already dying, but I'm still so energetic." Although Long Yu Wu's condition is not very good, it is much better than thunder hell vine. After striking the final blow, the whip of the thundering hell vine fell to the ground weakly again. Long Yu Wu crossed his neck, and a delicate jade dagger appeared in his hand, slowly walking to the root of the thunder hell vine, which was not completely disconnected from the earth. Long Yu Wu said softly, "I won this match." Chapter 40 Thunder Emperor Eyes, Broken. The jade dagger slashed down, and the broken roots of the thundering hell vine were completely broken. The torso of the thunder hell vine was flowing with turquoise juice. The juice flowed on the thunder beads, emitting a thin dark purple light. After the vine shook a few times again, a deep purple soul ring slowly appeared above the roots of the thunder hell vine. Condensation of soul ring. The appearance also announces the death of thunder hell vine. Long Yu Wu slowly sat down on the ground and adjusted her breathing. She was not in a hurry to absorb the soul ring now. She had better greet this soul beast that did not know the specific year in the best condition. On the thunder bead, the thin glimmer seemed to sense the death of the other half, and began to become brighter and brighter. Long Yuo looked at the thunder bead with some surprise. The thunder bead rose slowly, and the green juice was shaken off. The thunder bead slowly floated towards the deep purple soul ring. Long Yuo did not stop it. At this moment, she was very curious about what kind of moth this thunder bead would cause. Buzz buzz. The thunder bead slowly stopped about an inch directly below the purple soul ring. Dark purple light suddenly bloomed from the thunder bead, and the rhizome of the thundering hell vine below suddenly exploded under the soil. The rubble was flying in all directions. Long Yuo hurriedly avoided it, and a skeleton emitting a bright purple light slowly floated out. Soul bone. Long Yuo opened his eyes wide. Yes, the soul bone, this is what a right arm bone looks like. It should be called the 1000-year thunder hell vine right arm bone. But, is thunder pearl just for a 1000-year soul bone? Is this what a level 100 powerhouse possesses? As Long Yuo thought, a soul bone valued by something like thunder pearl would naturally not be ordinary. The soul bone slowly rose up under the tug of the thunder bead. After the two met, the thunder bead flashed. In a daze, Long Yuo saw a lightning god blinking his eyes. Violent and crazy, the violent meaning of thunder is fully displayed. Dark purple thunder arose from the thunder beads, instantly rendering the purple right arm bone into dark purple. The right arm bone stood up, and the thunder bead separated a wisp of dark purple thunder and lightning, which slowly expanded and enveloped the soul bone. Under the lightning, the soul bone began to deform. The soul bone elongated, evolving upwards into a shoulder blade and a clavicle, and downwards into a metacarpal bone. It has 5 fingers, but the fingertips are somewhat sharp. From the outside, it has a somewhat ferocious beauty, completely unlike human beings. Skeleton. The evolution process lasted only a few minutes, and it was all completed. The thunder bead corresponded to the right eye of the human body. This larger soul bone just floated quietly below the soul ring. Long Yuo sighed in a hoarse voice, Lazuo and this soul bone belong to the same family. So the question is, should we absorb it? This is essentially just a 1000-year soul bone. After hesitating for a moment, Long Yuo made up his mind to absorb it. Qianrongxiu said that this thunder bead is most likely a thing of gods. Gods' things should be stronger than ordinary 10,000-year soul bones. If nothing else, the series of cool operations of this thunder bead are enough to make Long Yuo's heart flutter. Long Yuo adjusted for a while, but her soul power was not fully restored, so she just sat cross-legged. The absorption of soul bones is different from that of soul rings. Soul rings need to consider whether they can withstand it, but soul bones do not. A one-ring soul master can completely absorb a 100,000-year-old soul bone. This is also the characteristic of soul bones. Long Yuo exuded the power of his own thunder and lightning. The moment the dark purple thunder and lightning connected with the soul bone suddenly trembled and slowly floated towards Long Yuo like a soul ring. Buzz. When the soul bone floated in front of Long Yuo, the deep purple soul ring also trembled slightly and moved towards Long Yuo. Hey, I'll go. Long Yuo said in shock. But it was too late. The soul bone was suspended in front of Long Yuo. The soul bone emitted a dark purple brilliance and slowly floated towards it, and then merged into Long Yuo's corresponding position. 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, rose up from under him and entrenched themselves in the center of Long Yuo's body. The floating purple soul ring pulled Long Yuo from top to bottom. The two happened at the same time, and Long Yuo felt 2 forces pouring into Long Yuo's body at the same time. An energy filled with ferocious thunder and lightning, a sense of numbness enveloped Long Yuo's right eye, right clavicle, right shoulder blade, right arm, right palm, right finger, and surrounding flesh and blood. The other energy is the hot and chaotic soul power, which almost spreads all over the body, constantly impacting Long Yuo's body. The fusion of soul bones would indeed be a bit uncomfortable, but it did not pose any threat to Long Yuohu's life. The energy of the soul ring was so huge that it completely exceeded Long Yuohu's expectations. In other words, the reserves of the Thunder Hell Vine exceeded Long Yuohu's expectations. What's more, Long Yuohu also instilled most of the thunder gathered in the sky into the Thunder Hell Vine. The chaotic soul power in his body is the energy of the Thunder Hell Vine that has not yet been refined. On the one hand, there is no threat, but on the other hand, it is directed at Long Yuohu's wealth and life. Moreover, Long Yuohu has not recovered yet. Personal experience, regardless of anything else, Long Yuohu estimated that the cultivation level of this Thunder Hell Vine must exceed 4,000 years. The limit of the fourth soul ring that everyone understands is only 5,000 years. Feeling the threat, Long Yuohu simply closed her eyes and concentrated on dealing with the two energies in her body. Use your own soul power to quickly face the chaotic energy, constantly colliding with it, subduing, dividing, and absorbing it. The meridians are damaged under such a violent impact. Under the dark canyon, a 12-year-old girl, frowning and sweating profusely, was engaged in a life-and-death battle. Time passed slowly, but Long Yuohu still did not relax at all. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on the stone wall. Long Yuohu's frown finally relaxed. Although the soul ring was still shaking, it was no longer dangerous. That special soul bone has completely turned into energy, and is injecting the last ray of light into Long Yuohu's body. Fortunately, Long Yuohu survived and recovered. The damaged meridians inside were also slowly healed under the wash of two strands of much gentler energy. Long Yuohu's soul power is increasing, in a terrifying way. The energy of the soul ring and soul bone is constantly integrated into Long Yuohu's original soul power. Compared with the previous soul power, it has doubled. There are more chapters. The sun gradually rises and hangs high in the sky. Long Yuohu, who was under the canyon, slowly opened his eyes, stretched his body, and felt the abundant soul power in his body. Long Yuohu's lips moved slightly. This is at least level 33. Long Yuohu raised her right arm, touched some of her right eye sockets, and murmured, "Is this the Thunder Emperor's pupil?" Yes, the Thunder Emperor Eye seems to be an artifact left behind by a strong man named Thunder God after his death, but it is now broken. The current Thunder Emperor Eye is just the reassembled form of the original fragments of the Thunder Emperor Eye. As for why it was broken or how it was broken, I have no idea at all. Chapter 41, Long Yuohu felt that she was suddenly able to. Long Yuohu put away her 3 soul rings and walked slowly to the edge of the pool. Looking at the reflection in the water under the midday sun, a 12-year-old girl appeared in front of her with a delicate face. What was strange was that one of the girl's pupils was bright purple and the other was dark purple. Long Yuohu sighed and murmured, "I knew that the thunder beads were obviously dark purple." And Long Yuohu raised her right arm, feeling a strange feeling in her heart, but there was no discomfort at all. With the right arm soul bone, the strength and defense of Long Yuohu's right arm are much greater than those of his left arm. But again, this weird and special feeling made Long Yuohu couldn't help but think that the appearance of this soul bone did not seem to be ordinary soul bones. After the reshaping, the Thunder Emperor's pupil already belonged to Long Yuohu, and the artistic conception of power in it was the same as that of Long Yuohu's thunder and lightning. The Thundering Hell Vine possesses part of the Thunder God's bloodline, and its soul bone can further improve the Thunder Emperor's eyes. Similarly, if the Thundering Hell Vine can obtain the Thunder Emperor's eyes, it can further improve itself. This is why Thunder Hell Vine cares so much about thunder beads. The two competed, Long Yuohu successfully won, and the soul bone naturally belonged to Long Yuohu. Lei Emperor Tong easily controlled the Thunder Hell Vine soul bone, and infected the soul bone with the power and artistic conception he gained, making it the most suitable one. The form of Dragon Moon Dance. In other words, the shape of the soul bone is entirely the choice of Long Yuohu's own strength. No matter how stupid Long Yuohu is, she can still make some guesses based on some results and some unclear knowledge in her mind. That is to say, this soul bone is actually in the form of a dragon bone. Long Yuohu put her hand into a fist, and after carefully examining it, she said with some surprise, "Why does the increase seem not to be as powerful as imagined? Is it because I haven't adapted?" "Yes, the growth of the right arm bone is as if it is just an ordinary 1000-year soul bone, and there is no feeling at all after the transformation of the artifact. There is a foreshadowing, but I won't say it. But forget it, don't be too greedy." Long Yuohu took a deep breath, and her dark purple right eye slowly turned back to bright purple. "Fortunately, this thing is controllable. The harvest from this trip is 1 soul ring, 1 soul bone, and 1 permission to use the Thunder Emperor Eye. The third soul ring skill, lightning control. The persistent soul skill greatly improves his ability to control thunder and lightning, and he can even control nature's thunder and lightning, which further enhances Long Yuohu's strength. Thunder Hell Vine Right Arm Bone, or Thunder Dragon Right Arm Bone, Soul Bone Skill, Thunder Fall. Thunder fell on a sunny day, and a dark purple thunder appeared out of thin air high in the sky and hit the target. In conjunction with the use of lightning strike magic, it basically means hitting wherever you go. Thunder Emperor Eye's exclusive skill, King Lei Fury. Arouse all your soul power to triple the power of all lightning attacks you generate. There will be a 24-hour period of weakness after use, and it cannot be used a second time within 3 days. With the strengthening of 3 different skills and the improvement of his own soul power, Long Yuohu suddenly felt that he was good again. Well, he decided to challenge Qianrongxue when he went back and let him feel the fear of being dominated by thunder. Ha ha hey ao. Long Yuohu wiped the hair that was missing from the corner of her mouth, jumped into the water, cleaned herself after a hard struggle, then took out the food from the storage necklace, and had a delicious meal. After taking a short rest, Long Yuohu planned to leave and began to climb up the stone wall carefully. When they were about to reach the ground, the conversation of 3 people came into my ears. The timid voice came first, "Boss, do we really want to go down?" A somewhat majestic voice came, "Look at how you are so cowardly and have no adventurous spirit. How do you do great things and become strong?" "That's right. What the boss said is so good. The boss is the most powerful." Hearing this obscene voice, he sounded like a licker. The timid voice sounded again, "But boss, the old man said that the Soul King died here." "Us." The boss said, "So what about the Soul King? Maybe it's some kind of rubbish Soul King. Maybe it's just that this Soul King has bad luck? You also saw the huge thunder and lightning yesterday. Maybe the things inside are already weak. In the future, wealth can be found in danger. That's it. The boss is the most powerful. Old Deo, just stop it, do it quickly." As he spoke, a metal rope dropped from the top of the canyon and fell into the canyon. Long Yuohu glanced at her, then used her arms to quickly get on the ground. 3 middle-aged men who were planning to go down suddenly came into view. When Long Yuohu saw them, these 3 men naturally saw her too. "Hey, look, boss, there's something people come up." The owner of the timid voice was a man with a mustache. "I saw it, you don't need to tell me." The boss was a tall man. The owner of that dog-licking voice was the thin man on the side. The thin man had a rope in his hand, which was emitting a faint light. The white, yellow, and purple soul rings were constantly beating on the top of his head. Obviously, the rope was his weapon. "Soul. Hey, little one, let me ask you, what is there under the canyon? The mouse told me that the 3 of us are soul masters." The tall man walked towards Long Yuohu forcefully. Long Yuohu dodged and planned to leave, while saying, "Pool, gravel, a soul beast corpse." The boss was stunned for a moment, surprised by Long Yuohu's answer and the content of the answer. When he saw Long Yuohu was about to leave, he immediately shouted, "Stop, don't fool us. We all saw yesterday's thunder. What's next? It can't be just this little thing. Long Yuo replied without turning her head, I told the truth, but you don't believe me. If you want to know, you can go down and see for yourself. The boss shouted, Stop, Zioba takes action. Okay, boss. The metal rope emitted a faint light and was pulled towards the front of Long Yuo. Long Yuo stopped, and the rope left a long trace on her path. What a provocation! I didn't want to fight. Long Yuo turned to face the three of them. Dark purple thunder surged in his hands, and said softly, You want to know what's down there? Just let me give you a ride. Humph! You're a rash boy, you don't know what you can do. The boss said disdainfully. Immediately, 3 yellow, purple, and purple soul rings that subverted the three people's concepts rose from Long Yuo's feet. The voice of disdain stopped abruptly. Boss! The timid man looked at his boss. What are you afraid of? How many levels of soul power can a brat like her have? There are 3 of us, and I am about to reach level 40. Just hit her. The boss took a step, and the muscles in his body shrank a bit. The mink tail poked out from behind, and 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple rose up. The martial spirit is a spirit beast named Lightning Marten, which is known for its speed. The cowering man nodded, a thick mace appeared in the man's hand, and 3 white, yellow, and purple soul rings rose from his feet. Chapter 42, I asked you to do this, so you're welcome. This martial spirit, what a strong contrast! Long Yuo said speechlessly. The first and second soul rings of the metal rope martial spirit shone at the same time. The rope quickly stretched and wrapped around Long Yuo. A second rope appeared in the man's hand and wrapped around the man holding the mace. The figure of the lightning mink soul master disappeared on the spot, while the mace soul master rushed straight towards Long Yuo. Powerful attack, agile attack, control, the development direction of the 3 is clear at a glance. Long Yuo chuckled, the team is good, but it's a pity that we picked the wrong opponent. Humph! A cold snort followed by sharp claws protruding from Long Yuo's side. Long Yuo's eyes narrowed, and his right fist punched out with dark purple lightning, and collided with the sharp claws. A scratch appeared on Long Yuo's fist, and the figure of the lightning mink soul master was shot backwards. You think I didn't see you? Long Yuo said disdainfully. The man exclaimed, what a heavy fist! Crash! The metal rope has reached in front of Long Yuo. Long Yuo didn't move her feet, letting the metal rope wrap around her waist, and used her legs to pin herself firmly to the ground. Regardless of being pulled by a soul master, Long Yuo remained unmoved. Take my stick! A thick mace hit Long Yuo from top to bottom. The first and third soul rings of the mace soul master flash at the same time, and a heavy hit increases the strength. Long Yuo grabbed the rope around her waist with her left hand, exerted force with her right arm, and struck the mace with a thunderous punch. This is Long Yuo's favorite way of fighting, head-on. The two collided, and lightning flashed, earth and rocks flew, and a pair of footprints were dented under Long Yuo's feet. The mace spirit master screamed, and his figure suddenly shot backwards, and the direction he flew out was obviously the direction of the rope. It turned out that the rope pulled the spirit, taking away part of Long Yuo's strength. The control is good. Long Yuo said calmly, and then he suddenly exerted force with his left arm, tugging on some of the ropes around his waist. He exerted force under his feet, and his body exploded out with the force. The rope soul master was pulled to stagger, and the rope around his waist was also loosened. Long Yuo followed closely behind the mace soul master, and the thunder dragon's iron fist burst out. With one punch, the body of the mace soul master was thrown away again. At this moment, a tiny flash of lightning appeared from beside Long Yuo. It was the flashing Diao soul master who had returned. Long Yuo turned her head slightly and punched the lightning ferret where it suddenly appeared. With one punch, the lightning ferret was also thrown away. Long Yuo grabbed the rope behind the Mage Soul Master, the power of thunder and lightning exploded, and the Thunder Dragon's grip struck. The bodies of the two Soul Masters connected by ropes went numb at the same time. Long Yuo pressed the Mage Soul Master's cheek with her other hand. Under the power of thunder and lightning, the Mage Soul Master's weapon came out of his hand. Long Yuo dragged the Soul Master's body and rushed towards the rope Soul Master with lightning speed. When the two recovered, Long Yuo punched the rope Soul Master in the abdomen. Long Yuo pressed her legs down, and the power of thunder exploded in her hands at the same time. Their bodies were thrown away by the thunder and lightning attack, and they fell towards the canyon. The lightning mink spirit master in the distance suddenly became furious, and his body speeded up again, and he rushed towards Long Yuo crazily, and said angrily, "I want you to pay with your life." "I refuse." Long Yuo said softly, and punched again. The majestic thunder and lightning drowned the lightning mink. Long Yuo smoothly pulled the lightning mink that was about to fly upside down again, turned around, and knocked the Soul Masters. He raised his body, chose 180 degrees and threw it into the canyon. Throw of the Thunder Dragon. Long Yuo clapped her hands, smiled softly, and said, "I asked you to drink this pool of water, so you're welcome." Although the canyon is high, it is not fatal for a Soul Master to be thrown into the water. If he is drowned, then I'm sorry, what the hell is wrong with me? With 1 against 3, win easily. Long Yuo walked towards Yanming village. Below the canyon, in the middle of the pool, 3 figures fell from the sky and crashed into it. After struggling for a long time, the 3 Soul Masters rushed out of the water one after another. Seeing the scene on the shore, they swallowed silently. The cowering Mace Spirit Master stammered, "Boss, is this little girl a little scary?" As the boss, the Lightning Mink Soul Master was silent for a moment, trying to boost his morale, and said sternly, "What are you afraid of? Anyway, we will never interact with people like this in the future." "That's right, the boss is right." Long Yuo returned to the riverside where she first arrived at Yanming village. There were fewer people doing laundry today than yesterday. Maybe it was because it was getting late. "Hey, little girl, it's you again. Where's your grey robe?" came a somewhat familiar voice. Long Yuo looked at it, and after thinking for a while, she realized that this was the ant she met first yesterday, wasn't she? Long Yuo replied, "It has been replaced." The ant nodded and said, "Well, that's fine, you're still so good looking." Long Yuo smiled awkwardly. The ant said enthusiastically, "It's getting dark. Do you want to come to my house and stay for one night? But first, I won't tell you what you wanted to know yesterday." Long Yuo took a look at the sky and saw that it was getting late, so she said, "Then there's Auntie Lao." "You're welcome, my surname is Li, just call me Aunt Li. My husband's surname is Wang, and we have a son, nicknamed Dabao. He will awaken his martial soul tomorrow, and I don't know if he will have soul power." Aunt Li laughed. Road. Long Yuo also knew the reason why the other party was so excited. It turned out that his son was about to awaken his martial spirit. He glanced at the basin of clothes in Aunt Li's hand and said, "Let me get the clothes for you. By the way, you call me Just Moon Dance?" Aunt Li said, "You Wu, your name is very nice, but you want to help me? These clothes are very heavy if they are stained with water." Long Yuo shook her head, took the handed basin and said, "It's okay." Seeing Long Yuo's effortless look, Aunt Li couldn't help but be stunned. Then she thought of something and said awkwardly, "That's right. Since you are a little girl alone, you naturally have some skills, otherwise your parents would not agree. Yes, you should be a soul master." With that said, Aunt Li led the way, and Long Yuo followed behind and said, "Well, that's right." Aunt Li said with emotion, "How good the soul masters are. Several soul masters in our village are very powerful. I heard that they can even receive gold soul coins in the Wuhan Palace. It is indeed possible. Long Yuou chuckled. Aunt Li said, that's great. I really hope Dabao can awaken his soul power. Long Yuou asked, will the whole village be unified when the martial arts awakens tomorrow? Who is responsible specifically? Of course, the whole village will do it together. Master Ma from Wuhan Palace will preside over it. Last year, the children in our village also presided over the Wuhan awakening. It seems that Yu Wu came from a very far away place. Even Master Ma didn't I know, I heard that he is still a soul lord. We are the only soul lord in our village, Aunt Li said. The two walked into the village together. Chapter 43. Passing through the forest path, a quiet mountain village comes into view. In front of a house at the front, an old man lay quietly on a folding chair and took a nap. Aunt Li stepped forward and said in a moderate voice, Village chief, I brought someone into the village to say hello to you. The old man's turbid eyes opened. He was the one who guided Long Yuou to find the Thunder Hell Vine. Long Yuou nodded slightly towards the old man. The old man glanced at Long Yuou in surprise, then nodded slowly and said, I know. Then the old man found a comfortable position again and closed his eyes. Aunt Li shrugged, looked at Long Yuou, and said, let's go. Long Yuou smiled and nodded. Aunt Li's home is a simple farmhouse. Aunt Li's husband is a somewhat serious man. He didn't say much about Aunt Li bringing Long Yuou home. Their son Dabao is a 6-year-old child. Looks a bit honest. At dinner time, Aunt Li's family invited Long Yuou to eat together. Long Yuou took out the remaining food from his storage necklace and shared it with them, which made Aunt Li's family eat something good. Long Yuou did not occupy Aunt Li's family's bedroom, but lived in a wooden house, which made Aunt Li's family a little embarrassed. Long Yuou, who had traveled a long distance, naturally did not care whether it was shabby or not. One night later, before Long Yuou woke up, Yanming village was already in chaos. Long Yuou was awakened and walked out of the wood room. Aunt Li's husband had already gone out. Aunt Li saw Long Yuou coming out and said with a smile, are you awake? In this remote place, I don't know if you are used to such status. Dabao has already gone to awaken his martial soul. Long Yuou waved her hand and said, if you're not used to it, I'll interrupt you for one night and I'll say goodbye. Aunt Li said, we have to leave now. Long Yuou smiled and said, yes Dada, there are still people waiting at home. Aunt Li asked, don't you want to eat something? Long Yuou shook his head and said, no need, there will be no shortage of food on the way. With that said, Long Yuou was already walking towards the outside of the village. When he was about to reach the entrance of the village, Dabao ran out of the house cheering, I have soul power, haha, I can become a soul master, haha. Hey, Sister Yuou. Dabao saw Long Yuou. Long Yuou joked, if you have soul power, tell your parents this good news as soon as possible, otherwise your parents will be anxious and my sister will leave. Ah! Dabao stopped smiling, so fast. Yes, let's go. Long Yuou patted Dabao's shoulder and left immediately. Dabao looked at Long Yuou's back regretfully and murmured in a low voice, I still want to ask you to be my wife. The corner of Long Yuou's mouth twitched, damn, she heard it. But forget it, we are not as knowledgeable as little brats. Long Yuou glanced at the old man guarding the village entrance, nodded slightly, and left the simple village. The Thundering Hell Vine is dead, and Yanming village may soon be renamed. Of course, the possibility of another Thundering Hell Vine growing on top of it cannot be ruled out. Unlike when he came with unclear goals, Long Yuou returned to the city with a clear destination. Coupled with the substantial improvement in strength, Long Yuou was much faster than when he came even though he spent some time looking for food. 5 days later, the dusty Long Yuou stood in front of Tiandu Imperial City and said with emotion, I'm back. Long Yuohu followed the crowd into the city and walked towards the prince's mansion. In the prince's mansion, two strange men stood on both sides of the gate, like door gods. Long Yuohu stepped forward and asked, "Where are the Yu family brothers who were guarding the door before?" The man on the left glanced at Long Yuohu, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes, and said, "The Yu brothers have been transferred from the prince's mansion some time ago, and now the two of us are responsible for the security of the prince's mansion." Long Yuohu nodded and said, "I see, I wonder what you would call me." The man replied, "My name is Shen Bei." Another person said, "My name is Shen Nan." "Brother Shen. I remember, I will come to see you when I have time." Long Yuohu nodded and was about to enter. Unexpectedly, the two people suddenly stretched out their hands to block Long Yuohu's way. Two black spears crossed in front of Long Yuohu, and Long Yuohu was stunned. The two said in unison, "You are not allowed to break into the prince's mansion without permission." "No," Long Yuohu defended, "I didn't trespass. I just came out of the prince's mansion and am just going home now." Shen Bei said quietly, "Sorry, I don't know him." Long Yuohu was speechless. "No, two eldest brothers, Long Yuohu, haven't brother Shui mentioned it to you?" Shen Bei continued, "I'm sorry, His Highness the Crown Prince didn't mention it. Our mission is not to let unknown people break into the Crown Prince. Please forgive me, otherwise we will use coercive means. Besides, it's better for the little girl to love herself. He doesn't look like a person with status." Long Yuohu glanced at herself and said speechlessly, "It seems a little dirty." Long Yuohu took 2 steps back as if unintentionally. At the moment when the two relaxed, his body ejected like a cannonball and got in from the gap below the 2 spears. "I'll go in and change my clothes, and I'll come back to you when I have time." The 2 people were stunned as they watched Long Yuohu run away, without any chance to react. "Brother." Shen Nan looked at Shen Bei. Shen Bei muttered, "Forget it, this weird mission has been completed anyway, no wonder His Highness the Crown Prince said just try your best." Shen Nan nodded. After Long Yuohu entered the prince's mansion, she found that the decoration inside had been slightly changed. Let's not mention the practicality, but it was indeed much more beautiful. "Brother Shui, what are you doing? You're not letting me in? Didn't you just sneak out once? What's the matter?" Long Yuohu muttered. Long Yuohu walked through the front yard and walked towards her room. As soon as she arrived in front of the door, a figure sitting cross-legged on a wooden stake suddenly came into view. The subtle fluctuations in soul power showed that this person was definitely not weak in cultivation. It was Shui Qinghe, the Crown Prince of Tiandu, whom he had not seen for a long time. His real name was Jianrongxiu, and he was also Long Yuohu's elder brother Shui. Long Yuohu walked forward lightly and found Jianrongxiu practicing, so she planned to go back and change clothes first. Jianrongxiu's voice sounded from behind Long Yuohu. "It turns out that the young dragon running around knows how to come back." Long Yuohu immediately turned around and saw Jianrongxiu's face was calm and her conversation was unhurried. Long Yuohu retorted, "What do you mean running around? I'm going to do business, okay?" "Oh? In other words, in order to improve your strength and not trouble others, you are willing to take risks with your own life. There is no trace of it for such a long time." Seeing Long Yuohu talking back, Jianrongxiu, who was already unhappy, became even more angry. Long Yuohu said, "Brother Shui, you are so weird when you talk, but forget it, I want to challenge you, get ready to take the challenge." Jianrongxiu replied with one word, "Ha." Chapter 44, This little idiot can always live the way he wants. Ha! Jianrongxiu sneered, a pair of white and powerful wings stretched out from her back, and her whole body was covered with a thin layer of golden light, making her still look like Shui Qinghe feel sacred. 5 optimally matched soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, rose up from Jianrongxiu's feet one after another, followed by an extremely strong sense of oppression. Long Yuohu knew that this was a kind of the martial spirit named Seraphim is of extremely high quality. The angelic soul power it possesses is a kind of pure sacred energy with purifying and dissolving effects. As for how Long Yuohu knew, of course Jian Rongxiu said it. Long Yuohu once wondered why the Seraphim didn't have only 2 wings. Jian Rongxiu said something incomprehensible, because this is not the true form of the martial spirit. Martial spirit's true form? Isn't that the 7th soul ring soul skill possessed by every soul master who has reached the soul saint level? Wouldn't it be better to just say that this is not the true appearance of the seraph martial spirit? Bring the horse over here. Long Yuohu leaned forward slightly, dark purple thunder and lightning flashed around him, and he exerted force under his feet and quickly rushed towards Jian Rongxiu. Halfway through, 3 unreasonable soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, rose from under his feet. Long Yuohu raised his right arm, and dark purple lightning flashed. Thunder Hellvine's right arm bone technique, Thunder Fall, superimposes lightning strike magic. Above the clear sky, a thick dark purple thunder fell from the sky and struck Jian Rongxiu mercilessly. The speed was so fast that Jian Rongxiu, who was already at the Soul King level, was caught off guard and unable to dodge. Jian Rongxiu resisted a lightning strike with her body. The violent thunder and lightning lingered around Jian Rongxiu. The golden angel soul power continued to melt the violent thunder and lightning. Even though Jian Rongxiu was very strong, she was momentarily stiff at this moment. Long Yuohu was already in front of Jian Rongxiu at this time. Long Yuohu spread his arms like wings and waved forward. The thunder and lightning gathered like a giant dragon spreading its wings and rushed towards Jian Rongxiu. Thunder Dragon's Wing Strike. This blow devoted Long Yuohu's greatest strength except the Thunder Emperor's eyes. When Jian Rongxiu saw Long Yuohu return, her heart was filled with many complex emotions such as surprise, anger, and grievance. She was surprised by her return, angry that she left without saying goodbye, and wronged that she did not fully trust herself. Jian Rongxiu, who had always been calm, actually lost her composure at this moment, and even agreed to Long Yuohu's invitation to fight without much thought. This was a state that a lurker should not have. Why? Why can a 12-year-old girl influence me? Why do I condone her behavior again and again? Is it just because he has raised her for 7 years? Is it just because this silly girl is beautiful? No, none of that. When Jian Rongxiu saw Long Yuohu's cheek close to her eyes, she seemed to understand why. The guilt that is not obvious but really revealed, the guilt for oneself, the crazy and burning fighting spirit, the fighting spirit for oneself, the overflowing excitement, the excitement of being in the battle. She understood that this little idiot could always live the way he wanted. Jian Rongxiu stood up sideways and used half of her wings and body to receive the blow. Jian Rongxiu's figure was knocked back half a body, and the clothes on her right waist were cut open by Long Yuohu, revealing her fair skin and a trace of blood. Long Yuohu took advantage of the victory and pursued her, intending to defeat Jian Rongxiu completely. The fists filled with thunder and lightning hit Jian Rongxiu like raindrops. The Iron Fist of the Thunder Dragon. Jian Rongxiu looked at Long Yuohu's eyes filled with fighting spirit and began to meet the impact with both hands. A pair of wings also continued to block Long Yuohu's attacks. Jian Rongxiu thought to herself, her martial soul is an angel that symbolizes holiness and light, but she needs to hide herself like the owner of the martial soul she hates most. How ironic! She possesses the top martial soul in Dulo continent, but she cannot fight without reservation like an ordinary soul master. She wants to fly like a dragon, and she wants to show off her strength like a peacock. But this is impossible. On the contrary, all of this was vividly displayed in Long Yuohu. Since your fighting spirit is so high, I should respond appropriately. After all, I am still burning in my heart. Thinking like this, the yellow soul ring ranked first began to shine, and the sacred energy gathered on the fist, forming a golden light shield when attacking. The first soul skill of the Seraphim Martial Spirit, Angel Assault. Long Yuohu's fist collided with Jian Rongxiu's fist, and the suddenly strengthened attack bounced Long Yuohu's body away. Long Yuohu's figure suddenly became unstable, and he took a few steps back. The dark purple thunder and lightning attack was also blocked by the golden shield. Disappear into the invisible. Soul skills. Long Yuohu was shocked. This was the first time Long Yuohu saw Jian Rongxiu using soul skills. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it was true. Come again. Jian Rongxiu waved with a smile on her face, and the complicated emotions before were swept away. Come on, come on. Long Yuohu snorted coldly and punched Jian Rongxiu again. After a few punches, he was once again deflected by Jian Rongxiu's first soul skill, and his energy was greatly consumed. I got the third soul ring, that's it. At this moment, Jian Rongxiu's sarcasm was full. In fact, Long Yuohu, who has obtained the right arm soul bone, the Thunder Emperor's eyes and the third soul ring, is very strong, very strong. It can be said that it is difficult to find an opponent at the level of Soul Master. Even the Idol Soul sect has difficulty in defeating Long Yuohu. Get a bargain in your hands. But at this time, Jian Rongxiu had no intention of saying anything nice. Long Yuohu suddenly became furious, and the dark purple thunder and lightning around her body rapidly intensified, and continued to travel on her skin. The color of the right pupil changed from bright purple to dark purple. Under the different colored pupils, Long Yuohu's aura was even more powerful than when it was at its peak just now. It is Thunder Emperor pupil's exclusive skill, King Lei Fury, which instantly triples the power of all lightning attacks. There will be a 24-hour period of weakness after use, and it cannot be used a second time within 3 days. Hey! This change was beyond Jian Rongxiu's expectation. Long Yuohu stepped on a crack in the ground, and instantly landed in front of Jian Rongxiu, firing out an iron fist from the Thunder Dragon. Jian Rongxiu immediately launching the angel attack, the fists of the two collided again, thunder and lightning flew everywhere, and the invincible angel soul power seemed to have lost its effect at this moment. After a brief struggle, the golden shield broke. Jian Rongxiu was staggered. Before Jian Rongxiu could react, Long Yuohu punched out again. Jian Rongxiu had to defend passively. The explosive power of thunder and lightning made Jian Rongxiu keep retreating. For a moment, Long Yuohu actually had the upper hand. Long Yuohu said excitedly, "Haha, I will definitely win." Jian Rongxiu's originally surprised expression became calm again, and she said calmly, "She is quite capable, but it's still too early to win." What? Long Yuohu was confused. Jian Rongxiu smiled softly and said, "It's fun to show you, and let you see the gap between us." Jian Rongxiu kept her feet on the ground, steadied her body, and held Long Yuohu's fist with both hands. Chapter 45 Domain. Bang! Long Yuohu would not sit back and wait for death. His eyes were focused, his hands were blocked, and he raised his right leg from the side, drawing a dark purple arc and kicking Jian Rongxiu's side. Jian Rongxiu was calm and raised her left leg to defend against Long Yuohu's kick. At the same time, a rich golden light bloomed from Jian Rongxiu's body, and a pair of golden wings extended from the upper and lower parts of Jian Rongxiu's original wings. The entire area instantly turned into a golden one, and the dark purple thunder quickly became dim. Long Yuohu's soul power felt like it was being purified. For a moment, Long Yuohu's strength was greatly reduced, and the Thunder Emperor's eyes were pale. The effect of thunder and fury is also greatly reduced. Jian Rongxiu pushed along, and Long Yuohu, who had lost all her strength, landed on one leg. With such a push, Long Yuohu was suddenly unstable and fell towards the raised lawn behind. What? Long Yuohu's pupils were dilated, and his long dark purple hair was scattered on the messy ground. Due to his height, Long Yuohu's hands were pressed above his head, and his raised right leg was separated from his left leg. Qian Rongxiu's left leg was directly pressed between Long Yuohu's legs. Loose, let go. Long Yuohu began to struggle hard, and her clothes, which were not particularly clean, became messy due to the struggle. But how could Long Yuohu, who had lost the support of thunder and was at a disadvantage, resist Wuhuan? Where is Qian Rongxiu? Qian Rongxiu completely suppressed Long Yuohu without expending too much effort. As Long Yuohu's right pupil gradually turned back to its original bright purple color, Long Yuohu's strength to struggle became even less strong. As King Lei's wrath ended, a heavy feeling of powerlessness quickly swept through Long Yuohu's body, and he gasped for breath feebly. The unique fragrance of Qian Rongxiu filled the tip of Long Yuohu's nose. For a moment, the picture was a bit subtle. Qian Rongxiu was also a little stunned. Seeing that Qian Rongxiu didn't move, Long Yuohu said somewhat speechlessly, "How long are you going to suppress me?" Ahem. Qian Rongxiu coughed and put away the golden light. The feeling of being purified dissipated. The energy wings behind Qian Rongxiu also gradually disappeared. She put away her soul ring, put away her martial spirit, and let go of Long Yuohu's hand. Arms and slowly stood up. Long Yuohu lay quietly on the ground. The weakness in her body made her too lazy to move. She looked at Qian Rongxiu and asked, "What is the golden barrier you used?" Qian Rongxiu glanced at her and said, "This is the realm, the angel realm." "I never heard you mention it." Long Yuohu said. Qian Rongxiu said, "Grandpa said that the domain is not a power that anyone can possess, but once you have the domain, the Soul Master is basically invincible in his own domain. In a sense, now you have the number of realms is smaller than the number of titled Dulo. In my angelic realm, I am the absolute master. I can not only increase my own strength, but also weaken my opponents. With the sacred energy that has its own purification and ablation effect, I can also weaken my opponent's senses and even make them unable to move. Of course, I won't be able to further enhance the power of the domain until I have my martial soul avatar, but it's enough to deal with you." With that said, Qian Rongxiu blinked her eyes, feeling quite like showing off. "Haha, I'm so sorry for being too weak." Long Yuohu gritted his teeth. Qian Rongxiu smiled and said, "I can't say that. I can only say that you are not enough now. It's just for the time being, just wait for me, I will surpass you sooner or later." Long Yuohu turned over, propped up his body with both arms, and stood up unsteadily. Qian Rongxiu asked, "What's wrong with your eyes?" Long Yuohu touched the frame of her right eye and said, "Just as you thought, that thunder bead should be related to the god of thunder. Thanks to its blessing, I hunted and killed a thunder hellvine as my third soul ring, and also obtained a piece of soul bone, and the thunder bead was combined with the soul bone and fused into his right eye." Qian Rongxiu thought for a while and glanced at Long Yuohu's right arm. She recalled the lightning strike just now and the soul bone should be there, so she said, "Thunder beads are related to gods, so they should be good, but the level of the soul bone is a little low." Long Yuohu shrugged. At that time, the thunder bead and the soul bone were combined. The two were integrated and could only be absorbed together. "I also had some blocking factors. I was lucky and got a good skill." "Yes, the side effects are not small." Qian Rongxiu looked at Long Yuohu, who was obviously weak, and felt helpless. Long Yuohu said, "It's just a 24-hour period of weakness and it can't be used a second time within 3 days. It's not a big problem." Qian Rongxiu said, "When fighting with others, it is best to use this skill sparingly unless absolutely necessary." "I know." Long Yuohu nodded, wiped his stomach, looked at Qian Rongxiu, smiled innocently, and said, "Brother Xuet, help me get something to eat, I'm a little hungry." Qian Rongxiu sighed and said, "Wait." Immediately, Qian Rongxiu walked away. Long Yuohu leaned on the wooden stake and adjusted her breathing. The feeling of weakness could not be eliminated, but it could be alleviated. After a while, Qian Rongxiu came over with a food box. Long Yuo wiped his dirty paws on the equally dirty clothes, opened the food box and started eating. After sleeping in the open air for a long time, Long Yuo Moon Dancer really needs a good meal to replenish her body. Qian Rongxiu on the side said somewhat speechlessly, "Pay attention to your image, slow down, drink water." Long Yuo said vaguely, "Eating is just to replenish energy, why do you care about your image?" Qian Rongxiu said, "If you keep acting like this, you won't be able to get married in the future." Long Yuo replied, "That's just right." Qian Rongxiu was helpless. After having enough tea and food, Long Yuo lay flat and motionless like a salted fish. On the side is Qian Rongxiu who is cleaning up. Qian Rongxiu said while tidying up, "In a few days, you will go to Tiandu Royal Academy. Whether you can get a spot in the continent-wide Senior Soul Master Elite competition mainly depends on your own performance. Don't worry, just leave it to me." Long Yuo patted his belly. Qian Rongxiu glanced at her, "Don't worry? I'm really worried. With your temper, you can definitely make some mess for me." Long Yuo was helpless. "Hey, brother Xuet, that's not what you said. Shouldn't you encourage me to work hard at this time?" Haha. Qian Rongxiu ignored her. After finishing cleaning up, Qian Rongxiu stood up and left, letting her rest early. Seeing this, Long Yuo also got up and went back to her small courtyard. First she took off her clothes, took a comfortable bath, and then went to bed with her wet hair. During this sleep, no one disturbed her. Long Yuo slept until noon the next day, then got up in a daze. At this time, King Lei's sequelae of anger had also recovered to some extent. Chapter 46, Daily Life, Admission. Long Yuo yawned deeply, stretched out his two white arms from the quilt. Her long dark purple hair was a bit messy, her bright purple eyes looked confused, the lavender quilt slipped off her body, and her fair skin was completely exposed to the air. Blinking her eyes a few times, Long Yuo gradually came back to her senses, threw away the quilt and murmured, "The bed is more comfortable. But again, I'm afraid I can't change my habit of sleeping in." Long Yuo took out a set of underwear and a purple dress from the closet and changed into them leisurely. After changing into clothes and walking out of the room, the dazzling sunlight made Long Yuo's eyes narrow slightly, and he stretched again. After a few breaths, the light in his eyes returned. He said with emotion, "It's already noon." Long Yuo walked slowly towards the kitchen, planning to have a meal first. Pushing open the kitchen door, Qian Rongxiu was busy cooking in the kitchen. Yes, cooking. Qian Rongxiu is the crown prince of a country. Seeing Long Yuo walking in, Qian Rongxiu glanced at her and said, "How did you sleep?" Because Long Yuo had just come back, Qian Rongxiu had not bothered to disturb her, so she let Long Yuo sleep for such a long time. Long Yuo said speechlessly, "You know why you ask?" Qian Rongxiu nodded, and then ordered, "Go wash your face, and then come over to help." Long Yuo brought a basin of water and began to wash her face, without stopping to say, "If there is no ready-made rice, just make do with it." Haha. Qian Rongxiu said, "I don't agree with your cooking method. Use thunder and lightning to scald meat, are you a primitive person?" Tch. Long Yuo reluctantly stepped forward to help. The two of them worked together and cooked a table of dishes. There wasn't much oil or water in the dishes, but it was indeed rich. Life always has a sense of ritual. Qian Rongxiu said. Long Yuo said, "It's troublesome and a waste of time." Qian Rongxiu glanced at her, "Don't eat it if you can." "Why, I helped too." Long Yuo retorted. Qian Rongxiu helped Long Yuo fill a bowl of rice and said, "Then let me calm down your mouth." Oh. Long Yuo took over the job. Long Yuo devoured her meal while Qian Rongxiu ate slowly and leisurely. The two of them had a ritualistic lunch and then cleaned the tableware together. After finishing the tidying up, Qian Rongxiu placed a chair in the front yard, basking in the sun while reading. Occasionally she would use a blank book to write and draw. Qianrongxiu's training is often carried out in secret. Even so, with the innate soul power of level 20 and the top martial soul, the speed of training is much higher than those of so-called geniuses. Long Yuou has been chasing Qianrongxiu for a long time, but has always been difficult to reach. Yesterday's battle is the best proof. Seeing Qianrongxiu's behavior, Long Yuou moved a deck chair and basked in the sun leisurely. Qianrongxiu glanced at her lightly and said nothing more. Cultivation is not about hard training, but more about the combination of work and rest. The two of them spent the entire afternoon leisurely. A few days later, Tiandu Royal Academy started recruiting students. Qianrongxiu wrote a letter of recommendation and asked Long Yuou to bring it with her. Long Yuou tidied up a little and set off alone. Qianrongxiu personally sent him outside the prince's mansion. At the entrance of Tiandu Royal Academy, although it was enrollment time, there were not many people. Tiandu Royal Academy only accepts noble soul masters for admission. As for how to determine their identity, a letter of recommendation written by Qianrongxiu is enough. Admission generally requires 2 conditions. 1. Your talent isn't bad, at least you can't be stuck as a great soul master. Secondly, there is no need to talk about noble status. Of course, it can also be recommended by someone like Long Yuou. Over time, there will not be too many people who meet the conditions. Under normal circumstances, the number of students in Tiandu Royal Academy is around 500. When Long Yuou came here, he saw a team of more than 30 people. Long Yuou walked calmly and fell to the back. Long Yuou saw that the students who came to enroll were all between the ages of 12 and 14. They were all well dressed and seemed to have high status. That was right, this was a noble academy. Soon it was Long Yuou's turn. Long Yuou handed Qianrongxiu's recommendation letter to the reviewing teacher. The teacher had half-white hair and some stiff facial muscles. After checking the envelope, he glanced at Long Yuou in surprise and said, "Stretch out an arm." Long Yuou put her left arm on the table. The teacher squeezed Long Yuou's little hand. Long Yuou felt a slight pain. The teacher nodded, and then wrote and drew on the registration book. Long Yuou, 12 years and 5 months old, 30-level Soul Master, recommended by Prince Xueqing He, correct. Long Yuou was a little surprised. Qianrongxiu actually wrote that she was only at level 32. Logically speaking, she should be at level 33 conservatively. Enter the door, turn left, go to the first column, wait. This teacher's words are super simple and easy to understand. But Long Yuou doesn't hate such people. Long Yuou nodded. After entering the door, Long Yuou saw 10 rows of columns, with a total of 60 or 70 people. There are 3 people in the first column, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men stood there. They both had straight noses and square mouths, and strong builds. They looked about 14 or 15 years old, giving people a heavy and steady feeling. They were 80% similar in appearance. They should be twins. The woman was dressed in black, with a layer of black gauze covering her face. She was slender and had long waterfall-like blue hair. Her blue eyes showed no emotion at all, exuding a sense of loneliness and indifference. Long Yuou remembered what Qianrongxiu said, the higher the talent and the stronger the soul master, the weirder his character. Long Yuou landed behind the woman in black, but the woman didn't react at all. After a long time, 10 people dressed as teachers came over, walked out of the courtyard, talked to the old man recruiting students for a while, and then came over again. One of the teachers who looked to be the youngest walked out first. He was less than 30 years old by visual inspection. He had an ordinary appearance, simple black hair, simple clothes and a purple badge on his chest. He looked at Long Yuou's team and said, "You 4 come with me." The 2 men and 1 woman in front of Long Yuou followed suit without saying a word. Long Yuou blinked. This atmosphere is hard to describe in words. My name is Qin Ming. If nothing else happens, I will be your teacher in the future. I am currently the 55th level Soul King and the Heavenly Master. You will call me Teacher Qin from now on. Apart from you, I have 4 other students. We'll introduce it later, the young mentor said. Yes, Teacher Qin. This time, the 3 people who had been silent in front started to speak. Chapter 47 8 people. Isn't it necessary to take the second assessment? Long Yuou asked. When Qin Ming heard this, he glanced at Long Yuou and said, if you don't need it, they won't be able to pass. If nothing else happens, most of them will be able to pass. They refer to other teams that enrolled together. Qin Ming said, in Tiandu Royal Academy, students are divided into 3 levels. Students below level 25 and those who have just entered the school are Tianwei level, students from level 25 to level 30 are Tianzi level, and students at level 30 are Tianzi level. Students above level 1 are Tiandu level. The tutors of Tiandu Royal Academy are also divided into these 3 levels, but the requirements are different. Tianwei level tutors need to be at the Soul Sect level, Tianzi level tutors need to be at the Soul King level, and Tiandu level tutors need to be at least the Soul Emperor level. A contra-level education committee member is also a Tiandu level instructor, and the dean is His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiandu Empire. Today, there are about 500 students in Tiandu Royal Academy, and there are only about 50 instructors. The 4 of them nodded in unison. The 5 of them continued to move forward. Along the way, Qin Ming introduced the layout of Tiandu Royal Academy, and soon saw the fortress-like main campus. However, Qin Ming did not lead the 4 of them in, but walked around along the mountainside. The other side. Teacher Qin, don't we advance to the campus, one of the twin men said. It's not urgent, there is plenty of time. Qin Ming said meaningfully. There was silence all the way, and soon, a dent appeared on the mountainside in front of everyone, and a boy about the same size as the 2-year-old girl appeared in everyone's eyes. The young man is sitting cross-legged in the clouds and mist, with flashes of lightning hidden inside. He has long black hair, a slender figure, and is not handsome. His facial muscles are somewhat stiff. He is wearing a blue outfit, giving people a simple look. Feel. This special environment is the Soul Master's mimicry training ground. Qin Ming shouted, Tianheng, suspend your practice and find the 3 of them. When the young man heard this, he slowly got up and walked away. He came out, glanced at Long Yuou and the other 4, nodded, and said hello, Teacher Qin, I'll be there right away. With that said, the young man left here quickly. Qin Ming looked at Long Yuou and others and said, wait a moment. Long Yuou nodded. Soon, the young man came over with 3 people. A handsome young man, short in stature, moderately fat and thin, with short blonde hair, a pair of very lively eyes, and a bit of a carefree look. A young man dressed in black, also blonde and as handsome as a woman. A girl with short dark purple hair looks very heroic. Her eyes are green. She is not stunningly beautiful, but she has an enchanting charm. The careless blonde man said, Teacher Qin, someone is here. Qin Ming nodded and said, let's introduce ourselves to each other first. We will spend a lot of time together in the future. The boy in blue nodded and said, yes, Teacher Qin. The young man then looked at Long Yuou and the others and said, my name is Yu Tianheng, I am 14 years old, I have a blue electric tyrant Rex martial spirit, and a 30-level attack-type fighting spirit master. Long Yuou glanced at him, no wonder the smell was familiar. The carefree blonde man said, Osluo, 14 years old, martial spirit ghost leopard, 27th level agility attack-type fighting spirit master. The handsome-looking man said, Yu Feng, 14 years old, martial soul wind chime bird, 27th level agility attack type battle soul master. The enchanting woman said, Duguyan, 14 years old, Martial Spirit Green-Scaled Snake, 29th Level Control Spirit Master. One of the twin men said, Ji Shi, 14 years old, Wuhan Suan Wu Turtle, 28th Level Defense System Battle Soul Master. Another said, Shi Mo, 14 years old, Wuhan Suan Wu Turtle, 28th Level Defensive Battle Soul Master. The lonely woman in black clothes and blue hair said, Yalingling, 14 years old. Martial Spirit Juxin Haitang is a 26th Level Auxiliary Fighting Spirit Master. Long Yuou said, Long Yuou, 12 years old, Martial Spirit Thunder and Lightning, 30 Level Attack Type Fighting Spirit Master. For a time, everyone's eyes turned to Long Yuou. For no other reason, his age and level were too abrupt. Qin Ming was not surprised at all. Obviously, he already knew this information. Qin Ming clapped his hands, attracted everyone's attention, and said, in order to get to know each other, let's play a 4-on-4 game. I don't need to say more about how to group them. We will discuss it with each other and start in 3 minutes. Obviously, Yu Tianheng, Ao Luo, Yu Feng, and Duguyan are in one group, and Shi Mo, Ya Lingling, and Long Yu Wu are in one group. Yu Tianheng and the others were in the same grade as Long Yu Wu and others, and were already familiar with each other. These 3 minutes were mainly reserved for Long Yu Wu and others to discuss countermeasures. Long Yu Wu glanced at Qin Ming, but hesitated to speak. Qin Ming glanced at her and said, we're not going to discuss it yet. We'll talk about it later if there's anything else. Qin Ming thought Long Yu Wu had some other problems, but he thought it would be okay to talk about it after the fight. What he didn't know was that Long Yu Wu just didn't want to fight like this. Long Yu Wu had no choice but to look at the Shi brothers and Ya Lingling, and asked, how to fight? Shi Mo said, we two brothers are responsible for the defense and protection of Ya Lingling, and you are responsible for the attack. How about it? Shi Mo said, Yu Tianheng and the others are so suitable for attacking, we will be very passive here, and your thunder and lightning martial spirit. None of the Shi brothers believed that the quality of Long Yuo's spirit would be higher than that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Compared to pure thunder and lightning, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus obviously had an advantage, and the gap at this level would be smoothed out. Long Yuo said, don't worry, Yu Tianheng is not my opponent. The Shi brothers were not very convinced, so they said, winning or losing is a normal thing for a soldier, but being too arrogant is not advisable. We two brothers are confident that we can defend against the attack of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Just take the opportunity to attack. Long Yuo said, okay, I don't care. Shi Mo looked at the blue-haired girl aside and said, Ya Lingling, you. Ya Lingling said, I am a specialized healing soul master. If you are injured, I will take action. The three of them nodded and began to talk about some details. Not to mention the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, the martial spirit of the green-scaled snake is famous for its poison. It is really difficult to deal with two agility and attack-type spirit masters one after another. On the other side, Yu Tianheng looked at Long Yuo and seemed to remember something. He looked at the other three people and said, prioritize the attack on Ya Lingling, Oslo and Yu Feng will fight guerrillas, avoid the defense of the Suanwu turtle, Yanzi will adapt to the situation, and finally, be careful of that Long Yuo. Okay. The three of them had no intention of refuting Yu Tianheng's instructions. 3 minutes are up, both sides are ready. Qin Ming did not give both sides much time. 8 people are located on both sides. On Yu Tianheng's side, Yu Tianheng is the leader, Yu Feng and Osluo are on the left and right wings, and Dugu is behind Yu Tianheng. On Long Yuo's side, the Shi brothers stood on both sides in front of them. From the gap, they could see Long Yuo, and Ya Lingling was behind Long Yuo. Chapter 48 Battle. Start. Following Qin Ming's order, the soul ring with the main tone of yellow quickly rose. The soul masters present all have certain backgrounds. Naturally, they will not casually hunt for a white soul ring with 10 years of cultivation. Starting from the first soul ring, they are all at least 100 years old. A blue arc of electricity surged from the center of Yu Tianheng's eyebrows and continued to travel around his body. His right arm began to swell and was covered with blue-purple scales. His hand also turned into a claw, and every joint in his arm and hand became. It must be thick. 2 yellow and 1 yellow 3 purple soul rings hovered around this mutated arm. It is the secret skill of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master, Dragon Transformation. The Soul Master of this spirit must be a spirit beast that hunts sub-dragon species. Starting from level 30, every additional spirit ring has a part that resembles a dragon. This right arm is the first limb of Yushan Hung Long Festival. However, this arm once again reminded Long Yu of the right arm soul bone she absorbed. Compared with Yu Tianheng's arm, Long Yu's soul bone was slender, but the sense of strength was not reduced at all. Duguyan's legs disappeared, replaced by a green snake tail, and 2 yellow soul rings hovering above his head. Oslo's hair turned black, his pupils turned into vertical lines like ghost leopards, and 2 yellow soul rings hovered above his head. Yu Feng's arms turned into a pair of medium-sized brown wings and flew high into the sky. The bodies of the Shi brothers were highly swollen, their limbs were shortened, and their bodies were half-bowed. The earthy yellow light condensed by their soul power turned into a huge earthy yellow tortoise shell behind them, and their bodies also underwent some changes. Yelingling, who was behind Long Yu, held up a pink-purple crabapple flower in his hand. It was composed of white and pink petals. The leaves and branches slipped from both sides of Yelingling's palm, and 2 yellow soul rings rose up. The Dragon Moon Dance Spirit Ring did not appear, nor did the thunder and lightning appear, as if it had given up resistance. Yu Feng's body rose into the air and rushed from bottom to top towards Long Yu and the 2 men behind the Shi brothers. Ghost Leopard Oslo bypassed the side at an extremely fast speed. Although the trajectory was different, the target was exactly the same. Yushan Henghe and Duguyan attacked from the front. Long Yu's side was on the defensive. Yu Feng and Osluo attacked from both sides. As the agile attack type, the 2 were faster than Yu Tianheng. Before Yu Tianheng reached the Shi family brothers, they reached the target first, namely Long Yu and in front of Yelingling. Yelingling and Long Yu were about to be eliminated. Qin Ming frowned on the side. In his opinion, it was difficult for elemental soul masters like Long Yu to protect Yelingling in this situation. Their attacks were tyrannical, and the soul masters themselves were not strong in melee combat. In this case, why not strike first? Qin Ming soon found out. Long Yu's body was half-turned, his left hand conveniently blocked the waist of the girl in black behind him, and thunder burst out from his right hand. Yelingling let out a soft cry. Fortunately, the flower in her hand was her own martial spirit, otherwise she might have dropped it. Yu Feng's first soul skill, Wing Blade, has been activated, and his second soul skill, Acceleration, has been activated. The high-speed movement made him seem to have bumped into Long Yu's right arm. Oslo transformed into a black shadow and attacked Long Yu and Yelingling with Yu Feng at the same time. He wanted to eliminate Long Yu and Yelingling at the cost of sacrificing one person. Even if a soul master looks very young, he is still a threat. The idea was good, but they underestimated Long Yu's combat effectiveness. The violent thunder and lightning released by Long Yu penetrated Yu Feng's wing blade, and the incomparable force made Long Yu grab Yu Feng's wings. 3 yellow, purple, and purple soul rings slowly rose from under their feet. Long Yu used his body to swing Yu Feng's body away, and smashed it towards Oslo on the other side. Under the raging thunder, Yu Feng, who was still just a great soul master, lost control of his body and drew a dark purple arc in the air, hitting Oslo directly. The thunder reflected Oslo's ordinary face, and the airflow blew his expression changed instantly. Boom! Yu Feng's body passively bombarded Oslo, who was hard to avoid. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and the two great soul masters of the agility attack system lost their ability to fight. Sorry. Long Yuohu also quickly let go of Ye Lingling and looked at the battlefield ahead. Yu Feng and Oslo are out. Although Qin Ming was horrified by Long Yuohu's soul ring ratio, he was worthy of being a qualified teacher and reacted quickly. At this time, Yu Tianheng had arrived in front of the Shi brothers. Hearing this sound, he frowned slightly. The third soul ring lit up, and the fury of thunder was activated. He entered a berserk state, with his attack power increased by 100% and his soul power increased by 100%. 50%. The first soul ring also lit up at the same time, and a blue-purple energy dragon claw formed by the gathering of thunder and lightning quickly hit the Shi brothers. Duguyan's first soul ring flashed, allowing his snake-like flexible body to speed up again. Although the green-scaled snake is famous for its poison, that ability is only available after acquiring the third soul ring. Duguyan's first two soul skills are used to strengthen oneself. Duguyan's thick snake tail hit the Shi brothers at the same time, trying to cooperate with Yu Tianheng, who was at the soul master level, to directly take down the two great defense soul masters. But the two brothers of the Shi family are not simple things. The quality of the basalt turtle is not inferior to that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex. I saw the Shi brothers, their limbs retracted into their shells like turtles, their first soul rings shining at the same time, and a cocky light screen acting as the bodies of Yu Tianheng and Duguyan. The thunder dragon claws and snake tail hit the cocky light screen at the same time, and the light screen was cracked every inch by the full blow of a powerful attack soul master and a great soul master. After all, the level of the Shi brothers was a flaw. The two turtle-like bodies were knocked over directly, but there were no obvious injuries on their bodies. Long Yuo behind him finally moved, and saw a flash of electric arc under his feet. He avoided the fallen Shi brothers and appeared in front of Yu Tianheng in the blink of an eye. As if they had a tacit understanding, the two raised their right arms at the same time and punched out. Blue-purple and dark-purple thunder and lightning intertwined. A moment later, the top-notch beast spirit blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex, which used the 1000-year spirit ring technique, was directly deflected. The scene 6 years ago. Sure enough, it's you. Yu Tianheng said. At this moment, Duguyan's snake tail whipped towards Long Yuohu. Long Yuohu caught the attack with one arm and fought back with the power of thunder. Duguyan's second soul ring flashed, shielding his pain, increasing his defense, and hit Long Yuohu again. The two collided, a roar passed, and Duguyan's body was thrown directly away. Yu Tianheng finally stood up, the first soul ring lit up again, and the thunder dragon claw activated. Long Yuohu took it with his right arm, without shaking his body. The blue-purple thunder and lightning was sucked into Long Yuohu's mouth along the arm, and the dark-purple thunder in his hand flickered. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Long Yuohu punched out, and a figure with a burning body appeared in front of Long Yuohu and took the punch. I saw the figure of teacher Qin Ming appearing in front of Long Yuohu, like a lone wolf in the fire. This is Qin Ming's martial spirit fire wolf. Chapter 49, Looking for a topic, do you sleep in? 5 soul rings, 2 yellow and 3 purple, rose from his feet. The battle is over. Qin Ming was seen holding Long Yuohu's collapse fist. Although he was shocked by Long Yuohu's fighting power, he still forced himself to calm down. Long Yuohu put away her fists, took 2 steps back, and retracted the lightning and soul rings. The Shi brothers who had already stood up stared at everything in front of them in stunned silence, while Ye Lingling did not help at all. Qin Ming said, "Ye Lingling, please treat them." Ye Lingling nodded. The 2 soul rings and the crabapple flower in his hand bloomed at the same time. The light with pale pink petals flew out from the stamens and fell on Yu Tianheng and the other 2. Within a moment, the 4 of them had woken up. Qin Ming asked the 8 students to stand together and said, "The original intention of this battle was to let you get familiar with each other, and also to let me get to know you. The purpose was indeed achieved, but now. Qin Ming glanced at Long Yuoyu and felt a little headache, then said, Long Yuoyu, the four of you have just enrolled in school. I will follow you to settle down in a while. Yu Tianheng and you will disband for now and gather in the classroom tomorrow morning. That's it. Disband. Yes. Yu Tianheng and others said respectfully. Before leaving, they took another look at Long Yuoyu. The extraordinary ratio of soul rings and the combat power far beyond the same level were really impossible to ignore. Follow me. Qin Ming looked at Long Yuoyu and others. Qin Ming led 2 men and 2 women into the fortress-like Tiandu campus. Qin Ming led the 4 of them into the academic area and saw many students along the way. Qin Ming said, Tiandu Royal Academy is an aristocratic school. It is not very competitive, but it is not without it. Most of the students form groups in the form of small teams. Qin Ming pointed to a high-rise building and said, that's the mission hall, where students earn points. From guarding the academy gate, cleaning, to going out to practice, you can earn points. As for what points are? They are equivalent to the golden soul coins outside. They are mainly used to obtain days of soul master mimicry training, rare soul tools, some precious books, etc. By the way, you can also spend money to buy points. Qin Ming immediately said, the academy also needs to be run. Qin Ming pointed to another attic and said, that's the library pavilion. That's the teaching area. Our classroom is the first one on the left. There are public toilets there, of course there are more than one. There is. Qin Ming pointed to a huge cylindrical building and said, that's the soul fighting arena, a dedicated place for settling grudges, competing among students, and special exams. Shi Mo said, Teacher Qin, then we just. Qin Ming said, although it is for exclusive use, it does not say that it must be used. As long as it does not cause serious injuries or human lives, it doesn't matter. Qin Ming brought 4 people to the academic affairs office. An old man with white eyebrows came into view. When he saw Qin Ming, he raised his eyes and asked, Xiao Qin, are there 4 more students? Qin Ming replied, Teacher Gao, please excuse me. Although Qin Ming is extremely talented, the old man in front of him is not simple. He is one of the few soul saints in Tiandu Royal Academy and is worthy of Qin Ming's yu. Teacher Gao nodded, turned over a stack of papers, and said, let me take a look. I remember that all your students should be above level 25. Qin Ming nodded and said, that's right, the names are Graphite, Shimo, Yelingling, and Long Yuoyu. Long Yuoyu? This name sounds familiar. Teacher Gao murmured. After rummaging around, Teacher Gao let out a light sigh, looked at Long Yuoyu, and said, 12-year-old Soul Lord. Qin Ming also glanced at Long Yuoyu, yes. Teacher Gao hesitated for a moment, then seemed to remember something. After taking out 4 pages of paper, he once again pulled out an old page of paper from a corner. He chuckled softly, no wonder it sounds familiar. This little girl was recorded in the book 3 years ago. Long Yuoyu said, 3 years ago? When I first came to Tiandu Royal Academy. Hey, I became a great soul master 3 years ago, and I have a purple soul ring, so this result is normal. Teacher Gao said. Then, Teacher Gao took out 3 white badges and 1 purple badge, as well as 2 gold and 2 silver keys, a total of 4 keys, and handed them to Qin Ming together, saying, remember to ask the other 3 little guys to come and change them next year. Qin Ming nodded, took the 4 badges, and said goodbye to Teacher Gao. Qin Ming handed 3 white badges to the Shi brothers and Yelingling, and said, Tianwei level students wear white badges, Tianzi level students wear yellow badges, and Tiandu level students wear purple badges, which are related to the soul ring level. Relation. Qin Ming handed the purple badge to Long Yuoyu and said, the students who have just entered the school are all at the Tianwei level, but Long Yuoyu's situation seems to be a bit special. Long Yuohu took the purple badge and said, "It should be the idea of the 3 education committee members and Brother Shui." Qin Ming nodded, not caring who this Brother Shui was, and continued, "Teachers also wear different badges according to different levels. Tianwei level wears yellow badges, Tianzi level wears purple badges, and Tiandu level wears black badges. As for the red badge, it is exclusive to Emperor Sui, the Dean of the Tiandu Royal Academy. Currently, I am still a Tianzi level instructor, so I wear the purple badge." Qin Ming led 4 people to the dormitory area, showed 4 keys, handed them to each of them, and said, "The boys' dormitory is on the left, holding the gold key, and the girls' dormitory is on the right, holding the silver key. 2 people live in one dormitory. I've seen it, Shizai and Shizai are in the same dormitory, Qianrongxiu and Yelingling are in the same dormitory." Long Yuohu glanced at the woman in black beside her, Yelingling, and knew that this was her future roommate. Qin Ming said, "Take the key. It contains the location of the dormitory. Once you find the location, remember to destroy the information. Otherwise, if you lose it, it will be a lot of fun." Long Yuohu took the key and found that there was a sticker on it, recording the location of her room. Room number 5 on the 3rd floor of the first building. Qin Ming said, "Okay, let's go clean up. If you're hungry, go to the cafeteria and meet in the classroom tomorrow morning." Immediately, Qin Ming walked away. The 4 of them then parted ways. Long Yuohu and Yelingling went together, and the 2 found their own rooms. The room was very empty and not very dirty. There were beds on both sides. Long Yuohu and Yelingling looked at each other and began to tidy up the room and bed. Obviously, both of them had storage soul guides. Otherwise, why would they dare to say that they were students of a noble academy? After some tidying up, Long Yuohu sat on his bed and looked at the woman in black on the other side. The atmosphere was a little quiet. Long Yuohu felt a little headache. She was really not good at dealing with such cold people and felt uncomfortable all over. Long Yuohu said with difficulty, "Yelingling, are you sleeping in?" Chapter 50, Class begins. Yelingling said coldly, "If you feel bored, you can use meditation to pass the time. There is no need to tease me." In Yelangling's view, Long Yuohu's ability to reach the Soul Master level at the age of 12 must be closely related to diligent practice. Long Yuohu asked if he would sleep in, wasn't it just a joke? How did she know that Long Yuohu did not mainly rely on meditation to improve her level? Hey! Long Yuohu scratched his head, was he teasing her? Yelingling ignored the confused Long Yuohu, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to meditate. Seeing this, Long Yuohu was too embarrassed to continue talking. She lay back on the bed and began to think about what her future college life would be like. I don't know how much time had passed, but a feeling of hunger swept through my brain. My eyes, which I had closed for some time, suddenly opened. I looked around and saw that I was the only one left in the dormitory, and it was already dusk outside. It turned out that Long Yuohu fell asleep in a daze while thinking. Yelingling woke up from meditation and saw that Long Yuohu had fallen asleep, so she left the dormitory alone without disturbing her. Long Yuohu rubbed her eyebrows, then stood up, went out, and closed the door in one go. It was getting late, and the Tiandu campus was not very quiet. Groups of students and teachers were wandering around the campus. Long Yuohu left the dormitory area and went to the college cafeteria. As soon as she entered the cafeteria, she saw Yelingling about to leave. Yelingling naturally saw her, but he just nodded slightly, bypassed Long Yuohu, and left the cafeteria. Long Yuohu also nodded slightly, said hello, walked into the canteen, bought some food with Qianrongxiu's salary, and ate at a seat. Before I had even taken a few bites, 6 figures surrounded me. It was Yu Tianheng and others who had fought against each other during the day, and the Shi family brothers were also among them. Xiao Yuohu, have you finished eating all this food? Ghost Leopard Oslo's somewhat familiar voice came first. Long Yuohu's appetite is indeed much larger than that of a 12-year-old girl. Long Yuohu raised her head and said, "No problem, it seems you six are already familiar with it." Oslo laughed and said, "Yes, there is no hatred between us. The Shi brothers look mature and stable, and they should get along with many people." Yu Feng said, "But Ye Lingling is a bit difficult to get along with. His personality is too cold." Upon hearing this, Oslo looked at Long Yuohu and said, "Aren't you roommates? How about it, have we talked?" Long Yuohu smiled bitterly and said, "She should be similar to you. But Ye Lingling's personality shouldn't be that bad." She just nodded at me. "If nothing else happens, we should get along for a long time under the leadership of teacher Qin Ming, so it is better to communicate as much as possible," Yu Tianheng said at this time. 6 people, including Long Yuohu, nodded. Duguyan held Yu Tianheng's hand, looked at Long Yuohu, and asked, "You didn't use your full strength today? I don't think you used any of your soul skills." Hearing what Duguyan said, the Shi brothers who had been silent also looked at Long Yuohu. Long Yuohu was silent for a while and said, "How should I put it? I did not use my full strength, but it has nothing to do with the soul skills. I know the skills of my soul ring itself, so I can do it myself. It can be said that these 3 soul rings have never been lit up before." Oslo said, "Your soul skills are so redundant, I feel like you are at a disadvantage." Yu Feng glanced at Oslo and said, "Suffering a loss? Did you win?" Osro was suddenly speechless. Duguyan said, Okay, let's not disturb Yu Wu's meal. We'll see you in class tomorrow." The last sentence was addressed to Long Yu Wu. "Goodbye." Long Yuohu smiled. The 6 of them left side by side, and Long Yuohu continued to work hard. After dinner, Long Yuohu took a casual walk around the campus, and did not return to the dormitory until the sky turned completely dark. Returning to the dormitory, I found that Ye Lingling had entered a meditative state again. Long Yuohu couldn't help but sigh at Ye Lingling's diligence. If she had been given a full innate soul power, even the most difficult auxiliary soul master to cultivate, she would have become a soul master by now. Long Yuohu took a shower and immediately took off her clothes and went to bed. In just a few breaths, Long Yuohu had already fallen asleep. In the middle of the night, Ye Lingling was forced to wake up from meditation, glanced at Long Yuohu, who was already asleep, tidied up carefully, and fell asleep. The next day, Ye Lingling got up and Long Yuohu was sleeping. When Ye Lingling went out, Long Yuohu was sleeping. When Ye Lingling returned from breakfast, Long Yuohu was still sleeping. Seeing that it was almost time to rendezvous, Long Yuohu still had no intention of waking up. "Ye Lingling, I now believe that you didn't mean to tease me yesterday." Long Yuohu vaguely felt that someone was scratching the solace of her feet, which made her feel a little itchy. Long Yuohu opened her eyes and saw Ye Lingling, who was wearing a veil. At this time, she was scratching the solace of Long Yuohu's feet with a dull gaze. Long Yuohu's feet and calves were completely exposed outside the quilt. Seeing Long Yuohu wake up in front of her, Ye Lingling calmly retracted her mischievous hands, and a cold voice came from under the veil, "It's time to gather." Ye Lingling's actions gave Long Yuohu a feeling, she didn't do anything just now. Long Yuohu blinked her eyes, unable to turn her mind, and then suddenly remembered that it was time to gather. Long Yuohu opened the quilt, quickly changed into clothes, and put on the purple badge of the Tiandu Level Academy. The whole set of movements was done in one go. Ye Lingling sighed at Long Yuohu's speed. The 2 of them left the dormitory together and ran directly to the classroom without even having time to eat. As expected, Ye Lingling and Long Yuohu were the last to enter the classroom, and the classroom with a total of 8 students was also very empty. As soon as they stepped into the classroom, the eyes of the 6 people were instantly attracted. It seemed that no one would have expected that someone would get stuck on the first day of class. Just as the two of them stepped into the classroom, Qin Ming walked in behind, glanced at Long Yuowu and Ye Lingling who had just sat down, and didn't say much. Qin said, "Let me meet you formally. My name is Qin Ming. I am 28 years old. I am a 55th level Soul King and a Heaven level mentor. If nothing else, I will be the long-time instructor of your 8-person team. The purpose is that no matter how good the theory is, it is not as powerful as oneself. So, you will have a lot of hard training and actual combat in the future. If you are afraid of hardship and want to be a canary that can only call, you can leave this classroom now, and I will be responsible for handling the transfer procedures for you." After Qin Ming finished speaking, he glanced at the 8 boys and girls. Seeing that none of them showed any intention of retreating, he nodded slowly and said, "Very good. Your talents are all the best among Soul Masters. Since you don't intend to waste them, let's officially start the first lesson after enrollment."